Chapter 651. It's too hard to earn. My eyes are at Google, or its parent company Alphabet, which has a market value of up to $328.9 billion, ranks one of the world's top 10 listed companies, and the technology giant has become increasingly anxious in recent years. If you read the 2016 Four Seasons report published by Google in January, it is not difficult to find out why you are so anxious. For this annual report, Alphabet lists competitors in various fields, and you will find that Google has used the word tired in the past few years to describe the most appropriate. In the impression of people, Amazon and Google. The former is the e-commerce giant, the latter is the search giant. The two seem to not border, but in fact, in the list of competitors listed by Alphabet, Amazon appears only after Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur, and it has appeared 4 times. According to data from September last year, Amazon has surpassed Google as the search engine of choice for most North American users when shopping. About 55% of users choose Amazon to start shopping, and the proportion of shoppers who use Google as the default engine for shopping has dropped to 28%. In the field of vertical search, several websites, including Amazon, are competitors of Google. The reason for this is because users can directly find the corresponding content through the search engines built in these websites, rather than searching through Google. In other words, Google is divided by these vertical search engines. Then there is the Blue Star Technology Group. This name can be said to be a nail in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh of Google. The main battlefield of the two sides is benchmarked in the field of video and advertising. As the Internet Gemini, there is a huge common point between the two companies. Of revenue is very dependent on advertising. Even though the Blue Star Technology business is diversified today, advertising revenue in the broad sense is still ranked first. Under the homogenized income source model, Google believes that Blue Star Technology has formed a major competitive relationship with itself in 4 aspects: social networking, advertising platform services, online video and digital assistants. The main battlefield of competition with the Côte d'Azur is the mobile internet, and the core battlefield is the Android system and the iOS system. The biggest headache for Google is not the enemies in the whole field. The company has a volume of $300 billion. It is too normal to have a competitive relationship between various fields. The real headache is that in addition to the above fields, it also includes business sectors such as big data and cloud computing. Google, they were all squashed, either by this opponent or by that opponent. The only sector that dominates is the search engine. Hold back. But in the final analysis, it is still for 2 words: traffic. Therefore, Google now treats Blue Star Technology Group as a lifetime enemy. The importance of traffic to internet companies is self-evident. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever controls the traffic entrance is the hegemon of the internet industry. In the PC internet era, social networking, search, and browser are the 3 major entrances to the internet, and Blue Star Technology has the dominant position among the 2 major entrances. And the search is also remarkable. The technology is completely okay, but only the technology, not yet. Ecology is more important than technology. Searching loses the ecology in overseas markets. To put it bluntly, means losing time. So you can only build the ecology of a Chinese search engine. One of the 3 major portals is obviously a very important traffic portal. Many well-known companies rely on browsers to grow and develop, whether the user is watching a movie, playing a game, or buying a train ticket. The browser can help. In the era of mobile internet, the dominance of browsers seems to have disappeared. Users' time and scenes are more fragmented, and the most direct internet portals such as apps are used. Entering through browsers will be troublesome and superfluous, so it is mobile in the internet era. Browsers are far less important than the PC era. However, in the early days of the rise of smartphones, most people in the industry believed that mobile browsers would become the entrance to mobile phone traffic. Just as the importance of on PCs, this was the reason why Page originally recommended the development of browsers. At that time, everyone thought so. But then this concept was changed again, and the mobile browser was overestimated, because the user's time and scenes were further subdivided and fragmented, and more app applications were downloaded from the mobile phone. At this time, most people think that app taking advantage. The mobile browser has not become the most important entry point in the mobile internet era. So everyone changed their minds again, except for Blue Star Technology. Today, the global internet industry has entered the second half. The significance of the second half is the gradual ebb of the user dividend. Domestic users are close to the peak. The era of explosive user growth has passed. The growth rate has slowed down significantly, and the cost of acquiring new users is increasing. In these years, there are people coming and going, but the Aphrodite browser of Blue Star Technology has consistently worked hard to achieve the rise from the mobile internet era, and then radiate the PC side. Now that multiple ports are fully blooming, now in the browser field almost 60% market share has been completed. Right now, the industry finds that the situation is wrong. Google first responded and found that the browser is underestimated in the era of mobile internet because the data is not deceptive. A survey conducted by Google found that the use of mobile browsers is growing faster than that of app. In this survey, among the top 50 mobile companies, only the traffic from app is larger than that of mobile browsers. 12, and the remaining main traffic comes from mobile browsers. Of these 50 companies, the traffic from mobile browsers is more than twice that of app. This illustrates one thing, that is, mobile internet traffic is more and more concentrated, and the form of expression is a Aphrodite's success. At present, there are more than 3 million apps in the entire industry, of which the number of daily updated independent apps is close to 1 million, and the homepage promotion of an application store is more than a dozen, with a maximum of dozens. Many apps cost too much to obtain a real user, which is too expensive for startups. The existence of independent apps may sometimes be unnecessary, and web apps attached to mobile browsers may be more practical. Google saw the more terrible thing, that is, the future of a browser is very likely to make users the only option for the web, and everyone will be subject to Blue Star Technology and standards in the future. If Blue Star Technology is unhappy, you can get anyone who talks about it, and you will have to peel it if you don't die. Luo Sheng looked at Zhang Bowen and others at the video conference and said easily, the possibility of a split is less than 20%. This is the same as the interests of Silicon Valley. The technology monopoly is not my family. Those in Silicon Valley, which technology giant with a market value of more than $100 billion is not a monopoly company. Besides, they have to weigh the financial weapons in my hands. Lao Jiang, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. People in Silicon Valley can't see this, that thing. Luo Sheng smiled and said, it's confession that 10,000 people said that I regretted putting me into the North American market. I found that the local companies in North America competed with me, but now I can't get rid of me, so I start to make trouble with you. The troubled children have sugar. Senior executives such as Zhang Bowen couldn't help but laugh. This metaphor is a bit strange, but it is very grounded. Whether it is Blue Star Technology or the Azure Coast, it is an indisputable fact that it has made a lot of profits in the North American market. My eyes are red, and I think you are too much and earn too much. It's such a simple thing. Now, the company wants to develop new business in the North American market, no matter what, don't want to get access qualification. It is worth mentioning that Huawei has always wanted to enter the North American market and competes with North American technology companies such as Cisco and IBM. Ali also wants to enter the North American market. Ma also flew to North America in 3 days, naively thinking that he can persuade the other party to let Ali enter. Compete with Amazon. Lau Mei's attitude towards this, want to come in? No. You don't want to. Don't even think about it. It won't work even if you rub it on the side. At the beginning, Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur were put in, but now the intestines are already regretted. Do you still want to come? There are no doors. Luo Sheng said, if you don't seek the overall situation, you will not be able to find a domain. Google may regard us as the #1 competitor, but if we are not Google, we can't have only one Google in our eyes, otherwise we will definitely follow suit. Going up to the overall picture, Google's response is only a reflection of the overall picture. Everyone can't help but nod in agreement. Google has strong competitors in all fields. Blue Star Technology is even worse. Which of the more than half of Silicon Valley's technology giants is not an opponent? And they are all first-class giants. In fact, it is not just Silicon Valley that has risen from North America to the global scale. The top competitors in the industry have a competitive relationship with each other. If you want to handle a thing well, you need to consider every aspect, and to do a specific thing, you have to start from the overall situation. Luo Sheng left from the 4K high-definition big screen, returned to the sofa and sat down to take some new tea to make a cup for himself, and said, "This matter must first make a basic judgment. Mentalnovel.com. In the final analysis, Lam wants to eat sugar and make trouble. It is easy to handle. As long as it is not too much, it is no problem to divide. The wool is on the sheep." At this moment, Luo Sheng is very calm and rational, and analyzes the issue of gains and losses from a global perspective. Although the North American market is the most noisy and least worrying for you, it is the largest single market overseas in the company, and it is not invested less. It takes a lot of thought, and if you lose it, you will feel pain for a while. You can earn money from other people's homes on other people's sites. It's better than the last child who couldn't get it. After understanding Wang as the living king, Luo Sheng had expected these things long ago. Zhang Bowen said, "How to divide?" About when? After hearing this, Luo Sheng thought for a moment and said, "How to divide? It depends on how to talk about it. When to divide? It depends on how the other party is making trouble. To make money on other people's sites, we are away, we have an advantage at home. First-hand ability. This is not a big problem. I'm afraid I'll be caught first by surprise. That's a bit of a pain. Now I don't have to be afraid if I have an early warning. Just prepare for the move and fire. As for when, maybe this year, but at the latest next year, we will assume that the other party will definitely do things at any time. Chapter 652. SpaceX engages in big news. When the space race goes on. This incident did not cause much disturbance within the two companies. Why should it still remain unaffected? So calm is that there is confidence. If other companies, I am afraid that this time is already facing the enemy, and the Cote d'Azur and Blue Star Technology did not take this matter as the first priority at all. However, the outside media takes this matter very seriously, and many people are enthusiastically worried for Luo Sheng. And there is also a lot of discussion on by. The biggest technological monopoly may be the most common thing in the internet experience nowadays, which is due to the nature of the industry. A browser is indeed a monopolistic product, and under the existing Blue Star Technology product attributes, you can hardly explain whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. As an ordinary user, in addition to expecting these monopoly giants not to do evil, I can't do anything other than conscience. I feel helpless, but this is a fact. But having said that, we are still very confident in the Archbishop. At least during the time when the Archbishop and Blue Star Technology were at the helm of the Archbishop, we can rest assured that the Archbishop was in his early 30s. Indicating that this issue is free for 40 to 50 years. Fighting for a truly open web. This is true. NEMA sounds magnificent. Then what to do? The competition can only be like this, to understand the difficulties of Google. Also, what is the so-called monopoly investigation? In fact, it is used to adjust opponents. So many companies in Silicon Valley have monopolized for decades, and they have not been seen to be split. Even the Microsoft monopoly that was in the past the case, Gates is out of class. Just kidding. In today's era, cross-country competition, don't expect small companies to take on this role, so even if you know it is an absolute monopoly, you will not split your own company. Fools will do this, which is equivalent to self-abuse. What will you do to compete with those multinational giants after the split? The result is to break one by one. It's just that some companies have grown bigger, but they have forgotten their responsibilities and missions to become bigger. The country wants you to grow bigger because you want to be able to compete with those multinational giants, but it turns out to be a good hand. It's hard not to be tough, not soft to the outside. It's only the Archbishop who feels the most reassuring when I look around. That's why we support him. I have been fighting on the front line. Without him, I absorbed almost all the firepower in the front. So even if you don't support it, you must not defame it. Just when the outside world's vision was attracted by the science and technology community and Wang, a major event occurred in the aerospace community and quickly attracted the media's vision. On January 29, the improved version of the Falcon 9 inches rocket successfully put a $189 million satellite from Google into a predetermined orbit and achieved rocket recovery. SpaceX's success this time further won market confidence. The news has also drifted across the ocean and reached the mainland. Star Arrow International Headquarters. The reason has been found out. It can be determined that the rocket liquid helium temperature is out of control, resulting in an explosion before launching on the launch platform. The speaker is a scientist at the Star Arrow International Rocket Recovery Technology Development Department. At the moment, 7 or 8 technical experts in the aerospace field are discussing the findings. The chief scientist of the Rocket Recovery Technology Development Department is Yang Jianan, who is also the Star Arrow International Heavy Rocket chief designer of the Star Arrow series. The problem has been summarized. All the reasons for the failure have been found. The next launch mission in March must be foolproof. If I fail again this time, I will not only have no face to ask General Luo for money, and I can't be the chief engineer. Yang Jianan looked at everyone very solemnly and said, "Everyone feels the pressure, especially the news that SpaceX just across the ocean has just passed, and it also makes everyone in the Star Arrow project department stressed. The failure of the launch experiment not only failed the rocket launch, but also lost a satellite with a value of up to $210 million from Blue Star Technology. And the overall loss was as high as $330 million. Since the launch of the Star Arrow series of heavy rocket projects, 45.97 billion yuan has been burned in. This investment has far left the national aerospace behind. You must know that the national aerospace budget invested about 13 billion yuan last year. Over the years, since the establishment of Star Arrow International, the lineup of its scientific research team has been no weaker than that of the national team. Adequate R&D funds and high treatment have attracted a large number of aerospace talents to join Star Arrow International. As of today, Star Arrow International has not made a profit, and the word profit has never been thought of at all. Such a high amount of investment is completely caused by Luo Sheng's 2 group companies and family funds. As a result of the blood transfusion, this gave Yang Jianan and other scientists the capital to fancy rockets. The Star Arrow series has been on the road of research and development for so many years. Every step is very difficult. No one can help. You can only rely on your perseverance and advance little by little. Behind SpaceX, there is NASA technical support, and behind Star Arrow International, apart from Luo Sheng, the Gold Master Dad, technically the National Space Administration can't help much, because the entire China is behind North America in the field of space science and technology. The team also faced this gap. Luo Sheng specializes in the field of artificial intelligence. Aerospace is not his strong point, so he can't help much in technology. He can't be too busy, so he can only rely on money capabilities to pile up large-scale and continuous burning of money, while intensifying the cultivation of talents, encouraging excellent students to devote themselves to basic scientific research, rather than squeezing into economic management and finance. Then it is necessary to improve the treatment of scientific researchers. Fortunately, Luo Sheng has money and invests in Star Arrow International. The outstanding talents of colleges and universities, people with lofty ideals, do not have to be forced to choose more money paths for Sandy Rice. Professional. The Star Arrow project entered the experimental phase in July 2012. It took nearly a year to conduct 10 experiments to verify whether the code-named YF-127 engine has been able to meet the recovery in terms of thrust adjustment function and landing support condition. In July 2013, the first soft landing attempt was carried out. Although the rocket successfully completed the ignition deceleration during the recovery process, because of the failure to control the attitude of the rocket, it eventually exploded and recovered a pile of scrap copper. The first attempt failed. After learning the lessons of this failure, the second soft landing attempt began in March 2014. This time, the rocket attitude-controlled spacecraft was perfect, and a series of actions such as scheduled U-turn, entry into the atmosphere, and soft landing were realized. Afterwards, the momentum was tested twice in July and September to further improve the accuracy of the soft landing, which laid the foundation for the subsequent recovery plan. In early 2015, after the Yang Jianan team determined to have accumulated some experience, Star Arrow finally began to try to recover the rocket on the offshore platform, but because the rocket did not control the speed before landing, the first recovery was directly hit on the explosion on a barge at sea. The team is more pleased that the SpaceX company next door is also conducting the launch experiment of the rocket recovery on the offshore platform during this time. Seeing that they also failed, they suddenly balanced a lot. In April, the second experiment was carried out. This time, because of the failure to control the landing posture, a pair of scrap copper and rotten iron were harvested again. Fortunately, rockets are much cheaper than traditional rockets. There are several traditional rockets on top of one. Luo Sheng said that he can accept it. Brother has the money to blow you up. After 2 consecutive failures, the Yang Jianan team improved and optimized the rocket's connection device, and the third experiment started as scheduled in July 2015. The third launch attempt, which thought it would create history, disappeared because the rocket exploded unexpectedly in less than 3 minutes of launch. This time it directly lost more than $78 million. 3 consecutive failures made Luo Sheng feel depressed, and the Yang Jianan team also had low morale. They had to appease and encourage them. After experiencing successive failures, the Yang Jianan team did not immediately launch the fourth experiment, but issued a death order. It was necessary to thoroughly investigate the cause of the explosion accident, and do not carry out any launch experiment plan without understanding the cause, which also led to all subsequent launch plans were put on hold. In the first place, I couldn't bring the problem to heaven. In the second place, General Director Yang Jianan was very distressed about the funds. Although Luo Sheng at Star Arrow International guaranteed that they had the money to burn, the bombing was a direct loss of hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention other sunk cost and time cost. During the 6-month accident investigation, good news came from the peers. Blue Origin, founded by Jeff Bezos, announced in November 2015 that it successfully recovered its own New Shepard rocket on the offshore platform, and the video footage was announced. This feat directly surpassed both Luo Sheng's Star Arrow International and Elon Musk's SpaceX. Bald Bezos became the first person to recover rockets. This was not expected by everyone. I thought it was SpaceX that got the title. As a result, Bezos made a big news silently. At the same time, the pressure on the Yang Jianan team in charge of the Star Arrow project can be imagined, including SpaceX, which also felt the pressure caused by the origin of Blue. However, during this half-a-year investigation period, Star Arrow International did not remain idle. In response to the problems exposed during the explosion, the Yang Jianan team comprehensively improved the Star Arrow heavy rocket, greatly improved the reasoning of the rocket, and used a series of plug-in devices required for recovery as the standard configuration of the new rocket. The brand new version of Star Arrow finally achieved land recycling again in December 2015. However, This is just a Hansen approach. Being able to recover on land does not mean that recovery can be achieved even on unstable seas. And being able to recover on the sea is of greater significance. After the team regrouped again, Yang Jianan decided to continue to try to recover rockets on the offshore platform, which could not be avoided in any case. However, with a lot of fate, in the following 2016, he experienced 2 more failures, and the SpaceX company next door has received good news, which makes the Yang Jianan team feel even more pressure to breathe. In the second half of the year, Xingjian International finally passed this hurdle, and finally realized the first time to recover rockets at sea. Although the rocket was successfully recovered at sea this time, it does not mean that the technology has matured. At the same time, SpaceX also completed its own launch mission, and this private space race is also intensifying. Star Arrow International, Blue Origin and SpaceX all desperately either chase their opponents or continue to lead their opponents. In January of this year, just after SpaceX's launch was successful, Elon Musk once again announced to the world that SpaceX is the king in this field. The next 2017 will be the real highlight. Starship International and SpaceX will both compete for an important first title in history of human rocket launch in March. That is, use second-hand rocket to launch again, and to be successfully recovered again. The previous rocket recovery was successful, but it was not reused. This time it was completely different. The launch mission of Star Arrow International in March is to reuse the rocket recovered from the sea last year. It has undergone 9 months of renovation, inspection and testing and passed these procedures. Next will be launched again in March. And if the success of the launch mission of Star Arrow International in the following March is the 9th successful recovery of the 16th rocket recovery plan since the company's establishment, if it is successfully launched before SpaceX, it means that it is for the first time in the history of human rocket launches, second-hand rockets were successfully recovered. This is not just a question of winning a jackpot. The meaning behind it is to compete for talents. The more the campaigners honor is a manifestation of strength, the more talents it can attract. Chapter 653 It's fried March. Xiaodu, didn't you pull down the information? Academician Yang Jianan repeatedly told his assistant. Yang Ping took a lot of material files and reports and put them in the bag. He carried the bag and followed Yang Jianan to ensure it's all inside, but told Yang, now in 2017, upload the information directly to wouldn't it be better to give Luo to the cloud? The paper manuscript is visible, and I am at ease in my heart. Yang Jianan answered him as they walked out of the Star Arrow International headquarters. A special car has been waiting for a long time. 5 minutes later, the two drove to the airport. Luo Sheng's A380 private jet had been waiting at the airport for a long time. He was already on the plane and was about to fly to Kayangzhou. The Star Arrow 1703 inches has arrived at the Kayangzhou launch site. The vehicle that Yang Jianan took arrived at the airport, took the assistant out of the car and boarded the plane. In a living room in the cabin, Yang Jianan apologized when he saw Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, I am sorry for the delay in things. Luo Sheng smiled. It's just 3 or 5 minutes before the takeoff time, just right. Yang Jianan immediately asked Yang Ping to give the materials to him, and then handed it directly to Luo Sheng, and said, Mr. Luo, this time if the Star Arrow 1703 inches is successfully recycled, it will be officially finalized. According to the established medium and long-term plan, it is expected that we will have about 10 models of launch vehicles around 2027 to form a new generation of Star Arrow series recyclable rockets of small, medium, large, heavy and super heavy duty. Luo Sheng took the material report and did not read it, but put it aside and looked at Yang Jianan and said with a smile, Old Yang, don't worry, take a break first. Tang Xin, who temporarily replaced An Qingsu as Luo Sheng's personal assistant and secretary, came to a flight attendant at the moment and gave everyone a few cups of tea. Yang Jianan hurriedly said, why dare you rest? If 1703 can't go to heaven, my heart won't fall. As the chief engineer of the Star Arrow series of rockets, Yang Jianan knows exactly how heavy the burden he is carrying. He has already smashed more than 40 to 50 billion yuan into it. The more money he hits, the greater his pressure. In addition to the internal pressure, the greater is the external pressure, which is the competitive pressure of Blue Origin and SpaceX. This time, Star Arrow International and SpaceX will win the title of second-hand rocket first recovery in March. Even Luo Sheng personally ran to the Kayangzhou launch site, which shows the importance of this launch experiment. At present, private space exploration companies around the world are appearing one after another, but only 3 of the top echelons belonging to the first echelon are competing with each other, namely Star Arrow International, Blue Origin and SpaceX. Blue Origin helped Jeff Bezos get the title of rocket recovery first man. SpaceX gave Elon Musk the title of successful rocket recovery on the offshore platform in 2015. And Luo Sheng's Star Arrow International. So far there has not been any dazzling first title. This space race undoubtedly lags behind competitors, and the capital invested is the one with the largest number of tripartite parties, which makes Yang Jianan feel pressured. However, Star Arrow International started after all. SpaceX was established in 2002, and the development of the Falcon series of rockets began in 2006, with NASA technical support behind it. Star Arrow International was founded in 2011, the latest one, and without the support of a strong agency like NASA, everything basically depends on itself. Fortunately, Luo Sheng has a skill that neither Elon Musk nor Jeff Bezos can match: money ability. The strong money capability does not lag behind too much. It has been chasing crazy in the past 5 years. Now that it has the ability to compete with SpaceX, it can also show that China's aerospace talent is not weaker than foreign countries. The special plane has already taken off. Luo Sheng, sitting at the window in the living room in the cabin, smiled and said, "Old Yang, don't put too much pressure on you." The title competition for the first-time recovery of second-hand rockets is definitely a contest, but the first priority is still based on stability. The one-time lead does not mean the final lead. Even if 1703 succeeds, it does not mean that the Star Arrow series recovery technology is mature. The road is still long. Yang Jianan nodded his head and didn't say much. What the big gold master said so. What else could he say? All he had to do was move forward and send the rocket to the sky. Just when Luo Sheng had just arrived in Kayangzhou, they got an unexpected news when they got off the plane. "What did you say?" SpaceX announced the launch plan 1 week in advance. Luo Sheng couldn't help hearing Tang Xin's report for a moment. The latter affirmed, "Elon Musk posted an update on his social account microblog an hour ago, confirm that it is a week in advance. Some media have already reported." After hearing this, Luo Sheng couldn't help saying, Elon Musk is still playing microblog without sleeping in the middle of the night. Who can show it to? The accompanying Yang Jianan estimated that SpaceX's original launch plan was on March 22, 1 week in advance is to be launched on March 14th. And our Star Arrow was launched on March 16. His assistant to Yang Ping casually put up a sentence, "Elon Musk is obviously here for us, and it is premeditated." Star Arrow's second-hand rocket launch plan was announced 1 month earlier, and a live broadcast launch is also required. And SpaceX's Falcon rocket also announced its launch plan at the beginning of the new year. At this moment, Yang Jianan couldn't help but raise his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Sheng, but he was very worried that Luo Sheng was stimulated by the news, and asked to let the rocket go to heaven before SpaceX. This is a big trouble. If such a hurried change to the original launch plan is absolutely endless, it is very likely to bring the problem to heaven and face the risk of failure again. Luo Sheng said calmly, "Don't be influenced by outside news. They play our own and we play our own. It just happens to take the opportunity to observe and learn." Hearing Luo Sheng's words, Yang Jianan's heart that had just hung up was finally put down. He was afraid that Luo Sheng would be irritated by this news, and Elon Musk would be caught by his opponent. In fact, Liu Sheng had noticed Yang Jianen's reaction just now, especially when he deliberately glanced at his small movement. Obviously he was afraid that he would be affected by the news. After all, Liu Sheng is now the CEO of Star Arrow International, and the company was founded by him. The research funding is given by him. He has the right to make arrangements for the company's plan, and he is determined to execute it. No one can stop him. Fortunately, Yang Jianen is more worried than that. Liu Sheng himself engaged in scientific research in his last life, which is very different from other leaders. Naturally, he understands that scientific research cannot be rushed. Today is March 9th, 1 week before the launch of Star Arrow 1703 inches. Liu Sheng temporarily separated from Yang Jianen after arriving in Kyangzhou, and Lao Yang took his assistant to launch the Chinese and Western launch. Liu Sheng led Tang Xin, his new little secret, to Sanya for a few days vacation to feel the tropical atmosphere. Early on March 15th, Liu Sheng just had a dream, dreaming that the rocket was launched, and then it felt a bit boring, and then woke up from his sleep. After waking up, he opened his eyes and saw Tang Xinjing looking at him with a smile. "Mr. Liu, good morning," Liu Sheng said helplessly. "Can't I wake me up in another way?" Tang Xin said playfully. For example, Liu Sheng immediately turned up and stretched out the floor curtains, and the outside view radiated into the room. After looking out for a moment, he looked back at Tang Xin and said, "This is beyond your job. The scope of work is not able to give you a promotion, salary increase or other economic benefits, and you may even lose your existing job." Despite what seems to be a bit ruthless, Liu Sheng knows that some openings can be opened, but some openings must not be opened, otherwise the detonator will be buried and cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, it was Tang Xin who took the initiative to send him to the door during the past few days. Liu Sheng said that he was innocent and refused at the beginning, but he was also a normal person. Tang Xin smiled and looked at Liu Sheng's face with an indifferent answer. "I can have such an encounter with the world's richest man and the first person in science and technology. I will be happy even if I lose my job." Liu Sheng, I couldn't stop talking. It was a bit ruthless to think about beating her. She said so, and what she said would make her look too mean. Not at all. The clever scheming girl is undoubtedly, the people around him are so clever. Even a little secret. It is really impossible to control this group of people without a little strength. However, Liu Sheng was also relieved, which was right, and the side evidence is that the company's management is not a group of pig brains, and it is really anxious if it is the other way around. Liu Sheng represents the core of this huge commercial technology empire composed of Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur, and the people who can reach the core must be something. Otherwise, they will not reach this level. Tang Xin had already prepared a breakfast. Liu Sheng simply finished washing and dining, just sat at the table and looked at the clock on the wall, and immediately said, "Yo, this point should be Falcon 9 inches. It's launched. Where is the computer?" It is said that Tang Xin immediately took a laptop computer to Liu Sheng, and soon opened the live page. SpaceX's launch experiment is also the entire process of global live broadcast. Liu Sheng stared at the screen while enjoying breakfast, and the countdown showed that there was 1 minute before the launch time. At the same time, the North American Cape Canaveral Air Force Base on the west coast of the Atlantic Ocean is brightly lit, and the Falcon 9 rocket with a height of 70 meters is particularly eye-catching. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1 ignition. As the countdown ended, the launch site was as bright as day, and Liu Sheng, who was watching the live broadcast of the launch, also stared at the screen without a word, listening to the cheers of SpaceX employees from the live broadcast room. "Tomorrow is the day when the Star Arrow is launched, and I hope to declare success in cheers." Tang Xin, who was sitting next to him for breakfast, glanced at the live broadcast and said, "I really hope it explodes directly in the air." Just when Tang Xin's words just fell, the Falcon 9 in the live picture was less than 800 meters high, and suddenly, exploded. The original cheering live background sounds became holy sh*t, OMG, WTF, and then fell into a silence. When Liu Sheng, who eats melons, is also stupid, Yu reads the book and looks back after a moment. Wang's Tang Xin, have you opened your mouth? Tang Xin stared at the screen with excitement. It's blown up. It's really blown up. Liu Sheng whispered immediately, how can you say that? This is not just SpaceX exploding a rocket firework worth more than $60 million, but also a major loss of human spaceflight. Don't be so gloating. Tang Xin reacted and couldn't help but spit out her small tongue. But she couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw Liu Sheng screaming with an unabashed happy expression at the moment. The so-called most happy thing in the world is to watch your opponents deflate. At this time, Liu Sheng's inner heart is already a lot, so don't be too sour. Let you sneer, let's blow it up. Liu Sheng once again focused his attention on the live broadcast. He wanted to see if the director would give a shot of Elon Musk, and wanted to see what his expression looked like at the moment. Chapter 654. The essence of humans really likes to hurt each other. The news of the failure of Falcon 9's attempt to use the second-hand rocket multiplex launch experiment quickly spread, and the media in the technology circle all reported the text news as soon as possible. The live broadcast of this launch is still not over, and it is impossible to shut down the broadcast halfway because of a failed launch. It used to fail often, and it is not such a glass heart. After all, commercial private companies are different from the country. Soon after, Elon Musk finally showed up, accompanied by media reporters who arrived at the scene to repay. Liu Sheng, who was watching the live broadcast, saw Elon Musk under the lens being interviewed by a media reporter. Musk was very calm, and he also had a slight smile when he was interviewed, but the smile on his face was a bit strong. The smell of laughter. Tang Xin found that Liu Sheng, who was watching the press conference at the moment, was happy like a baby. Sometimes he couldn't help but sigh that men only grow old but always grow up. The problem preliminarily concluded that it may be that large impulse and heat entered the engine compartment, causing the central engine TVC to malfunction and eventually explode. But there may also be other reasons. We will further investigate the specific failure. But as long as it is not damaged, the launch platform is not too bad. Speaking of which, Elon Musk added frankly, successful is undoubtedly a great launch, failure is also the best fireworks show. A reporter quickly asked, Mr. Musk, do you have anything to say about the upcoming launch experiment of China's Star Arrow International? Hearing this, Elon Musk scolded the reporters in his heart, which pot was not opened, and a calm smile appeared on the surface. Good luck. After saying a blessing, Elon Musk refused to comment on it further and no longer answered reporters' questions, and left the scene. The $62 million fireworks show is really a bit expensive, and the Silicon Valley Iron Man has to go to the toilet to touch his tears. It is impossible to say that Elon Musk is not distressed. He is not as rich as Liu Sheng. Not only did he not get the title of successfully recycling second-hand rockets for the first time, even with the launch success rate of Falcon 9 it will pull down, and for the commercial launch market, it will also fluctuate on SpaceX in confidence. The point is, he also expected that Liu Sheng, who was informed of the news at this moment, would probably die happily. And this may not be the most uncomfortable place for Elon Musk. The real uncomfortableness is probably the launch plan of Star Arrow International. He is blessing Liu Sheng in his heart. This launch also brings a fireworks display. This round doesn't count. Let's start again. In the follow-up live broadcast, Liu Sheng no longer paid attention to it, and covered his laptop. Early in the morning, everyone had a happy event, and as for Elon Musk's blessing, Liu Sheng felt that it might be understood in reverse. After all, this is a blessing from international friends and businessmen who dare not accept it. After a while, Liu Sheng suddenly turned his head to stare at Tang Xin. Next, it's time to perform our launch mission. Tang Xin's shining eyes rolled around, and he smiled. Are you sure that the remaining fuel is enough for another launch mission? Liu Sheng nodded affirmatively. Just kidding, It's totally enough. Come on, don't fault the launch window. With the passage of time, news of the Falcon 9 second-hand rocket reuse and launch experiment tragedy spread one after another. Domestic netizens who eat melons are also concerned about this matter with a happy attitude. And the hot discussion of this matter will inevitably shift the topic to the next Star Arrow 1703 inches launch experiment. People with clear eyes know that Star Arrow International and SpaceX are fighting in the dark and secretly, and they want to compete for the first successful recovery, the title of second-hand rocket. Right now SpaceX hasn't made history, but has given the world a $62 million sky-high fireworks show, basically out. But it is not without opportunities. As long as the launch of Star Arrow 1703 inches fails, it is not known who will eventually lose this title. Undoubtedly, this will leave a highly anticipated suspense for melanating people all over the world. Eyes focused on the live broadcast of the Star Arrow 1703 inches launch experiment. The next day, dawn. In the outer security area of the launch platform, thousands of tourists have gathered at the moment. They all come with the same purpose, that is, to watch the upcoming Star Arrow 1703 inches recyclable rocket. Some people use smartphones to shoot videos, but there are also some local tyrants and photography enthusiasts. The peripheral security area is now equipped with many cameras, like long guns and short guns. Of course, there are media reporters who come to the scene, both domestic and foreign. The launch is also for global live broadcast. Domestic viewers can watch it on Blue Star Video. BV Video, the world's largest streaming media video website, also has an official live special channel for this launch. It also includes other emerging live broadcast platforms that can be broadcast for free. Star Arrow 1703 inches will be launched on time at 6:57. At this moment, people in the peripheral area can clearly see Star Arrow 1703 inches standing on the launch platform from a distance. The overall height of this rocket is 70 meters from competitor Falcon 9. In terms of load, the Star Arrow Heavy rocket can deliver a 25-ton load to low Earth orbit, a 9.1-ton load to a geosynchronous transfer orbit, and a 4.6-ton load to Mars orbit. The Falcon 9 can deliver a 22.8-ton load to low Earth orbit, a 8.3-ton load to a geosynchronous transfer orbit, and a 4.2-ton load to Mars orbit. There is no doubt that once the Star Arrow Heavy rocket is finalized, its carrying capacity will surpass that of the Falcon 9, called the world's active rocket with the highest carrying capacity. In terms of launch quality, the Star Arrow Heavy rocket is 885 tons, and the Falcon 9 is 550 tons. In terms of launch cost, the Star Arrow Heavy rocket is slightly more expensive, at $68.5 million, while the launch cost of the Falcon 9 is $62 million. But compared to the same level of traditional rocket launch costs are more than 30% cheaper. Both rockets are recyclable and reused. As long as the frequency and number of launches increase, the average cost will be greatly reduced. In terms of launch frequency, Falcon 9 can achieve a frequency of 1 shot per week, while Star Arrow's heavy rockets can achieve a frequency of 5 shots per day. The launch frequency of the rocket is related to the production capacity and demand, especially the production capacity, which must be maintained. The ultimate dream of reusable rocket reuse is that the rocket can quickly undertake the launch mission again after the rocket is recovered. Star Arrow International hopes that its single recyclable rocket can be launched again within half a month, instead of the present one, which has been more than 9 months since the last recovery. The longer the period, the greater the cost. In the future, if you want to build a space ladder, then the launch frequency may be required to launch every day. If the launch period of a single rocket is too long, either the time cost will increase, and you want to save time cost, it's much more to make more rockets and keep launching in turn, which obviously will increase the economic cost. At around 6:25, Luo Sheng arrived at the flight control center at the launch site. A row of staff sat in the control hall, all staring at his screen data, and his duties were responsible for his work. Everyone is very focused, because this launch mission is too important, and everyone knows that the SpaceX next door has overturned, and also gives everyone a warning. Luo Sheng basically came over to see. It was more an attitude issue when people came to the scene. After all, it was the big boss of Star Arrow International. At this moment, the launch has entered the countdown within the last half hour, and the corner of the main screen of the Flight Control Center displays this specific countdown scaler. Yang Jianan came to Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, do you know the news that Falcon 9 failed to launch? Luo Sheng nodded with a smile. I personally saw the explosion in the live broadcast, unfortunately. Regret. Seeing that Die Jinzu is so happy, Yang Jianan had to follow the regret of being happy, and he understood very well. After all, there is nothing more gloomy than watching competitors deflate things. The essence of mankind is to like to hurt each other. But on the other hand, Yang Jianan was more worried. The old pressure dissipated with the failure of the Falcon 9 launch, but new pressures also followed. The failure of the Falcon 9 launch must also give them brought new pressure. It is worth mentioning that, compared to the Falcon 9 rocket, the appearance of the Star Arrow 1703 is also very similar to the genetic shadow of its own traditional rocket CZ series, and it is a clear identification with the international rockets. This is quite normal. China's aerospace technology is completely independent and independently developed and explored step by step. In fact, domestic aerospace people don't want to learn from foreign technology, take a little detour, but they can guard you from all directions. The talents of Star Arrow International are basically domestic talents. The shadow of the CZ series is normal. Obviously, is also a completely independent technology, and it is a standard system. Luo Sheng jokingly said, "La Yang, the specific work on the launch will be all for you. I will wait for the moment of success, and then I will hold a media meeting with the gang of reporters. It is up to me." Well, to put it another way is something you do. Just let me pretend to be X, and everyone will do their job. Old and perfect. With the passage of time, the fuel has already been injected into the rocket, and all parties are ready, including a huge barge in the Western Pacific as a marine recovery platform is also ready to maintain communication with the flight control center around the clock unblocked. The Star Arrow fired into the final countdown of 30 seconds. Ps. Special thanks to the reward of Dan Haixiang Yun. Recently, I often saw this name appear on the reward list in the background, and the amount is not small. Many are 100 soft sisters. Even more embarrassed, and thank you to all the supportive friends. Chapter 655 Arrow on the String. Launch. 10, 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1 Ignition. Commander 1's voice resounded in the flight control center, and the audience also heard the word ignition in the background sound of the live broadcast. At this moment, the tourists who watched the scene in the outer security area shouted in excitement. The white fog was soaring in the launch site. After waiting for a while, the stars and arrows slowly rose into the sky. It took a while for the Earth to feel the shock and the shocking roar. Conduct it. Watching on the spot and watching in the live room are two completely different feelings. The feeling on the spot is an unparalleled shock, not only feels small as a human being, but also feels great because of the creation of human beings. Oh, Red Duck. The audience at the scene also burst into warm cheers. At the same time, the stars and arrows flew into the sky, but also made everyone's heart agitated. Most of the visitors who came to the scene were aerospace enthusiasts, and they were all very young. This scene is the most exciting. This is the biggest meaning of public live broadcasting. It can inspire young people to care more and even devote themselves to the cause of aerospace. It also tells the aspiring people in the country that if they don't want to be content with being an audience, they want to participate and join Star Arrow International. At the scene, a sister looked at the shocking picture in front of her. Her mouth opened into a goose egg, And after a while she asked her boyfriend, "What are those white mists? Why didn't the flames spray out when the rocket was launched?" Her boyfriend is obviously an aerospace enthusiast. Hearing the question of the female ticket, he explained without hesitation, "That's water vapor." Have you seen the two large shelves of the launch platform? The two large shelves are equipped with a large flow water cooling and noise reduction system. When the rocket is launched, the temperature of the tail flame can reach nearly 3000 degrees. So there must be a large flow of water cooling and noise reduction system to protect the entire launch platform. They will spray the water before the rocket launches. The huge flame will release a lot of water vapor, which forms what we see now. By the time the rocket was launched, the entire launch site was almost wrapped in white mist. Girlfriend, it's amazing. Telephoto capture target, normal telemetry signal. The rocket continued to steadily accelerate and take off, and real-time monitoring data was continuously transmitted to the flight control center. The staff on the scene stared at their respective data panels. This launch experiment was not just for the recovery of the second-level rocket. Star Arrow also carried a $237 million satellite of Blue Star technology. If the launch fails, the loss this time will be huge. Luo Sheng will also hurt for a while. In other words, Blue Star Technology was founded by him. Otherwise, after the last bombing of the satellite, it will definitely not be handed over to Star Arrow International for the launch mission. If it is another company, I am afraid that it will have to find a traditional commercial satellite launch or SpaceX to complete it. After all, the latter's success rate is as high as 94%. While Star Arrow's current launch success rate is only about 53%. If it was said that SpaceX's rocket bombing was a $60 million firework show yesterday, if Star Arrow International also followed up, it would be a firework show of nearly $300 million. Old expensive. As time passes by 1 minute and 1 second, real-time data in the live broadcast room shows the rocket's current altitude, speed and other information. When the rocket launched 2 minutes and 39 seconds into the sky, real-time data showed that the altitude at this moment was 60.9 kilometers and the speed was 5,906 kilometers per hour. The booster separated under the witness of everyone. The booster is separated and the recycling begins. There are 5 scenes in the live room respectively, and the background is the Earth, which is picturesque from the perspective of the rocket. Everyone witnessed that 4 boosters fell off the main body of the Star Arrow and began to return to Earth, and this also detonated the first sensation, and the interaction between the webcasts suddenly increased. The speed of the booster suddenly increased after separation, and the speed increase from 2 seconds to 100 kilometers became a speed increase from 1 second to 100 kilometers. The rocket just adjusted his posture to be handsome to me, just like watching a science fiction movie. The second-hand rocket is going home. The Earth is really round. I believe it now. What can you say besides lying trough? The bullpen's cloth is shining. The Star Arrow International is a real-time picture of the whole field, and the CZ series rocket launches are all simulated in 3D. The lens is too stable. It's really bloody. The happiest thing is that this is not the old beauty in the show, but our company is in the show. At the same time, the 4 boosters have begun to enter the stage of recovery and return to the surface, and will eventually achieve fixed-point recovery on a dedicated landing platform at the launch site. But this is not the point. Land recovery is already a fairly mature technology. Today's highlight is the recycling of offshore platforms for core-level rockets. At 3 minutes and 39 seconds, the rocket's altitude officially exceeded 100 kilometers, and its speed reached 10,721 kilometers or. At this time, the audience saw the Star Arrow under the lens separate again. Core-level drop-off. The background sound of the live broadcast room cheered again as the broadcaster reported, "The highlight is here, and the core-level rocket begins to return to the atmosphere." The rocket continued to lift off, and the time was passing by 1 minute and 1 second. At 4 minutes and 11 seconds, The rocket reached an altitude of 121 kilometers and a speed of 11,238 kilometers per hour. At the same time, the live broadcast came again from the broadcast of the Flight Control Center. Polishing fairing. Everyone is more and more excited, especially the engineers of the Star Arrow project team. It is really moving forward every minute and every second, one step after another. The rocket continued to lift off steadily, and the split shots of the 4 booster rockets also changed. The audience has noticed that the background surface is getting larger and the contours of the surface are getting clearer. This means that the booster is continuing to land on the ground and is getting closer to the ground. At this time, it was not so obvious, and when the rocket launched 7 minutes and 35 seconds, the camera angle became a vertical overlook, and the landing platform on the ground was clearly seen. At the same time, another high-definition static lens of the landing platform is given. At 7 minutes and 50 seconds, the 4 boosters landed smoothly and orderly on the scheduled recovery platform under the witness of everyone. The 4 boosters stood on the ground accompanied by the dust and mist. At this moment, the background sound of the live broadcast room cheered again, and the barrage interaction gradually exploded. 66,666. Look quickly, the rocket is flying backwards. The lying trough is to trademark Sci-Fi Cow Batch, marveling from the heart. At this time no one is paying attention to the satellite 2333 of the Blue Star technology in the sky. Sci-fi film like Mayo, Perch, I don't believe it. It doesn't look high, but the booster is actually very big. I really saw tears in my eyes. Who said that only magnesium can master core technology? Archbishop is mighty. Luo Sheng, who is in the Flight Control Center, also paid attention to the launching situation throughout. As a bystander, he said nothing, and the surface was very calm, but the current atmosphere is impossible if it is not infected, and the heart is also more surging. This launch experiment can be said to attract global attention, whether it is the general public or people in the scientific and technological, aerospace, business, and academic circles. Yesterday, SpaceX second-hand rockets recovered the Orfton sand field, exploded less than 800 meters above the sky, and sent a $60 million firework show to the world. Today, Star Arrow International once again challenges the boundaries of human space technology. So far, everything is going smoothly. The probability of success increases with each passing minute. Many people are very much looking forward to the historic moment, and there are also a few people who are looking forward to the rollover of Star Arrow International, including Elon Musk, who is watching in secret. Only when Star Arrow International has overturned will SpaceX have the opportunity to regain the first title of second-hand rocket recovery. Just then, Luo Sheng left the Flight Control Center, came alone to an unmanned corridor, and immediately took out his mobile phone. Xiaona, fully monitor the entire network. Observe. Xiaona responded eloquently. Luo Sheng went back to the Flight Control Center again, and the next highlight was the highlight, just in case an old beauty secretly brought you the legs, disturbing you, and driving carefully for thousands of years. Correct. When the time came to 9 minutes and 35 seconds to lift off, the cheers in the live broadcast room. Once again, the lens has all been recycled to the core level rockets, and every viewer watching the live broadcast noticed that the background of the picture was a blue. You are reading www.uucannonzoo.com. Everyone knows the vast Pacific Ocean below, and on the high seas off the coast of the Philippine coast, about 1,600 kilometers away from the launch center, a huge barge is stationed on the calm sea, with a huge and eye-catching ring mark in the middle of the landing platform. Herein is the logo of Star Arrow International. The sea barge appeared for the first time in the live broadcast, and sharp-eyed viewers noticed a flash of footage of a warship appearing on the distant coastline. At the same time, the deceleration of the core-level rocket landing has begun. The audience all watched the live broadcast lively with breathlessness. The minds of the followers were different. Some people looked forward to success and some looked forward to rollover. Everyone knows whether they will be able to create new feats in the history of human space launches, which will be revealed in less than half a minute. Please, there is one more change at night. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 656, Creating History Above the Western Pacific Skyline. The Star Arrow 1703 inches core level rocket is adjusting its attitude. The rocket has a module called grid rudder that can rotate, which is different from the grid wing on the missile. The big difference is that the grill rudder can adjust the direction from left to right, and its role is to stabilize the course. During the descent of the rocket, under the influence of high speed and strong airflow, it will not rely on this module. This stuff is not exclusive to Star Arrow International. SpaceX rockets are also available, but they were not invented by SpaceX, but the former Soviet Union. In addition, the first level ignition after separation from the second level rocket is not to reach the predetermined orbit, but because the recovery site is on the surface of the planet, so the second ignition is required to move the rocket that originally separated the first and second level money due to gravity and inertia. The orbit in the direction of flight is retracted near the recovery site. At this moment, the audience saw that the core level rocket shown in the live broadcast screen was continuously decelerating. When decelerating to 30 ms, the landing gear was opened. It is worth mentioning that the landing of the Star Arrow 1703 heavy rocket was by inertial descent, and there was no hovering action before landing, because landing on an offshore platform generally does not perform a second ignition. Finally, at 9 minutes and 53 seconds after the rocket was launched, Star Arrow International set a new record in the history of human space launch, successfully achieving the feat of second-level rocket recovery for the first time, and included this honor in its pocket. The core-level second-hand rocket successfully landed on the barge landing platform under the witness of the world's followers. It is worth mentioning that this time the picture is not a shot on a barge, because the landing will interfere with the signal, and the signal is transmitted to the satellite through the offshore platform, and then the satellite is transmitted to the major platforms. However, commercial DJI drones can perfectly take the shooting task, but it needs to be shot from a distance, so the picture is not high definition. At this moment, the background sound of the live broadcast room cheered up and reached a new peak. The live broadcast shot also gave the Flight Control Center a secondary shot to show to audiences around the world. At this moment, the staff of the Flight Control Center finally couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and after nearly 10 minutes of breathlessness, it broke out completely. The barrage in the major live broadcast rooms has completely exploded, and the Melanitas at home and abroad have exploded the forum. Really powerful. Praise human wisdom. As an aerospace enthusiast in the magnesium country, when you see this scene, please give me a visit to Huaxia's old vinegar, which is sour. Excited wailing, this is the future, the infinite possible future. Everyone, the stars and the sea need us to work hard. How much do you have to save? No one has paid attention to the satellites of Blue Star technology. The broadcasters have reported that the satellites are in the scheduled orbits. No one is discussing, haha. Once upon a time, how many people did the satellite docking love to watch? But now the results are only focused on the rocket went to 2,333 inches. I may be inflated and proud. Please be more confident, remove the possibility, and swell and be proud. That's Academician Yang. I heard that Academician Yang Jianan is the chief designer of the Star Arrow series. Everyone was cheering, only Yang Lao Wenzhong, but seeing his expression inexplicably hurt, Lao Yang worked hard. We all know how much pressure the Star Arrow team has suffered. Salute to all the astronauts who are fighting on the front line, whether famous or unknown, you are all heroes. The lens gave Yang Jianan a close-up when everyone could not restrain the inner turmoil and completely released the carnival. He sat quietly in his place, and the calm face felt a sense of relief. succeeded. This is enough. I am afraid that outsiders simply do not know how much pressure he has faced since this time. Only he knows. Time is passing by 1 minute and 1 second. At this moment, it is 33 minutes and 57 seconds after the Star Arrow 1703 inches was launched. The satellite has circled several times in the sky, and the live data shows that the speed is as high American Samoa 3522 4000 mh. The height reached 704 kilometers. This satellite will bring greater optimization and upgrades to Blue Star's map service. After 40 minutes, the audience was still unsatisfied, but when preparing to quit the live broadcast room, the camera switched to another scene and again most of the audience chose to continue watching. It is impressive that Archbishop Liu Sheng appeared in the live broadcast screen. It is no exaggeration to say that the audience who watched the live broadcast to the present are all fanatics of Liu Sheng. The live broadcast of this launch undoubtedly excited the blood of countless citizens, and also affected thousands of young people, as well as young people who dreamed of devoting themselves to the cause of aerospace, to strengthen their future path. Many college students are determined to secretly study hard to join Star Arrow International in the future, because Liu Sheng, because of Star Arrow International, and because of what is happening at this moment make them more and more convinced that the journey of the Star Sea can be from Star Arrow International. Start. The footage in the live room is a temporary media conference hall, and the audience saw a large number of domestic and foreign media reporters on the scene. At the moment, at the press conference, Liu Sheng standing on the podium with his hands on the side of the podium. The stroboscopic screen of the lens kept hitting him, and Liu Sheng's face had a bright smile on his face. Of course I am happy. How can this situation be unhappy, especially while Star Arrow International is making history? SpaceX company overturned the car yesterday. He can predict that the news report tomorrow will be particularly interesting. Liu Sheng, as the CEO of Star Arrow International, presided over this temporary press conference at the moment. I announced that the launch mission of Star Arrow 1703 was a complete success, and successfully recovered booster rockets and core level second-hand rockets. This is also the first time in the history of mankind that we successfully launched and recovered second-hand rockets. We have made history. The speech just fell, and the reporters on the scene gave warm applause. The vast majority of domestic media people are applauding from the heart. They are also very excited. This is not just the success of Star Arrow International. The significance is not limited to this. Foreign media reporters gave polite applause. I see that both the internet and the media have pushed me for the success of the Star Arrow launch mission. Frankly, I am ashamed. I don't have any credit. The credit goes to Academician Yang Jianan and all the staff at Star Arrow International. With all the engineers, without their years of hard work, there will be no achievements today. It's no secret. I was still on a vacation under a coconut tree in Sanyu in the week before the launch of Xingjian 1703. As soon as this remark came out, there was a burst of laughter from the audience, and the fans and audience watching the live broadcast called the Archbishop's mentality directly. In fact, you were reading www.uukanzu. If the launch of COM fails, Liu Sheng would definitely have to be sprayed. If you are a Melon user, no matter whether you are the richest person in the world and the first person in contemporary technology, the spray should be absolutely unambiguous. But now it is successful, it will be different, and the licking will be finished. However, it is one thing for Liu Sheng to be so humble. Everyone knows that if he does not support the domestic aerospace industry for years, if he burns tens of billions of dollars, he will not be able to achieve today's achievements. It's hard to cook without rice. You should know that Star Arrow International's R&D investment is not less than 40 billion yuan a year. The Star Arrow series of rocket recovery projects have already smashed nearly 50 billion yuan into it. But Star Arrow International's R&D department is more than this one. In the field, Professor Liu Jianhui's team's new material research project, as well as the project of the nanorobot research team of the Hafnian Polytechnic University, which he recommended and dug up by Xingjian International, are constantly burning money. In contrast, the national aerospace budget is only 13 billion yuan a year. Although the money for cutting-edge technology is not omnipotent, it is basically impossible to do without money. Without money, even the laboratory provides no, how can technology advance? Chapter 657 Forerunners in Space Exploration. At the moment, Luo Sheng, who was standing on the podium, was still talking. This successful recovery undoubtedly further proves that reduction of rocket launch costs through multiple recovery is a practical solution. Rocket recovery was first proposed by Elon Musk in an interview in 2013. He is undoubtedly a great pioneer in the world of spaceflight. Prior to this, almost all space rockets, including SpaceX, were non-reusable. Once the mission was completed, it became a pile of scrap iron and space junk, even if it can be reused. Endeavour, the space shuttle, was also proved to be of little value for reuse because it was too time-consuming and costly to repair. Some domestic media people on the field would smile with a smile, and secretly Luo Sheng would really come, and he would not suffer at all. At this time, he also took the initiative to raise Elon Musk. In fact, it's about catering to people, and people with a clear eye can understand. Because yesterday Musk's rocket exploded, and Star Arrow just succeeded and made history. This is also a daily series of big fights between the big brothers, and no one thinks that Luo Sheng is unauthentic. If it is not the same, Elon Musk is not the first. Suddenly announced that the early launch is not in response to Luo Sheng, only finally overturned. It is worth mentioning that when Elon Musk first made his remarks on rocket recovery, it was more criticized by people in the industry. But now, the traditional commercial rocket launch providers have finally staged the true fragrance scene. But not everyone can accept this job. Many North American traditional rocket launch service providers have been forced to restructure or directly collapse because of SpaceX's order. The rest is difficult to maintain. With the rapid rise of Star Arrow International, people in the industry believe that it is foreseeable that as long as Star Arrow International announces the undertaking of launch services, some employers will start looking for Star Arrow International to order second-hand rocket launch services at a lower price. Among the many private space companies of different sizes currently established worldwide, Blue Origin, SpaceX and Star Arrow International are recognized as the three major private space exploration giants, all in the first echelon of space exploration, while other private companies, aerospace companies such as Sierra Nevada and Orbital Science, are far inferior to these three, and the establishment of these three space companies has their own positioning. Blue Origin was first established in 2000. Jeff Bezos hoped that Blue Origin could create space tourism, so the company's recyclable rocket is only responsible for low Earth orbit. Blue Origin is undoubtedly Bezos's my son. The money and sets of cash he earned from Amazon basically hit the company. SpaceX was founded by Elon Musk in 2002. The biggest ideal is immigration to Mars. Elon Musk is relatively poor among the three parties, so the company's high utilization rate of funds is exaggerated. The research and development cost of the Falcon series rocket is only $500 million, but that is also favored by NASA, which not only provides technical support, but also gives up to $2.6 billion for the launch of the International Space Station. But overall, SpaceX's capital utilization rate is indeed very high, almost no waste of money. In contrast, Luo Sheng is not a general loser. Star Arrow International was established almost 10 years later than its competitors, and the Star Arrow project has reached more than $6 billion in research and development investment to date, almost 12 times the Falcon series rocket. And to see this posture, you have to add money. However, if you analyze carefully, you will find that Luo Sheng must be willing to give up, and must be so lost. There is no way, because the tuition fee is still up after all. Star Arrow International really has nothing but money. The current technical reserves are all derived from Luo Sheng's money capabilities. Star Arrow International's positioning is the resources of the entire solar system. Although it was established at the latest time, the dreams, patterns and ambitions are indeed the largest and most difficult to achieve among the three companies, including the ultimate goal of building a space ladder or the solar system resources, even resources outside the solar system. This is an imagination of the future, and there are infinite possibilities. At the media conference, Luo Sheng continued to speak. At present, the launch cost of the Star Arrow Heavy rocket is about $70 million. Although this offer is relatively cheap compared to other rocket launch companies, the application of recyclable technology can make the launch cost is saved by 35%, about $24.5 million, excluding the exchange rate changes of about 170 million yuan. This cost is not a small amount for any company, and as the number of launches increases, the final cost should be lower. Compared with the traditional rocket launch, the current launch cost of Yaoshang SpaceX can save about 30%, about $18 million, while Star Arrow can save more than $24 million, and the competitiveness is obviously higher than SpaceX. In fact, Luo Sheng said at the moment that these are not random talks. As the technology gradually improves and matures, it is time to consider commercialization. The company has been unable to make ends meet. Although Luo Sheng has no pressure to bear R&D expenses, Star Arrow International is unhealthy if it cannot bear its own profits and losses. Besides, it's not a brain problem if you don't make money with it. You can't make money by Elon Musk. Luo Sheng continued: but still in that sentence, today was only successful once. This does not mean that the technology of second-hand rocket recycling is already mature, and the road ahead is still long. In addition, since the second-hand rocket launched this time only recovered the first stage booster and the first stage part of the core that were previously equipped with rocket engines, many key navigation and guidance control equipment are in the second stage rocket, and the second stage rocket it has been put into orbit, and it is more difficult to recover. But it also shows that the Star Arrow Heavy rocket still has huge room for improvement and room for further greatly reducing the launch cost. Obviously, only 30% of the launch cost savings are unsatisfactory for Star Arrow International, and Luo Sheng is also dissatisfied. Once the secondary rocket can also be recovered, it can further save about 40% of the launch cost. Luo Sheng added: all these considerations are under the planning and control of Star Arrow International, because we are likely to see a fully recyclable rocket at the end of this year, the ultimate upgraded version of Star Arrow for the first test flight of the Star Arrow 17E model. We will also formally incorporate the fairing recycling into the plan. As soon as this remark came out, the media on the spot could not help but applaud again. Why should we put the fairing into the recycling list? This seemingly ordinary shell actually costs up to 45 million yuan, accounting for 10% of the rocket's overall cost. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng added a joke: it's not easy, but it's picking up money. If you're even disgusted with picking up money, what do you do? Ha ha. The media reporters at the scene and the netizens who watched the live broadcast laughed, but they were speechless. However, this money is not something that ordinary people can pick up. Rocket launch. The grounding gas is a space express. In fact, it is just for delivery, and the fairing is the express box, which is the golden cargo. The professional is called payload. The cargo is satellites and the like things. And this box is a bit powerful. Imagine that a 3-stage rocket is on the bottom of the butt, high temperature, high heat, high speed, and strong airflow impact in the atmosphere. Until novel.com it is a basic requirement that it does not break itself. Adjust the internal temperature and humidity. It contains satellites, which are the most sophisticated and the most expensive things for the rocket as a whole. The smoke from the outside atmosphere does not come in at all, and the thinner the fairing, the better. This can increase the payload. During the launch of the rocket, the journey from the ground to outer space has to undergo a series of trials in extreme environments. and then it must be able to ensure that it is accurately opened when it reaches a predetermined orbit. There are too many technologies involved. The packaging of 45 million yuan is not excessive. At the same time, because it is expensive, it accounts for about 10% of the cost of the rocket. Of course, we must consider recycling. At this moment, a reporter at the media meeting looked at Liu Sheng, who was talking eloquently on the podium, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If the future journey of humanity is the Sea of Stars, then Star Arrow International and Elon led by Liu Sheng, SpaceX led by Musk, and Blue Origin led by Jeff Bezos are likely to be the forerunners of this journey. Once again, people in the domestic media industry are quite excited that among these three pioneers, there is a place for Chinese. Chapter 658 Boss and Small Bosses. In front of Star Arrow International in mid-March of this year, the Star Arrow Heavy rocket was successfully launched for the first time and successfully recovered the core level and booster second-hand rockets, making the spaceflight launch again on the headlines of the global news website after many years. Star Arrow International has also received countless admirations and praises. The research and development process took only 5 years and is completely independent. It has achieved the carrying capacity beyond the Falcon 9 Heavy rocket and has become the world's #1 in active service. The successful launch of Star Arrow 1703 inches and the ability to refresh the screen around the world, not only let the Falcon 9 rocket and SpaceX, which competed but failed to launch, lose face, but also embarrassed the NASA's Precision SLS. The old aerospace companies in the United States, Europe, Japan, Russia and other countries are under great pressure. You must know that the Ariane 6 inches rocket being developed by the Europeans cost more than $5 billion. Star Arrow International's research and development efficiency really shocked them. As commercial aerospace becomes more and more successful, the most embarrassing is NASA's SLS. SLS is the product of the Space Shuttle era. The goal is a new generation of magnesium heavy-duty rocket system. NASA hopes that it will go beyond the legendary Saturn V with another. A super money-burning Orion spacecraft has become a new generation of killers for the moon exploration, fire detection and deep space exploration of the magnesium country. The SLS project was approved in 2011 and passed smoothly. Since then, it has been absorbing gold at a rate of about $2 billion per year. The cost of a heavy rocket of Star Arrow International is about $110 million. And the second hand can now be discounted by 40%. If the ultimate version of the Star Arrow 17E Heavy rocket is successfully tested for the first time, the launch cost will be further reduced. The days of SLS, it's even more difficult to handle, because its launch cost is conservatively estimated at about 1 billion yuan. Can it be embarrassing? The news of Xingjian International began to spread, and domestic media have reported in the close-up of the book, especially since the media has exaggerated titles. Netizens who eat melons are also happy to compare SpaceX's rollover and Star Arrow International's history. This time Star Arrow International has finally made a headline news. Domestic media have reported in the close-up of the big book, and the people who eat melons in the mainland are also proud of it. It used to be that SpaceX was always sour, but now it is finally sour. Some people are happy and some are sad. The foreign media articles are quite sour and vinegar. This round of competition ended in the victory of Star Arrow International for them. The lively mood also greatly reduced the experience. Now the pressure has shifted to Elon Musk and SpaceX. After all, it was established early, with NASA technical support, and it is advertised as a leader in the industry. The result is this situation, which is both stressful and embarrassing. After all, your SpaceX has been established for 15 years, and Star Arrow International has only been in existence for 5 or 6 years since its establishment. The gap between the current technical level and SpaceX is getting smaller and smaller, and even leading by a small margin. This shows that the progress of Star Arrow International is much higher than that of SpaceX. Wouldn't it be possible to fully lead all peers in 5 years at this speed? The person behind Star Arrow International is Liu Sheng, a man who is good at continuously creating miracles, and he has to face competition with such people. SpaceX launched an experimental overturn, and the jackpot was grabbed by Star Arrow International. It is conceivable how much pressure Elon Musk is now. It is terrible that now it is not only competing with Liu Sheng in the field of private space exploration, but both sides are also rivals in the field of electric vehicles. Liu Sheng's Azure Pure electric car company now has a market value of more than $1 trillion, which is the first in the automotive industry, the second existence in the world. On the other hand, the market value of Tesla is now in its 7th year of listing, and its market value is not as good as a fraction of the Blue Pure electric car company. Inability to produce energy is the biggest pain for Tesla's electric vehicles. If it were not for the loan of SpaceX's $2.6 billion order contract from NASA and embezzled to Tesla, I am afraid that the Pure electric car company has now gone bankrupt. 2. The Star Arrow heavy rocket launch program ended successfully. Liu Sheng did not stay in Kayangzi for too long. He returned to Suking the next day, and the focus of his work was temporarily placed on Star Arrow International. Although there were some minor episodes in the process of this launch plan, it turned out to be a great success and won the lottery for the company. Finally, there is an honor that can be won. In the internal meeting of Star Arrow International headquarters, Liu Sheng smiled at several senior executives and Yang Jianan and other technology tycoons who attended the meeting. Everyone was also very happy. They had been crushed by SpaceX before. Life was not a taste. Seeing the Falcon rocket roll over the day before yesterday, the Star Flying Sky successfully formed a sharp contrast yesterday. Of course, it is a pleasant thing. At this time Liu Sheng added, occasionally lead. But the gap still needs to be faced up. Star Arrow International's honor and achievements are undecided. At present, China's weak basic technology level in materials technology is an indisputable fact. Recyclable rockets technology still needs the astronauts to continue to struggle. Star Arrow International is currently completely 100% domestically developed technology. I don't want to face the same basic technology as the Côte d'Azur. The foreigner is stuck in the neck. When everyone heard that Liu Sheng, the head of the team, was so calm, he didn't get too complacent, and let everyone temporarily put aside the joy of success and return to reality. Liu Sheng once again said, slightly leading SpaceX does not mean anything. The total investment of Star Arrow International in the space exploration field is as high as $16.2 billion per year, second only to NASA's $19.3 billion. And the Star Arrow project alone has a total R&D investment of more than $6 billion. And benchmarking SpaceX? No, we want to benchmark NASA. What this said makes people present feel shocked and as if they are as excited as chicken blood. If someone else says so, they may feel that they are delusional, but the person who said this is the richest man in the contemporary world, worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Yes. The management of these trillions of dollars of assets is in hand. To benchmark NASA, at least in terms of budget, it is absolutely true, and I know that Liu Sheng is willing to give up his blood. Liu Sheng continued, heavy rocket Star Arrow 17E is to enable us to gain a foothold in space exploration, and what really makes us proud is super heavy rocket Star Arrow 20S. This so-called Star Arrow 20S, the number 20 represents that it is expected to be finalized in 2020, and this rocket's low Earth orbit carrying capacity will reach 160 tons, which is unprecedented data, not only surpassing Saturn V. The near orbit capacity of 127 tons will also surpass the current NASA SLS, and the three versions of SLS Block E, IB. To near-Earth orbit capacity ranges from 95 tons to 140 tons. At present, although NASA's SLS has not yet officially flew into service, but from the perspective of technological leadership and capabilities, $2 billion per year is also greater than Star Arrow's investment. Basically all of them kill the world, only our Star Arrow 20S can suppress it, so we are not proud of it. Everyone nodded silently. But then again, This is actually worth the pride. Behind NASA is today's world hegemony. Behind Star Arrow International is the richest man in the world. Apart from Star Arrow International, no private space company dares to challenge NASA. Subject. But it is precisely because of this www.mentalnovel.com that the astronauts of Star Arrow International are surging. As a matter of fact, Liu Sheng is no matter to the current competitor SpaceX. The origin of the Blue, or the private space companies such as Sierra Nevada, Orbital Science, etc., all of which are only regarded as small bosses in the middle of the checkpoint. They should be. These little bosses are all younger brothers raised by NASA. NASA is the big boss. The ultimate boss is the North American military industry system. It is the top ace companies. It is Boeing, and Lockheed Martin. The outside world has benchmarked Star Arrow International with private space companies such as SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Orbit Science. They have never thought of NASA or the North American military industrial system, because individuals feel that this is not reliable. But Star Arrow International has such a bold idea, and the dream will always be there. What if it is realized? Otherwise, can it be worthy of the annual budget of more than $16 billion? However, Liu Sheng was not in a hurry. Boss wanted to brush one by one, and the levels had to pass one by one. Chapter 659 Build Your Own Private Launch Center. NASA is very embarrassed now. It is estimated that they will never expect the birth of Star Arrow International, and its rapid rise will make the pattern of the world's space community begin to undergo subtle changes. Liu Sheng said with a smile at the meeting. At this moment's internal high-level meeting, Liu Sheng and the participating executives and the heads of major scientific research projects were discussing some core secret issues. An executive at the meeting said, "The key lies in the North American military-industrial system." Basically, companies that have supported NASA's decades of space development have participated. These companies are the core of North America's space status. NASA has to do well, no matter from the perspective of demand issues, promoting technological progress, and keeping the core military industry enterprises. Although the position of the SLS project is very embarrassing, it is of great significance, and the probability of being cut is not estimated. Liu Sheng nodded involuntarily, obviously approving this view. The issue now being discussed is the discussion among the managers of Star Arrow International. The technical chief executives such as Yang Jianan are basically unable to get in the way. This is not what they should consider, nor is it their strength. The topic now should be the management post. Yang Jianan and others are considered technical posts, but they are the core figures of Star Arrow International, so of course you should know some. Liu Sheng said, although NASA is vigorously supporting the commercialization of the space industry, even if the support has been so great that other countries envy, it is indeed enviable. For example, SpaceX has received NASA's order support of up to $2.6 billion. It has been handed over to SpaceX from research and development to multiple missions. Star Arrow International has not yet seen the meaning of the order given by National Aerospace. Because the order is given, it is very likely that the national team such as the Aerospace Science and Technology Group will not survive, because the market size is so large. Fortunately, Liu Sheng has money, otherwise it may not be able to continue operations. But this attitude of the country obviously also saw Liu Sheng has money to transfuse Star Arrow International. From another perspective, it is not bad for Liu Sheng to give more blood. Liu Sheng knew this and knew it well. Anyway, Star Arrow International has already decided on a superlarge project Space Ladder. With this project, I really eat a lifetime series, but the other list does not care a bit. Liu Sheng then said, but the core of NASA is the traditional military giants. Boeing made $4.2 billion on the Starliner manned spacecraft, and at least about $2 billion a year in projects such as SLS, Orion, X-37B, etc. This all kills SpaceX. As for Lockheed Martin, North America's first military giant, let alone. An executive at the meeting went on to say, yes, from NASA's point of view, The commercial launch order for SpaceX is just to hit the black shops such as Boeing and Llama. Don't ask for prices, and it can save a lot of money for NASA. With this amount of money, SpaceX is only a small part of the reward for only $2.6 billion US. At the same time, it also warns the other party not to make unreported high prices. NASA also raises SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Orbital Science to compete with you. In any case, SpaceX is all NASA means. After all, people are winners from the last century and the bear race in the space race. Of course, something academics such as academician Yang Jianan and other technical gurus heard a days. There were so many corners in it, and they immediately felt involved in company management and competition and called the layman. This kind of big game and intrigue is a big brain pain. It is better not to join in this area. You can honestly lead your team to do research and do it. Anyway, if you are short of funds, you can just ask Liu Sheng to reach out. He only has money. Be willing to spend money. The meeting soon entered the next discussion topic, and one of the executives who attended the meeting immediately made a speech and reported, the major plan being implemented by the company is to build our own private launch center. The current project has been started at the beginning of the year and it is expected to be around 2020 officially put into use. The first test flight of the Star Arrow 20S Super Heavy rocket will use our own launch site. The topics that interested scientists such as Yang Jianan came, and when it comes to technical issues, it's different. The previous topics simply won't catch up. The launch site is located on a medium-sized isolated island in the Indian Muglinjia County on the equator line. We have leased the dredgers Tankan and Tanwale to artificially expand the island. Within a year the area of the island will triple. While reporting from the company's headquarters here, in the area of Linjia County, near the equator line in the southern waters, two dredgers that made the entire Southeast Asian countries envious are carrying out reclamation and land expansion projects. Tankan is equipped with 4 different types of reamer: general, clay, rock digging and heavy rock digging. Compared with the big brother Tanjing, it can excavate rock with higher hardness on the seabed, which can be described as rock cutting like mud. It can be called an excavator. This island-making artifact not only prohibits export, but is not rented out to foreigners. Southeast Asian countries can only be greedy and not to be used. With this island-building artifact, a large island that can build an airport can be built in 1 year, and Boeing can take off and land. The kind of 747 aircraft, and countries in Southeast Asia have built a small island and started in 10 or 20 years. Can this gap be envied? If Eagle Source came to this sea area for an autumn breeze, the Rabbit directly shot a few islands on the spot to suppress it. A senior executive who attended the meeting distributed the prepared paper documents to Yang Jianan and others who attended the meeting and said, "This is the basic layout plan of the launch base. The name has long been determined, and it is called Xing'an Launch Center. Not far from the launch base is the Xing'an Ring Orbit Transshipment Center. The world's largest intelligent unmanned cargo terminal is currently under construction. The island has now been leased from Inkpad by Star Arrow International for 75 years. And has the priority to renew the contract. It has been discussed for several months that the agreement reached during the lease, Star Arrow International has a high degree of autonomy on the island. During the lease, hire a security company to protect legal assets. In other words, Star Arrow International can establish its own regional denial anti-intervention force to protect its legal assets. This is a must. In the future, rocket assembly, production, storage, and R&D centers will be arranged here. There are many high-tech things, all overseas. If there is no stick in hand, Star Arrow International will also dare to enter. The risk is too great. With this right, it is different. Inkpad also saw the island expansion and economic benefits, and finally signed the contract. The matter is actually very simple. Just collect the tax rent. The rent is paid in 15 years and delivered in installments. The tax rate created by the output value on the island has also been agreed upon in the negotiations between the two parties, and everything is handled according to the contract, and the other party cannot blindly change the tax rate. Entering the launch site area, all kinds of leaders are very tropical under the shade of the coconut grove. 2 roads in the launch site are connected in series with a takeoff control command center, a rocket vertical assembly test plant, a launch tower, and a measurement and control center. The roads in the factory area are ordinary 3-class highway, but has certain requirements for turning radius to meet special transportation needs. At this time, Luo Sheng was silently looking at the copy of the planning book in his hand. The 2 rocket vertical assembly plants are the highest and core part of the launch site. The test plant has a total height of 165.5 meters, 22 floors above ground, and a total construction area of 55,120 square meters. It has created many world's most, the world's largest steel gate, the world's highest single-story factory building, the world's highest truss installation, etc. For this project, foreign companies cannot accept this project list because it is too difficult. Only China's infrastructure companies can take over this job. Even if foreign companies have the strength to take orders, Star Arrow International will not hand over the project to them. Some things involve confidential issues. If you want to take over this list, you have to eat a lot of hard bones, such as ultra-high formwork construction technology, ultra-high gate steel truss frame installation technology, ultra-high span steel roof installation technology, ultra-large-scale steel structure Kyoto control technology for embedded parts, special non-standard crane beams and track super-high installation technology, etc. In addition, many majors such as aerospace level power supply, fire protection, electrical engineering, and automatic control must be coordinated with each other. There is no doubt that only the national team's infrastructure group can take on this project. Due to the environmental factors of geographical location, the construction of the launch site also faces the 3 high and 3 strong factors, namely, high temperature, high humidity, high salt and strong typhoon, heavy rainfall, and strong thunderstorm. Under the difficult environment, if you are in an empty rocket vertical assembly test plant, people are extremely small here. A building with a height of more than 100 meters is equipped with a 22-story mobile working platform, and there must be a track for the transfer of rocket transportation on the ground. The building uses an average of 395 kilograms of steel per square meter. This is something that the project contractor has not encountered in his life. The dense steel bars and beam column cross nodes must not only meet the requirements of the frame beam column, but also not weaken the strength of the steel structure. The construction team must the tiresome correction. The launch tower is about 3 kilometers away from the rocket vertical assembly test manufacturer and is connected by orbit. In addition, 6 fixed rocket recovery landing platforms will be established, 4 of which will be used as routine and 2 will be used as emergency backup. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction after reading the planning materials, put down the materials and said, also, the company will recruit people as soon as possible to build a sea-based floating recycling port as soon as possible. Understand? Luo Sheng, is the company budget enough? There is another 138.4 billion yuan. Mtlnovel.com. It must be enough to burn this year. Luo Sheng, then you will inject capital at the end of the year. The sea-based floating recycling port is an important part of the offshore recycling platform. The barge is still too small and not very stable. The future Star Arrow 20S Super Heavy rocket cannot meet the demand. The newly recruited engineers will be responsible for the construction of a floating recycling port on the sea, which will be deployed to the high seas according to the plan. 70% of the Earth's area is the ocean, and at least 70% of the ocean's area is the high seas. So half of the Earth's surface should be on the high seas. Star Arrow International plans to build 20 sea-based floating recycling ports in the future. The branch is on the high seas of the world. The launch frequency of the future construction of the space ladder must be quite high frequency. If you don't prepare much, you will definitely be unable to recover in the future. The space ladder itself is time-consuming. If it affects the progress of the project, the construction time of the ladder will continue to extend, which is unacceptable to Luo Sheng. Chapter 660 Yang Jianen's opposition. The meeting continued to discuss, and then Luo Sheng made a decision that shocked the audience. I intend to open up the data of the Star Arrow heavy rocket, including historical data of previous launches, landing gear, and payload information, to the world. Yang Jianen was stunned when he heard his decision. What? Open source Star Arrow data? Are you sure you are right? Luo Sheng nodded affirmatively. I'm pretty sure that open source these data are shared with people all over the world for research or application, and we don't sue them, which means free use of our intellectual property. Others haven't responded yet, and Yang Jianen was anxious on the spot, and suddenly shook his hands with a shivering voice that seemed to be anxious. I disagree. These precious core data are the results of our painstaking research. Some technology is even ahead of us. How can it be directly shared with the world? Mr. Yang is really anxious, not to mention that the project team has been fighting for the past 5 years only to catch up with the world. Luo Sheng can't even think about it. If you take a step back, Luo Sheng also smashed a lot of money. In one sentence, let the whole world go by. Tell me another 10,000 steps. Do you charge a fee anyway? Is it a great selfless act to give Baishi directly to the world, or is it really stupid? The reaction of everyone. Luo Sheng had expected it, and academician Yang Jianen's response was as expected, and immediately said to him, Lao Yang, I decided that open source data is not to underestimate or disregard the results of you and the entire project team. It is a decision based on the strategic consideration of Star Arrow International. Yang Jianen bluntly said, what strategic considerations need such selfless contributions? Luo Sheng knows that this is difficult for Yang Jianen to accept, so he explained patiently, there are several reasons for making the decision to open source. Rely only on Star Arrow International or even at private sources such as Blue Origin, SpaceX, Orbital Science. The company is not able to make the entire market. This is one of them. Open source to let the industry inside the country and even the world to research and even apply to create more talent base. The more talent we need, the better. This is the second. Star Arrow International's technology has become an independent system. When the world is using our technology, we will have to use our standards in the future to rely on us fundamentally. This is the third. Yang Jianen and others looked at each other, then looked at Luo Sheng with doubt. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng couldn't help but smiled, adding, Chapter 7 of the Do King has a saying, heaven and earth for a long time. The reason why heaven and earth are long, because they are not born, so they can live forever. And to live first and live outside. Not because of its selfless evil, so it can become private. Lao Tzu more than 2,000 years ago has already said the meaning of selflessness is big private. Putting down the self can achieve self, so must be open source. After Luo Sheng said this, everyone couldn't help making a rejudgment on this open source decision in his heart, because it really made sense. But it was a decision that required great efforts to make. Yang Jianen stopped talking, but Luo Sheng added, Lao Yang, Xingjian International has already explained the problem since the establishment of its name. Our focus is on the technological trends in the next 30 years. Standing under this framework, recyclable rockets are nothing more than the phased and excessive technology of human exploration into deep space. The cheap space shuttle to and from the space ladder has more advantages, and efficient space activities in the future can also travel to and from the atmosphere. Luo Sheng paused and continued, it should make the most of its use, let its true historical role be used by me, and play it out. That is to serve the more advanced strategic needs, that is, the space ladder. Once the future ladder is successfully built, recyclable rocket technology should withdraw from the stage of history. This is an inevitable trend in history. The market will also eliminate it. At this point, we have no reason to hold a future that will be replaced in the foreseeable 30 years. In the future, technology is a treasure, not to mention we have something better. Luo Sheng has already made a decision on open source. It is useless for anyone to oppose it. Even if Yang Jianen picks the pick, he will continue to implement it firmly, but as the chief engineer of Star Arrow, Luo Sheng still has to convince as much as possible. He let him accept this fact, and still hope that he will continue to lead the team to overcome the difficulties of the Star Arrow 20's super heavy-duty recyclable rocket technology. Changing coaches is a very troublesome thing after all. Participants also saw that Luo Sheng was determined to make this decision and open source Star Arrow data to the world. Yang Jianan bowed his head and sighed for a long time. He said helplessly, "You are not unreasonable. This decision is uncomfortable, and it takes a lot of hard work to rectify." Alas, facing the sentimental remarks made by Lao Yang, Luo Sheng expressed his understanding with a silent attitude. The silent attitude also shows that open source is a strategy that the company must implement, and will not change the company's strategy because of the sentiment. At the end, Yang Jianan turned to Luo Sheng. "Okay, I don't object to you. Anyway, even if I object, I can't stop you. I don't have to worry about my emotions. I don't have to pick a pick. I don't feel bad about money anymore." In fact, whether the technology is open source or not will not affect Yang Jianan's honor and personal achievements as the general director of the Star Arrow project. Even the contrary, it will allow his reputation to further expand in the industry, including his influence. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing and nodded again and again. "Ha ha, that's no problem. I'm poor and I'm left with money." The research funding for the Star Arrow 20's should not only be aligned with NASA's SLS, but also overdone. The SLS budget starts at $2 billion per year, and I will give $3 billion per year for the 20's budget. How about Mr. Yang? Is this enough for you to spend? Without him, only Chanda. The management at the meeting rolled their eyes and heard secretly, and secretly said, "Is this a human word?" But then again, everyone finds that there is no way to refute Luo Sheng's remarks. The least valuable thing in his body is money. Is this a man with money ability? Yang Jianan hesitated for a moment when he heard this number, and said, "So much. A little too much, or so much. I just made a joke just now." The point is, this is not too glorious. Scientists are also grumpy, even careful, and like to compete in their own professions. Yang Jianan also knows that SpaceX's Falcon rocket research and development funds only spent $500 million. The utilization rate of the funds is indeed highly exaggerated. Luo Sheng smiled. "Then Yang Lao, you make a price, as much as you say." After hearing this, Yang Jianan pondered for a moment, and said, "Reducing 500 million yuan. The annual budget of $2.5 billion should be enough. If you can save it, don't save Anun's money, and God knows how much money will be needed in the future." An executive at the meeting said, "No, you are wrong, old Yang. The money in the big boss hands is basically not much different from the wind." Luo Sheng immediately confirmed, "Well, the annual budget of $2.5 billion. That's it." Although the decision on open source data was divided during the discussion, the final result was a consensus. Yang Jianan, the most critical, all supported Luo Sheng's decision, and there was no reason for others to object. 5 days later, Star Arrow International's popularity has receded. But Luo Sheng's open source data sharing worldwide news was posted on Star Arrow International's official website, and once again returned to the headlines of the world's major news sites that day. All of a sudden, the media and aerospace communities were shocked. Rocket is a cutting-edge technology in the eyes of ordinary people. It is a state-level investment in power to play, and it is a highly confidential core high technology. MTLnovel.com Private companies make rockets, which is in the eyes of most people. Li should not dare to think about it. But Luo Sheng not only thought about it, but also made it out. Now it is even more shocking. He not only made it, but also shared the data open source to the world just after it was done. This core technology, which should be highly confidential in most ways, is so generous by him, has been published on the whole network. Anyone can view, research and even apply at a glance. To put it simply, I published the answer to the whole network. You just need to copy your homework directly. It's easy to save trouble, The most important thing is to save money. The data of open source is the result of burning out on the scale of hundreds of billions. Star Arrow International has announced that the open source data released by the company can be researched and applied for free by all scientific research institutions, universities, enterprises or private individuals in the world. Star Arrow International will not charge any intellectual property licensing fees. With this statement, people all over the world can rest assured and not worry about being sued by Star Arrow International in the future. Chapter 661 Times have changed. NASA headquarters. Director Charles Bolden saw the report in the paper published by Star Arrow International published the open source data of the Star Arrow project. His eyelids twitched slightly. After a while, the newspaper in his hand was snapped on the table with a slap, and he said angrily, "Fuck, why don't Liu Sheng, a die?" After seeing this news is true and reliable, Charles Bolden was angry on the spot, because he saw Liu Sheng's intention at a glance, but this was not a conspiracy strategy, but a conspiracy, so Charles was furious. Anyone with the discerning eye can see that this is Liu Sheng's traditional artistic ability. Many people immediately thought of the open source SWOS operating system on the Côte d'Azur and the open source cloud platform of Blue Star Technology, all of which are open source shared to the world. Now everyone depends on it. Charles Bolden realizes that Liu Sheng is using his open source routines in the internet world in the aerospace industry. Once everyone starts to research and even apply the technology of Star Arrow International, it will inevitably become dependent over time. As Star Arrow International continues to update open source data, others will certainly follow up, especially institutions or enterprises that have begun to enter the application phase. By then, a standardized system belonging to Star Arrow International will be established naturally, and will continue to develop and grow. When you suddenly get stuck at a critical end node in the future, you will be dumbfounded. By that time, who dares to fight against him? The seemingly selfless move actually seeks greater benefits. It does not have to fight with you to kill the enemy easily, and no new competitors will emerge, because the new opponents are also gradually. I grew up, but I entered the standard system of Star Arrow International at the early stage of growth, and I couldn't lose it at all. NASA Director Charles is not only angry, but also extremely worried. If this matter is not taken seriously, NASA's proud position in the human spaceflight world will most likely be shaken in the future. Liu Sheng has now set up another enemy, and he wants to let him evaporate from the earth. A lot more people. Life is indeed revenge, no hatred. Is the Archbishop really open source? This courage really suits. For other companies, it is to guard against the baby. The Archbishop is good, and all the feet are open. I really want to do one, to locate the mother-in-law's family before the bombing, and flatten it. What have you experienced upstairs? What hatred or blame? Brother will not be. Not brother laughs. Can you tell your story? It can only be said that the Archbishop's thinking is really too advanced, and truly global thinking. Boss, I heard that Star Arrow International has opened the rocket data. Can we write code to control the rocket? I have an idea. Ling Wang flashes. Product manager. Of course, I understand. I will immediately demand. Programmer, the boss is assured that I will not delete the library in the future, and if I dare to owe me my salary, I will hang you on the rocket and launch it into outer space. The Archbishop's move is really a bit slippery. The purpose of open source is to allow your data to be uploaded, so I can easily see through all your information so that I can grasp the real situation of the entire industry in real time. Not only that, the purpose of open source is to enable many users around the world to help Star Arrow find bugs, optimize, and fill the program code. The second is to use this to enter the high-end industry in the user's country. The former is equivalent to finding people to work for free. The latter is equivalent to easily entering the market of others. If something goes wrong, the solution of Star Arrow International must be given priority. It is worthy of the Archbishop. This is a smart move. Can you see it all? What's wrong with this? Who can't see it? It's a conspiracy. Everyone can see it. But no one is wrong. This is the best way. You don't need someone to use it. Because resources are limited, it can't satisfy all human needs. The Archbishop's move breaks the traditional closed-door gameplay, which is equivalent to reenacting the rules of the game. In the past, everyone used to cover each other's technology to death. The Archbishop didn't play cards according to the routine. Then I'm going in the opposite direction. Now I think that traditional space agencies, including SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Orbit Science, are dumbfounded. All of a sudden the technical advantages are gone, and it won't take long for competitors to get together. From Silicon Valley, there will certainly be a lot of it in our country. I have a strong hunch that the Archbishop has broken the rules of the game this time, and the world aerospace community may usher in a brand new era. The open source data of Star Arrow International has caused great discussion all over the world, and all the great gods have jumped out to analyze and interpret, and some are right and some are wrong. But there is nothing wrong. Private space companies such as SpaceX are a little dumbfounded when they see this news. NASA's concern is about the future, but private commercial launch companies such as SpaceX are to make money. Of course, the fewer competitors, the better. Now the technology of Star Arrow International is not weaker than them. As a result, the data is open source, which will undoubtedly further intensify the competition in the future. This industry catastrophe has finally gone to the aerospace industry to harm Elon Musk, said Larry Page, one of the Google's founders who stayed in X Lab. There was a sigh of relief and gloating in the line. Feel. In this situation, Page said that he was happy to see that Luo Sheng went to fight Musk, and no matter how he would make him share some energy, so that Google can take a breath, slow down, and not be tired. I have to say that he is really very thoughtful and bold enough. An executive next to him said with emotion, they certainly also heard about the news in the space industry. After all, the world's major news headlines are reporting Star Arrow International, the open source data thing. Larry Page said sharply, Star Arrow International is a latecomer, and it was established 10 years later than SpaceX. For open source data, Luo Sheng just wanted to muddy the water, pulled to a level, and then he used his advantage to defeat the opponent, from which to find a foothold, so as to achieve the purpose of becoming superior. Yes, this kind of person who likes to break the routine and not play according to the routine is really annoying. Hearing that, Larry Page looked at the executive who communicated with him and said, but you don't deny that this is an effective method. Star Arrow International open source matter to me inspired. I decided to follow Luo Sheng's approach and gradually face some of the data of the open source Boston Dynamics worldwide, including the data of self-driving research. This boss. Are you sure you want to do the same? Page glanced at him and said, don't you want to wait for Luo Sheng to come over and reapply the old tricks he played in Star Arrow International in the future? Artificial intelligence, robots, unmanned driving. Luo Sheng is sure will dabble in. He wants to come over to muddy the water. There are no doors. I will muddy the water first. The matter of Star Arrow International brought a lot of reflection to Larry Page. Although the just-launched King Wang likes to play the retro route, the more he lives, the more he returns. But Page realized that the times have changed, and the world's general trend is entering an open source and open altruism era. In the past, Duel's gameplay couldn't work in today's era. How can one person compete against engineers all over the world? Rather than waiting for Luo Sheng to mess up the water, it is better to open source first, so that it will not fall into a passive embarrassing situation. Controversy over the recent protagonist technology open source. Controversy over the recent protagonist technology open source. Seeing a recent chapter commenting that open source data will cause the proliferation of missile technology, the more it gets written, the more it becomes less realistic. In fact, it is because of reality. Recently, SpaceX has open-sourced SpaceXRP in real life. Everyone can go to check it out. Of course, it hasn't been to the open source of the protagonist in the novel, so it only makes sense to write. From SpaceXRP to Tesla's patent disclosure, to Boston Dynamics robot dog open source, These seem to indicate that open source is the future trend. At least it is a sign. This phenomenon may be caused by market problems. Open source can make the plate bigger, or it may be a problem of the enterprise itself. Open source can save development costs, and there may be other factors. The author's bacterial level is not enough. You can only think of it here. The open source technology in the plot is not exclusively controlled by the protagonist, and there are opponents. Open source is to squeeze the survival space of competitors such as SpaceX, because the protagonist is losing money. On the day when the opponents are defeated, the follow-up technology will of course not be open source, or have to add money. As for the diffusion of technology, this is the most desired result of open source and the result that the protagonist wants. Otherwise, what is the source? There seems to be a chapter saying that anyone can make this stuff. The answer is that no one can make it. The B station of the atomic bomb technology has science, but there are just a few rogues that can be created. As long as the uranium is purified, the satellites in space can detect it as soon as the machine is started. Nilang has already performed in person, so you can create it. Came out only in the case of tacit consent of a few big rogues, or in the case of games. Then enlarge the view of the pattern and then you will find that even if it is open source, it is actually a limited number of companies and nationals of a few big countries can play. Others want to play. They must first go to the Dr. Dare to play, because he has to consider the risk of being fooled by a rogue halfway through the game, which is itself part of the game. The content of the game at this level can't be written out directly, and it can't pass the trial. Everyone understands it. Let's talk about the technical aspects. Rocket technology is open sourced in the plot, but it does not say that the basic materials and processes are disclosed. This is similar to knowing how the atomic bomb can be made, but it is more difficult than reaching the sky. Knowing how to make and not making is two different things. So, if you understand how to make it, first create it and then work with the protagonist or a powerful large group, which is to achieve the purpose of talent training. Finally, combined with the plot, the protagonist is now in the stage of technological catch-up. The technologies he has mastered are not exclusive, and competitors have them. Open-source technologies actually add confusion to the opponent, disrupt the rules of the game, and muddy the water. Pull down the threshold as a whole, and finally use your own unique skills to defeat opponents in their absolute field. As for some readers who say that technology diffusion is not good for everyone, it will cause chaos in the world. The more you write, the more you pull, and the more you write, the less realistic you are. Since so persistent and entangled in reality, I would like to ask, is the world not chaotic enough in today's world? Not enough? It's not all my bad life. Don't think about it. I can rotten. It's okay. As long as you are worse than me, I'm still the best. This is reality. If reality, in order to refer to reality standards, deviates a bit from the starting point and real focus of science fiction, the so-called not in line with reality is not the core issue at all, and the main and secondary issues must be clarified. Science fiction is not a scientific fantasy of the future trend. The author dare not say how much science he wrote, whether it can meet the science. A common sense mistake was made in the front, because the Earth turns to bias. www.mentalnovel.com. There is no typhoon in the equatorial line. Some readers pointed out that it has been revised, but it is obviously a personal judgment of the future trend and then express it in the plot of the story. For example, the open source of recyclable rocket technology, maybe SpaceX will really open source substantially in the future, or it may not. Another example is the space ladder that is often talked about, and it is not easy to say in the future, because you can neither prove nor falsify the future, and there are too many mutagenic factors, so there are various fantasy novels. It is all one of the judgments about the future direction, and the final answer is what only the future people know, but this does not prevent us from providing multiple choice questions for the future. If all eyes are reality and nothing else, put the secondary issues at the main level and deviate from the focus. To say the big deal, perhaps because of this, our creativity on this side is relatively lacking. so it is difficult to appear the reason of the scientific lunatic like Elon Musk. Sometimes, having to dare to think about it is another question. For example, Xiaoya was thinking, maybe a local tyrant would give us a silver dame and think about it forever. End of this chapter. Chapter 662 Go your own way and leave your opponent nowhere. Chapter 664 Go your own way, let your opponents have no way to go. At the end of March, at a time when the industry is discussing fiercely about the open source incident of Star Arrow International, Liu Osheng is now having a video conference with the leaders of the Aerospace Science and Technology, Aerospace Science and Technology and Science and Technology Department. The content of the discussion was the issue of the open source technology of Star Arrow International's recyclable rockets. Comrade Liu Osheng, we are not here today to ask you questions about opening up rocket technology. This is after all a market behavior. But we still want to know whether Star Arrow International will still be open to higher-end technologies in the future. There are also strategic questions that can be easily said. A moment, said the leader of the Ministry of Science and Technology on the video screen. This incident has surprised many people. At present, at home, Star Arrow International is the most advanced rocket recyclable technology in the country. The Ministry of Science and Technology also attaches great importance to this matter. Liu Osheng did not answer immediately, but thought for a moment, but he could say a few strategic issues, but not all of them can be said. It is not the right time. After a while, Liu Osheng smiled and said, regarding the issue of open source technology, how to open source depends on the competitors. I have open source if I have some of the opponents, and of course not open source if I have some technical opponents. The general manager of Aerospace Science and Technology smiled and said, Mr. Liu, I have to say that your move is really a bit of a loss. If Elon Musk is more than half angry at night, you can't sleep. Liu Osheng couldn't help but smile, and immediately continued, as for strategic issues, looking at the growth process of China's opening up over the past few decades, we have examined the scale effect of institutional advantages and the agglomeration effect of the talent industry. It has become the largest corpse economy in the world today and the first developing country in the East that can challenge the industrial hegemony of Western developed countries since the 300 years of Industrial Revolution. Our industrialization is not a process of capital accumulation, but a process of metabolism of old and new industries. Our learning speed exceeds the speed of innovation in the West, so we can become superior. The speed of learning in the first 3 decades exceeded the speed of Western innovation. In the next 30 years, we will have to innovate faster than the speed of learning in the West. China's aerospace industry needs more talents, and Star Arrow International is in desperate need of talents, including other industries. We want to achieve our future innovation speed that exceeds the learning speed of the West. Talents are the foundation. The purpose of open source is actually it is to further increase the growth of the talent industry. The older generation has completed its historical mission. Our generation has also started to carry a burden and throw our opponents in the historical garbage dump. All of these words suddenly made everyone unable to speak, because they basically blocked everyone's mouth and could not object. This is indeed true. It is beneficial to the country and to Star Arrow International. It does not conflict between public and private, but complement each other. Liu Osheng added with a smile, after the open source, not only our country's talents will study and research, but foreign talents will also study and research. This is for sure. If foreign talents have improved by 20 points, our talents will improve by 100 points. When we hedge 20 points, we actually still have a significant lead of 80 points. The reason why our rate of innovation will exceed the speed of learning in the West is because our country has the largest group of engineers in the world. The leadership of the Ministry of Science and Technology could not help but nodded silently. The whole world and human civilization as a whole are of course progressing. Everyone is making progress, but the degree of progress is different. Some people are progressing fast, others are slow. As long as the speed and number of domestic talents are higher than those abroad, of course, The speed of innovation must surpass the speed of foreigners learning. The video conference soon ended, and I came over to ask about the situation, which was not a big deal. The open source data of Star Arrow International is also a good thing for the national team of Aerospace Science and Technology, Aerospace Science and Technology Group, and can be directly used for reference research. The Ministry of Science and Technology also saw Luo Sheng's confidence in Star Arrow International from this video conference, which was not too long. Dare to do so is obviously confident that he will master more advanced technology in the future, otherwise open source is to complete others. No, so the addition of blocking to opponents will also affect yourself and add blocking to yourself. Only when your own technology is one level ahead can you avoid this embarrassing situation. The next day, another piece of news caught people's attention. Google suddenly jumped out and inserted a foot, and also felt a wave of presence on open source data. Larry Page directly posted on his microblog social account that Google is considering the robot project developed by its acquired Boston Dynamics company and the self-driving technology of Google X Labs code. Another world-renowned technology giant announced that it would take the open source sharing route. For a while, the word open source has become a popular term in the technology world. Whether the internet is torn open is good open source technology or closed technology, so far it has been a stubborn word, and the battle of words is not happy. But in this case, they found that the technology giants had already begun to make a choice, giving people a sudden. The trend of open source became popular all over the world. As a matter of fact, the so-called open source exchange for grounding is that the gang of gangs is at the top of the mountain. Whoever chooses the technical system means accepting the standard of the technical system, and whoever is in charge of this standard has the international pricing power. The best way to defeat an opponent is not to destroy the opponent, but to make the opponent into his own person, preferably to become his own tool person willingly. Larry Page, who was outside but knew he could not stay out of sight one day, understood this and realized the benefits of few enemies and many friends. He became the leader of the industry and gave the youngsters a meal and tied them up. Being glorious and glorious in their own chariots has fundamentally prevented them from thinking of understanding to do some non-divided thoughts. It's not just Larry Page, a tech-savvy, who sees it. Elon Musk, who is in it, also sees it clearly. Shortly afterwards, just entering April, SpaceX also released an important announcement. Open-sourced SpaceX rocket-related data space XRP on GitHub. Obviously, this move makes people see that SpaceX is entangled, and Elon Musk is a helpless move in the valley. Open source is completely inferior to Star Arrow International, because if you want to achieve the strength of Star Arrow International, then SpaceX has no technical advantage. But Luo Sheng's Star Arrow International offsets this part of the competitiveness, but he still has unparalleled ability. The advantages and disadvantages of the two sides. Elon Musk certainly knows this. Luo Sheng can withstand Star Arrow International's 5 or 6 years without a penny, and can continue to burn more than 10 billion or 20 billion US dollars per year. But Elon Musk's SpaceX company cannot do this. Money capability. Once the efforts of open source follow up, there may be no orders, no source of income without orders, and no other channel to fund SpaceX's financial expenditure. The final result may not be able to operate, thus facing the risk of bankruptcy. And if it can't keep up, it will make the emerging private aerospace company that will emerge next adopt the technical standards of Star Arrow International. Luo Sheng's wave of operations created a difficult situation for SpaceX, which is almost a dead end. The road is blocked. If you follow up, you will die fast. If you don't follow up, you will die slowly. Mentalnovel.com. Whether it is dying fast or slow, the result is death. No difference. It's really just going your own way, leaving opponents nowhere to go. This is not just the embarrassing situation that SpaceX is facing now, but also includes North American private aerospace companies such as Blue Origin, Sierra Nevada and Orbital Science. Luo Sheng relied on his money ability to make Star Arrow International learn faster than its peer competitors in terms of learning speed. After 5 or 6 years of learning and catching up, it has evened out the results created by opponents in more than 10 years. It is only a matter of how much time it takes to catch up with opponents under the condition of ever-increasing money capabilities. By that time, the situation will be reversed. It is time for opponents to start learning to catch up with Star Arrow International, but without Luo Sheng's money capabilities, it is impossible for Elon Musk to give SpaceX $20 billion a year USD R&D investment. The result will inevitably be that the speed of learning cannot keep up with the speed of Star Arrow International's innovation. In the long run, the survival space has been squeezed, and the fate of the final outs seems to be doomed. End of this chapter. Chapter 663 Concept of Establishing Security Forces. Chapter 665 Concept of Establishing Security Forces. Luo Sheng's gameplay that directly breaks the rules has left competitors at a loss, even caught off guard. SpaceX has open-sourced the SpaceXRP and it has done something, while other peers are still in a state of coercion. The significance of this matter has a far-reaching impact on the aerospace community. Some media even redefined the new rules of space exploration in 2017, and also opened a new chapter in the development of human spaceflight and entered a new era. Some people expressed their expectations for the future, while others expressed concern about the future. After entering April, some new startup private aerospace companies began to appear. These newly created private aerospace companies can start without a strong capital backing. The purpose of some founders is even very direct, that is, aiming at a module. After making achievements, the giants such as Star Arrow International will come to the door to purchase and integrate the entire aerospace industry chain. But for these entrepreneurs, the first thing they have to face is the question of whether to choose Luo Sheng's Star Arrow International system or Elon Musk's SpaceX system. Entrepreneurs are also comparing the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. Elon Musk's SpaceX company was established early, with NASA technical support behind it. Luo Sheng's Star Arrow International was established late, but the progress rate is obviously the fastest. Sheng is richer than NASA, which no one will question, not to mention that NASA's budget is close to $20 billion per year, which is several $billion more than Star Arrow's average of $16 billion per year. However, NASA's money is for North American taxpayers, and it needs to be approved by Congress. This is very much trouble. If you don't do it, you will cut back on funding next year. And Luo Sheng behind Star Arrow International is arguably the most contemporary capital consortium, not to mention that the two multinational technology groups, the Cote d'Azur and Blue Star Technology, are earning a steady stream of profits every year. The Luo Sheng family fund is in charge with $1.5 trillion of assets. Shengfeng Capital has an asset allocation of up to $5.21 trillion, and liquidity is maintained at $1 trillion all year round. Although most of the assets are US debt or real estate, this $1 trillion is always at any time. It can be taken out. Strictly speaking, if the money is burned to Star Arrow International, it will be burned at a budget of $20 billion per year. And $1 trillion will burn for half a century. And NASA wants to increase some funding and have to convince the congressmen like Congress. But Star Arrow International will not worry about funding as long as Luo Sheng does not give up. It's just that for entrepreneurs in Europe and the United States, if they are mixed with Luo Sheng, they have to bear additional geographical risks. This is not considered within the scope of domestic entrepreneurs, but overseas entrepreneurs, especially those in Silicon Valley, have to consider. If the friendship boat is turned over one day, it will seriously affect the company's future. Not every company can stand the test of strong winds and waves like the Cote d'Azur and Blue Star Technology. Perhaps a wave will smash it and break its bones. These uncertainties must be considered for aerospace entrepreneurs. As a result, the vast majority of domestic entrepreneurs chose to confuse with Luo Sheng, not only a question of future, but also a question of belief. Luo Sheng really has many admirers, and is the ultimate of countless entrepreneurs and practitioners in the technology industry. Idle. Most of the entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley chose to confuse with Elon Musk, or NASA, but from the overall scale, it is obvious that there are many more people who have run to Luo Sheng. Many domestic students or technical engineers in the aerospace field who work in Silicon Valley want to start a business. They do not hesitate to return to the country and choose to join the open source system of Star Arrow International. They also let the original hesitant entrepreneurs see it. After all this, there was a determination to start a business. The matter of Star Arrow International has come to an end temporarily. Luo Sheng stayed in the Science and Technology Complex building in the following days. He was developing a GPU-based visual data analysis management system technology by himself. The purpose is to make Xiona more powerful and at the same time, to effectively control these companies or institutions such as the Azure Coast, Blue Star Technology, Star Arrow International, Shengfeng Capital and others. Luo Sheng needs to know when these companies did what. But the plate is too large, and the energy of the person is limited. The degree of control will be more or less reduced. The expired things are inevitable, and this is what Luo Sheng cannot tolerate. The best way is to only know the cause and effect of everything by visiting Xiona. The technology being developed is not only conducive to strengthening its control over the company, but also conducive to the healthy development of major companies or institutions, and gaining greater value-added space. How many accounts are being processed? At this moment, Luo stood in front of the large HD screen in the room, and the data nodes of the visual image of the map information were displayed on the panel, thanks to the satellite of Blue Star Technology that was launched last month. It is currently the test software operating environment, which simulates the data analysis of the flow of people during the Spring Festival, and processes its physical positioning data through each person's mobile phone or social account. Xiaona responded, there are more than 18.92 million account information. If you use traditional methods to process this magnitude of data, it will take about several days, but under the current simulation environment, the time consumption is only calculated in milliseconds. Most people's understanding of the GPU is just the graphics rendering tool used when playing games. However, with the rapid development of artificial intelligence, the GPU has begun to quickly replace the CPU as a weapon for high-speed computing data. What effect will it produce if the GPU is used in the field of big data analysis? This is a flash of light before Luo Sheng developed the technology. Following this idea, I started to develop a GPU-based data analysis management system, which is similar to the principle of using GPU as an accelerator in deep learning. That is, a visual data analysis and management system with GPU as the core of operation. The advantage of this is that compared with traditional database management systems, it can not only process hundreds of millions of data points in 1 millisecond at a speed more than 100 times faster, but also be able to use real-time geographic information images for all data. Show it intuitively. This can undoubtedly greatly reduce the time and financial expenditure costs of the enterprise. The venture capital department of Shengfeng Capital can use this technology to analyze the development status of the global technology industry. Through this data analysis system, it can intuitively visualize the current status of the industry concerned, talent reserve and other situations to have an in-depth understanding. In the era of big data, even doing scientific research is inseparable from the analysis of data, and each enterprise or institution needs to use a large amount of data as a reference to assist itself in making the most reasonable business decisions. Data analysis management. It can be said that service has just become a kind of need. After accessing Shengfeng Capital or family funds, its asset management and financial services institutions and hedge funds all need to make investment decisions through data analysis, which can also reduce KYMS workload. Advertising agencies also need to analyze customer feedback on various advertisements through data analysis. And social media companies such as Blue Star Technology also need to analyze data to track the usage of global users. There is no doubt that in the context of the rapid development of big data, whoever can take the lead in better processing of hundreds of millions of data, who will be the next leader standing on the storm of the technological wave. What Liu Sheng wants is very simple. So that the huge business technology empire that he built can continue to maintain the status of leader. It is worth mentioning that this data analysis and management system is not only commercially viable, but also has huge imagination space in the collection and analysis of intelligence networks. This is the ultimate goal of Liu Sheng to develop his. Because with the completion of the Equator Line Space Launch Base and Xingeng Ring Orbit Transshipment Center, this need will be indispensable in the future. Xiaona, bring up the data file of the Equatorial Line Launch Base. Liu Sheng immediately focused on an information panel on the screen for a moment, then stopped and began to think silently. The launch site base and transport port on the Equator Line are under construction. Star Arrow International has obtained a high degree of autonomy on the island, and it can also establish an armed security force. This data analysis and management system obviously has to be connected to the launch base station and cargo port. In the future, CIA and other intelligence organizations will need to visit here, and it is time to plan ahead. At present, those international security companies or mercenaries are unreliable. Novel.com Liu Sheng dared not let them guard themselves at the Xingeng Launch Center. This is tantamount to guarding against self-theft. It is really trusting, unless the brain sucks. You have to raise an international security force yourself. Liu Sheng muttered to himself, nodding secretly at the thought of this. He already had a decision in his heart. Xiaona, use the highest level of authority of the family fund in my name to prepare a fund to come out without going through the fund books. This is the first time Liu Sheng has used his authority. Liu Sheng is actually the first manager of the family fund, Qin Weimu is the second. But Liu Sheng basically has no control, just ask her for money, and the funds of the general family fund flow to her. There are detailed records. However, Liu Sheng does not intend to let too many people know about the establishment of a security company. Obviously, Xiaona will play a key role in it, and anyone may be sentenced. But Liu Sheng is very clear that Xiaona will never be sentenced to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 664 Imitation Gong Health Executives. Xiaona, combined with the existing global industrial level search meter master and control the technology tree system, analyze the key technologies that manufacturing bionics still lack. In an independent private office, Liu Sheng stood in front of a large screen on the wall with his arms folded. As his voice fell, plates appeared one after another, and then connected in series with each other to build a huge and difficult. The imagined territory of the business technology empire gradually appeared on the screen. Respectively Blue Star Technology Group, Blue Coast Group, Blue Pure Electric Vehicle Company, Life Science Fund, Shengfeng Capital, Liu Sheng Family Fund, Star Arrow International. 7 major sector institutions. The fields covered by these 7 sector organizations include biomedicine, transportation, electronics, finance, manufacturing, new materials, and energy. Behind each of the major areas involved are related technologies, and constitute an extremely complex network of technical systems, and the total scale of direct holdings, equity participation or wholly owned subsidiaries through finance and venture capital has exceeded the total after 10,000. Although most of them are venture capital startups, more than 90% of them may die in the future, but it is also unimaginable. Liu Sheng waited patiently. Xiaona was analyzing and processing these information torrents in the background, and selected what Liu Sheng needed from the available technologies she mastered. After a while, the technology tree was closed, and Xiaona transferred the technology of Huacheng Technology Co., Limited, which was invested, that is, the organ simulator technology that the founder Cao Junhui was committed to imitating the functions of various organs of the human body. It also brought out Bochuang Technology Co., Limited. the human prosthesis technology that founder Chen Xin devoted to research. After about a minute, Xiaona completed the screening of the existing required technology from the huge technology system. Master, want to create bionics. The existing technical reserve has reached 97%, but still lacks a key core technology. After hearing this, Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing. When did I add the logic program of selling customs to you? Hurry up. Xiaona, artificial epidermis, a chemical composition that can almost perfectly replicate the biological characteristics and texture technology of human skin. I have not retrieved the technology in the Life Science Fund, but the Health Department has an article on artificial research on the topic of epidermal growth factor, but because of the amateur research of researchers in this department, progress has been slow. The bionic person Liu Sheng wants is not the kind of silicone doll. Although it is very realistic, it can be seen at a glance. Nor will the other party find that the person with whom he is talking is a bionic robot. The artificial skin is an absolutely indispensable key technology. Just to the point of being able to deceive people does not achieve the purpose Liu Sheng wants, but also needs to be able to deceive the machine detection equipment. 2. When the machine detection instrument scans the bionic human, it is the result of an organic living body, not a human-shaped metal shell. The human organ simulator researched by Cao Junhui's company can solve this problem, but he did not know that Liu Sheng would use his research technology to create a bionic person. Cao Junhui's original purpose in developing this technology was to hope that the new drug enters the entire circulation process inside the human body, thereby reducing the clinical risk of the new drug. I never thought it could be used for bionics, but the birth and progress of an emerging technology often bring unexpected application scenarios. This technology is not difficult, simple is not simple, and simply means that multiple chambers are partially formed in a cavity or a bionic human body, and channels are connected between each chamber. Before that, several differentiable cells need to be extracted from the organs of the volunteers, and then cultured in the culture medium. And finally the organs and tissues cultured according to the human body structure are placed in the corresponding tanks, so as to simulate the whole set of circulating metabolic processes of the human body. With this set of technology, you can deceive the detection instrument perfectly, and the result of the scan must be an organic living body. Combined with the human prosthesis technology studied by Chen Xin, carbon nanomaterials are used on the prosthesis materials to assist the corresponding chemistry. Only the ingredients are needed. And finally the artificial skin with biological characteristics is attached to the appearance. Without the knowledge of the third party, as long as the bionic person has not been sliced and tested, it is impossible to find a bionic person only by scanning the human eye and conventional instruments. Of course, to have emotional logic analysis ability in the degree of intelligence, this requires the use of artificial intelligence technology, and this is Liu Sheng's expertise. At this time, Xiaona reminded, Master, according to my calculation results, if you want to manufacture bionics at the current stage, the existing industrial manufacturing level cannot produce it on the assembly line. If you want to manufacture an armed security force composed of bionics, even at your present value, will be more difficult. Liu Sheng said, I'm not afraid to build an army of bionic people. I only need a few or more than a dozen senior executives. What is the theoretical cost? I want to set up a security company. In the core organization department, Liu Sheng wants to be absolutely loyal and only loyal to his subordinates. Only bionics can meet his requirements and make arrangements for the security company management. The specific personnel will be hired by the high-tech industry. No wonder Liu Sheng wants to arrange it secretly. If such a technique is made known to outsiders, it will definitely cause great disturbances. It can only be done in private, and in the event that it is exposed one day, it must be able to completely disentangle the relationship. With this technology, the future overseas layout will not have to worry about the personnel arrangement of important positions. and the number of bionics will be lacking. Xiona said, theoretically, with existing skills at the level of technology and industrial manufacturing, the cost of a bionic person is not less than $100 million. This figure also hurt Liu Sheng's face with consternation. Why is it so expensive? Where does the cost go? $100 million is a decimal for Liu Sheng, but it does not mean that $100 million is really a small sum. The market value of listed companies in the stock market is tens of millions of dollars. What? For any business, this is not a small number. The cost of such high-tech products is often higher than the cost of manufacturing, and maintenance requires money. Xiaona said, the main cost comes from the cultivation of a complete set of circulatory metabolic organ simulators, carbon nanomaterials to synthesize bionic bone materials, and artificial skins that perfectly replicate biological features. The cost of manufacturing a bionic man is about $100 million. Of course, Liu Sheng's current financial resources are of no pressure, and he has not overly entangled this issue. The previous reaction was only a little surprised. When I heard this number, the first thing I thought about was the commercialization of the bionics in the future. Even the average wealthy person might not be able to afford such a price. However, after all, it is a product of advanced technology. Liu Sheng only used this technology to give priority to its own use, and waited for the future technology to mature and reduce the cost before considering the issue of commercialization. As for now, Liu Sheng is far from planning to make the bionic character public. For a long time, this is his own ace chip that is not easily exposed. This technology can do many things that could not be done before. After a while, Liu Sheng said, in my name, I sent an internal email to the Life Science Foundation, and the research team of the health department under his jurisdiction developed the artificial epidermal growth factor as soon as possible. Are they not doing theoretical research? Now they are directly allocated $1 billion to formally start the project, and don't play amateur. In addition, the project team transferred to the biotechnology department. What the is in the Ministry of Health? It doesn't mean that the Life Science Fund's personnel management is chaotic. A large number of top scientific researchers in the life sciences are gathered here. The brain circuits of scientists are sometimes quite strange. Many scholars prefer their own. The achievements in the fields that consume the most energy are very general, but it is because other preference interests or accidents have made huge achievements by accident. Looking at the history of human science development, many great advances are full of drama and chance. Xiona, the content of the email is completed. Master, please confirm it. At the same time as the voice fell, an information window popped up on the large HD screen, which was the content of the email generated by Xiona.mtlnovel.com. Liu Sheng thought of it at a glance, adding, add one more item. The project research is dedicated to the application of beauty technology and skin transplantation. Well, that's it. This name is perfect. Let the Life Science Foundation flag. The following biologists vigorously develop this technology, and they always need a reason or name. Doing everything requires motivation and purpose, and the archives are thus established. It's definitely not possible to tell the true purpose. Bionics are a long time to decipher the public technology products. It is indeed very clever to use beauty as a starting point, and it can really have a bright future in the beauty industry. As long as the business prospect of South Korea is developed, you can know how big the money path is. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng has not been involved in the business of earning money for women so far, and the consumption power of women is much higher than that of men. This is a fact. Look at the series made by Ali Next Door, Prodigal Ladies. In addition to this, it also includes people who have been disfigured for various reasons. This technology can definitely regenerate them, and can even be said to save the life of a disfigured person. You know, one person is especially it's a man of all ages, both men and women. If their faces are disfigured, it's almost over for their lives, and they even want to die. Money is also earned, and his true purpose is covered up, the best of both worlds. Xiona quickly added this content to the email message. Liu Sheng confirmed and said, "That's all, send it over." End of this chapter. Recommend the new book of the city Laoshe, The All-Round Security of the School Flowers. Chapter 665 Medical Expo. Shenxin's highlight moment. Liu Sheng needs to let the bionics to complete their strategic layout. The high confidentiality required by the bionics requires that the bionics must reach a level that cannot be scanned by the security inspection scans of the machine detection equipment. However, for the bionics to be commercially launched in the future, it is necessary for the machine equipment and instrument scan to easily identify the bionics. Otherwise, the products cannot be approved for the market, which not only involves social ethical issues, but also involves bills, regulatory issues. This is simple. The hard part is how to keep your secret from being discovered. And the consumer-grade bionics products that are formally oriented to the public must be open to the fact that they are bionics, and they must be registered with numbers, which is not necessary at all. You can't deliberately hide the facts of bionics, because commodities for the consumer market must be open and transparent to be approved for listing. Obviously, the manufacturing cost of commercial bionics will be greatly reduced in the future. The current theoretical cost of up to $100 million is because too much high technology is used to cover up the facts of the bionics, and future commercial products do not need to be deliberately confidential. It will naturally save the cost of this part. However, it is still too early to start considering the launch of consumer-grade commercial bionic products. This kind of product that will cause great changes in the times can be compared with ordinary products, which has too much influence, and it is not that it can be promoted after it is launched. There are more obstacles to be solved. Send another internal email to Cao Junhui and Chen Xin. Let Cao Junhui prepare some equipment and materials for the medical organ simulator, and let Chen Xin prepare some human bionic prostheses and their materials, and send them here. After sending an email to Life Science Foundation, Sheng asked Xiona to send another email to the two. In order to keep the secret, Liu Sheng can only do it by himself this time. It is also time for the private laboratory on the ground floor of the Science and Technology Complex to be unsealed. It has been empty for so many years. But it was not Liu Sheng alone, and Xiona, a powerful assistant, would assist him in the development of bionics. I can do it even if I'm slow in efficiency. I don't need too much anyway. It's only a dozen bionics. Even if it's time consuming, even if the efficiency is slow, it will take a year. Liu Sheng confirmed that the content of the email was correct and let Xiaona send it over, but asked immediately, "Is Chen Xin now in his company?" Xiaona replied, "He was already in Shenqing 3 days ago, and Cao Junhui was also there." They all took the team to participate in the 2017 Shenqing International Medical Equipment Expo. Today is just the first in Shenqing Medical Expo Day. Cao Junhui's Huacheng Technology Company and Chen Xin's Bokuang Technology Company. Both of them are positioned in the medical industry. It is reasonable to participate in this medical expo. Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing when he heard that they all participated in this year's Shenqing Medical Expo. I haven't understood for more than a year. It seems that their project is progressing at a good speed. Participate in the medical expo, indicating that it is already important. The big breakthrough is to be shown. The other startups may be for financing, but Liu Sheng is providing capital for the two companies. They are not worried about financing and have never raised money externally. Since it is not for financing, it is market promotion, and the medical expo is one of the good ways to open up popularity. Liu Sheng added, "Send a private letter to Chen Xin. Since he was there, he will purchase some equipment for me and come back to establish a private laboratory. All kinds of equipment need to be configured before the laboratory can operate." After drawing up the list, let Xiaona send it over. At the same time, Shenqing. The 2017 Shenqing Medical Expo with the theme of innovative medicine is being held in the World Expo Exhibition Hall in the new district. The Medical Expo will be held for 3 days. with an exhibition area of 40,000 square meters. The exhibition covers medical electronics and medicine, imaging equipment, medical disinfection products, sensory control equipment, epidemic prevention materials, ward care and auxiliary equipment, medical dressings, in vitro diagnostic reagents, and medical information technology, etc. The participants are all practitioners related to the medical industry. Of course, there are also venture capitalists in the capital industry who come to the exhibition to find some promising startups or teams to carry out venture investment. Mr. Sun, hurry up and go to the medical equipment and medical equipment exhibition area. I just learned from the secretary that there are 2 startup companies that have been established less than 3 years ago. Manager Lou, there is big news in the medical device exhibition area. Medical equipment exhibition area. The industry has a big dark horse, just over there. Hurry up and go to the medical machinery exhibition area as soon as possible to find the founder to talk about the investment issue. Most of the colleagues who are 10,000 times more sensitive than the dog's nose have already passed. At this moment, the medical device exhibition area where Chen Xin and Cao Junhui are located caused a huge sensation throughout the expo on the first day of the opening of the medical expo. It was caused by the 2 companies that attracted practitioners in the medical industry and VC capital. Attention! The exhibition area where Botron Technology is located. At this time, a large group of people were shocked to watch the demonstration on the booth and lamented the charm of technological progress. Among the staff at the booth, the person in charge is Chen Xin, the founder of Botron Technology, who is in charge of the work, and the focus of attention is on an amputation volunteer on the booth and a mechanical prosthetic arm on the booth. The Chen Xin team at the booth publicly demonstrated wearing the mechanical prosthetic arm for the volunteer with a broken arm. Then, under the attention of everyone, the mechanical value arm attached to the volunteer seemed to recognize the Lord and accept him. The command, the 5 fingers and the wrist joints are flexible movements, which can be called arms wings. In a burst of exclamation from the on-site observers, the volunteers tried to grab the items. The most impressive one was undoubtedly that he picked up a pair of chopsticks to show everyone that he could use it easily and without pressure. The machine learning algorithm developed by Botron Technology has realized the precise control of prosthesis technology, so that each finger and joint can move flexibly like a normal hand, and its tactile feedback function can also allow the wearer to feel the strength of the prosthesis in real time. While the volunteers were conducting the demonstration operation in public, Chen Xin faced all the practitioners with confidence, without any timidity, and continued to introduce this product with ease. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. This product is not only very similar in appearance to a human arm, but its price is about 10 times lower than similar products on the market, as long as 35,000 to 50,000 yuan. The volunteer on the booth was one of the recruiters who personally made artificial limbs for 100 amputees. Of course, this activity is for the purpose of product promotion, and the target people are also relatively poor amputees. Out of this product's excellence and market prospects, and this volunteer is not rich in family background. The prosthetic limbs of hundreds of thousands in the past made him discouraged, and even tens of thousands of pieces seemed to be difficult, but this time his set of prosthetic limbs was freely given by Botron Technology. His will also track the use of feedback. Chen Xin on the booth was talking eloquently, and many of the VCs in the audience crowd were talking privately with their own people. What is the origin of this young man named Chen Xin? When was Bokuang Technology established? What about the company and its founders? What are you doing? There is no news at all. Who is he looking for financing from? There is also Huachen Technology. I will immediately compile a detailed report about the 2 companies. Mr. Lu, I found out that Chen Xin had worked at Star Arrow International, and his startup team was also established at Star Arrow International. Don't you tell me that Liu Sheng is behind the support of Bokuang Technology? If so, there would be no thing for us to take a slice. Peas, the vision of heaven is bound to come out of the stars. Today's eclipse is a must. and the monarchs should pay attention. It is best to carry some weapons or technological products with you to prevent sudden crossing. Chapter 666 People are not in rivers and lakes and their influence is increasing day by day. Mr. Liu, not only Bosheng Technology is supported by Luo Sheng, but also another high-profile medical equipment provider, Huacheng Technology, also has Luo Sheng's capital background. What did you say? Fuck it. The manager of the VC, whose name was Lu, heard this from the secretary, and for a moment he couldn't help but swear. This news is both good news and bad news for other venture capital institutions. The good news is that Luo Sheng is optimistic about its bright future. The bad news is that it is difficult to go directly to take a slice of the pie. With the great popularity in the Medical Expo, the attention of these two newly established technology companies has rapidly increased, especially Bokwang Technology, and the information of Chen Xin has also been further exposed quickly. Doesn't need to be too much trouble. You can find some key information by opening the Tanyang Chu app on your mobile phone. You haven't caused such a big deal before because you didn't pay enough attention, and you didn't make any big news. One of the messages undoubtedly attracted much attention, that is, Luo Sheng's name is awesome, and he is an angel investor of these two technology companies, and he invested in his own name. The outsiders have a strange feeling of inexplicable feeling. No wonder this is so beautiful. It turned out that there was Luo Sheng's support. In today's technology world, the name Luo Sheng has unparalleled magic. As long as the startup company or entrepreneur favored by the name or the organization behind the name can quickly become the darling of capital pursuit. I'm sorry, Huacheng Technology currently has no financing plan, and there is an agreement with Mr. Luo that only accepts Luo's exclusive investment unless he voluntarily gives up financing or he agrees to a third-party venture capital institution to come in. Sorry, Manager Lu. Bokwang Technology currently has no plans for external financing. After about half an hour, all the major VCs who came to the wind ran behind the booth and met Chen Xin and Zhao Junhui respectively, with the purpose and directness, wanting to invest in their company. But they were rejected without exception, which made the people of the major venture capital institutions very uncomfortable. If they are ordinary entrepreneurs and startup companies, this is shameless. And some are methods and means to succumb to the pressure of capital under. But these two can't do it. There is the name Luo Sheng for the bottom of it. No one dares to do that. In terms of capital strength, there is no venture capital institution in the world that can match Luo Sheng in terms of capital strength. Such a result made many VC organizations feel like crying without tears. Suddenly they were overjoyed by the discovery of the baby, seemingly at their fingertips, and found that it had nothing to do with themselves. Don't worry about it. Why do these promising startups have the shadow of Luo Sheng? This makes many VC organizations feel extremely uncomfortable, but also have to admire, as the legend of the first person in contemporary science and technology is indeed well known. After refusing to come to the door to talk to the VC person, afterwards, Chen Xin's assistant walked over with an e-app tablet and handed it to him. Mr. Chen, Mr. Luo sent you 2 emails. Chen Xin took the tablet, clicked on the list of unread emails, and handed it back to his assistant in a moment. Without thinking, he directly commanded, just follow the steps above, get it as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Mr. Chen, but Mr. Luo did not send us a payment. This batch of equipment is very expensive, and some have to go to Europe to purchase. After hearing that, Chen Xin wanted to reprimand his assistant, but he refrained and said, then use the company's book current funds to do it first. Are you still worried that the old conference will not pay me this money? People who want to work for the boss, there is no 1,000 and no less than 800. He gave me this matter to trust and value me. Know what to do. Don't look at Chen Xin as a careless young post-90s. But he is also a master who knows things very well. He is clever and has a high double quotient. And his assistant was not the head of Elm. When he heard this, he immediately realized it and nodded, understood, I will deal with it immediately. Chen Xin's words, his assistant also quickly heard the pun intended, and now the matter is left to him to do, which is also trust and respect for himself. If you don't even realize this, then don't try to climb up in the future. On the other side, Cao Junhui also received the news, and did not neglect this matter. He immediately arranged this matter. The father of the gold master had to wait for it. He could not be neglected, but it was a matter of running a leg. Moreover, this is not an ordinary errand, there are invisible benefits in it, which shows that the relationship with Liu Sheng is different from other founders. The relationship is very marvelous. Everyone in Shanghai is an elite and can judge a lot of valuable information from some seemingly inadvertent little things. In this realistic society, many things are done by people. As Huachen technology and Bochuang technology became famous on the first day of the medical fair, they quickly spread in the industry. In addition to the product itself being sufficiently excellent, especially with the blessing that exposed Liu Sheng's magical aura, this name once again, its influence has been perfectly interpreted. In 2 moments, the 2 new-faced companies became the biggest winners of the medical expo. Fame and fame, the fame has gone out. Can the profit be far behind? Sure enough, what followed was that the customer's order was already on the way. In the afternoon, 10 hospitals and distributors with medical device business licenses came to Bochuang Technology to place an order, and they directly placed 50,000 orders in one breath. Arm or leg prosthesis orders, this list of prosthetics 2.25 billion yuan. However, what is interesting is that Chengxin has a special additional agreement clause in the contract, that is, the partner can only earn up to 15% of the profit. If the profit exceeds the profit, the cooperation will be terminated. His original dream of creating a bionic prosthesis for Bochuang Technology Research is to give amputees offer cheap products. At present, although Bochuang Technology can obtain the medical device operation qualification and can supply the market, the production capacity cannot be improved, and its own sales channel network has not been established. This order has already subsidized the company's production capacity this year. Following this trend, this product will appear in short supply in the market. After all, it is 10 times lower in price than other prosthetic products on the market, and at the same time it is spiked in performance. One can imagine how tough this competitiveness is. Due to insufficient supply, the price will inevitably be raised by the market, and the difference will be earned by the middleman. This obviously violates Chengxin's original intention. His short-term response strategy is also simple and rude. Whoever raises the price will not give him shipped is so capricious because so far, Botron Technology's unparalleled competitiveness, only he can supply the market. However, Chengxin also knows that it is impossible to fundamentally restrain the product from being squeezed high to make a large profit in the middle, because this is contrary to the basic logic of economic activity in which things are rare. Middlemen always have a way to increase profits. I really want the price to come down. Only raising the production capacity is the fundamental solution to the problem. In addition, I have to establish my own sales channel network. Chengxin decided to learn from the marketing model of the offline direct stores on the Côte d'Azur. When the production capacity goes up, and its own sales channel is established, the price will naturally come down. Huachen Technology is also gaining huge profits. On the same day, 42 major domestic and foreign pharmaceutical enterprise customers came to the door to place orders to purchase their organ simulator equipment, which can even be said to be scrambling. This device has great benefits and significance for biopharmaceutical research and development. Prior to this, no device has been able to simulate the entire circulatory metabolic process of the human body before the drug enters the clinical stage. It can only be tested with a white mouse. Obviously, the mouse is not strict enough, and using volunteers will bring great risks. But with this equipment, it is different to assist in the development of new drugs. The cost of trial and error are greatly reduced, and the risk of clinical trials is greatly reduced. At the same time, the efficiency of research and development is improved, because large-scale experiments can be carried out with confidence. The efficiency of new drug development is of course will improve. This set of equipment is not cheap, and the price of a single set is as high as $12.2 million. However, after learning of this medical device, Domestic and foreign pharmaceutical companies still scramble for orders because the slow progress may delay the development of their own pharmaceutical companies. And because Huachen Technology was established soon, the production capacity is definitely not even for a while, then it will have to grab orders. Is not cheap, but it is a trivial matter for these big pharmaceutical companies. International big pharmaceutical companies like Roche and Novartis have tens of billions of dollars in R&D investment each year. Huachen Technology signed a total of 105 sets of purchase order contracts on the same day, with a total value of $1.28 billion, becoming the biggest winner of this medical expo, which is beyond everyone's expectations. Want to invest in VC? Institutions are utterly stubborn now, and they have already begun to make huge profits. So don't think about financing. The 42 pharmaceutical companies purchased this time are all well known in the world. Dozens of international pharmaceutical companies including Roche, Novartis, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson have become customers of Huachen Technology. MTLNovel.com is worth one. It is mentioned that the dozens of pharmaceutical companies that have placed orders also see that the strength of domestic pharmaceutical companies is still far behind. In the list of customers on the purchase order, the top 30 global pharmaceutical companies are all listed, while domestic pharmaceutical companies do not. One family is on this list. There is no doubt that the level of biopharmaceuticals is one of the important indicators to measure the comprehensive national strength of a country, and it is an important field related to national economy and people's livelihood, especially the outbreak of sudden public health events, which is of irreplaceable importance. According to the latest ranking of global pharmaceutical companies published by the Pharmaceutical Manager magazine in North America this year, the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in North America took 5 of them, 2 in Switzerland, 1 in France, and 1 in Japan. There are only 4 top-ranking pharmaceutical companies in the country that are also ranked first and 48th in the global pharmaceutical company ranking. In the field of medical technology, there is obviously a long way to go, and this time Huachen Technology has shined, attracting all the top 30 global pharmaceutical companies, and struggling to place orders to purchase their medical equipment. It can be said that both it has made a lot of money for myself, and also made a face for this medical fair. It is undoubtedly a great encouragement to the development of the domestic medical industry. Although the domestic pharmaceutical companies are not as good as the top 30 in the world, Huachen Technology has given priority to supplying several domestic pharmaceutical companies, and the number of equipment is 1 set of 4. On the contrary, the large international pharmaceutical companies that are not bad are not only queuing in the back. And one family currently only supplies 2 sets. International pharmaceutical companies are very dissatisfied with this, but can only bear it. Who makes Huachen Technology the only equipment supplier in the world that can produce a complete set of human metabolic cycle simulation? What is the significance of this product for the development of clinical medicine? The pharmaceutical companies engaged in the field of biopharmaceuticals are the most clear. Chapter 667 Private Laboratory Start. This time, Huachen Technology and Bochuang Technology, 2 companies engaged in the medical industry, gained a reputation, and after drawing the background of Luo Sheng's capital behind them, the outside discussion instead put more attention on the legend of Luo Sheng. Body. He seems to be in the frontier field. Many melaniating people and fanatical believers even bluntly said that Luo Sheng can stand up to an industry leaders, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. This is the fact. He promoted the continuous advancement of human science and technology, and at the same time directly or indirectly drove the rapid development of the country's scientific and technological strength. His field is also changing rapidly. Now, some netizens who eat melons all over the world feel envy, jealousy and hatred for the birth of such a legendary mission in China. Luo Sheng's contribution is really fermenting at a speed visible to the naked eye. No one can ignore and denies this. When people discussed this topic, they refocused on the matter itself, only to realize that Luo Sheng began to enter the field of life sciences very early, and the Lingnan P4 laboratory has already begun operations. Some of the Danish level figures are in town. And there are geniuses like Yang Ning. The Life Science Fund has also raised a group of non-business scientists at a high price. There are even rumors that Luo Sheng's Life Science Fund is spending huge sums of money to develop anti-aging drugs, but there is no confirmation and no more news. For a long time, there have been occasional rumors spread among the people. The fame of Huacheng Technology and Bokuang Technology this time, the support of Luo Sheng's capital background behind them will soon be relieved, but more is looking forward to Luo Sheng's ability to bring new things in the field of life sciences and medical technology. The change is because people firmly believe that the name Luo Sheng is the best at creating miracles and is worth looking forward to. In the near future, perhaps the medical field will usher in major news. On April 9, the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company, coming. Luo Sheng heard a knock at the door and Tang Xin entered the CEO's office and closed the door. She was already familiar with Luo Sheng's style. When she came in, she put the report file on the desktop and briefly mentioned the key points. Mr. Luo, Azure 5's sales data for the first quarter of 2017 has been calculated. The total global shipments of Azure 5 in the first quarter were 68.5 million units, with sales of $165 billion. The North American market is still the company's #1 overseas market, a large consumer market, which accounts for 42% of total sales. Azure 5 is the most expensive smartphone ever, but it hasn't blocked consumers' enthusiasm for buying because of the high price. This is because this product is so excellent. Compared with its peers, it is a black technology. In addition to this, year's other brands in the market have not released their own flagship machine. Azure 5 is the leader. These data will surprise the outside world, but Luo Sheng has no waves, and instead asks, has the company's quarterly report come out? Tang Xin shook his head and replied, not yet. The audit report can only come out a week later, but this year there is a boost from Azure 5. In the first quarter, the company's global sales exceeded $200 billion. It is 100%. The specific number has to wait. The final audit data is released. A quarter of revenue of $200 billion. This is the company's unprecedented new highs since its establishment. According to this trend, the annual sales of the Côte d'Azur this year are expected to exceed $600 billion. This is unprecedented data and will exceed Walmart's top 500 in the world. Strong first. Even if the net profit margin is compressed at 8%, in front of such a huge base, it is also ranked first among global listed companies. The current trend of the Côte d'Azur is that in addition to a domestic tobacco company and foreign Sato Aramco, it is able to suppress the head. There is no third company on the planet that can be overwhelmed, and the future has infinite possibilities. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. He did not immediately read the report he submitted, and put aside a prepared document. To Tang Xin, you go to Shengfeng Capital and give this to Mengku. Okay. Tang Xin took the document and left the office. That is for Star Arrow International's 2018 budget. Major projects have been launched one after another, and the capital consumption is also rapidly rising. Next year's budget is about $22.9 billion. It is remitted to Star Arrow International's account capital pool by means of capital injection. Shengfeng Capital will invest 21% with a capital injection of $100 million. Blue Star Technology will contribute 20% with a capital injection of $4.58 billion. The Côte d'Azur will contribute 30% with a capital injection of $6.87 billion. And the Luo Sheng Family Fund will provide 29% with a capital injection of $100 million. These four parties are indispensable for capital injection every year, and this also makes the equity structure and interests of Star Arrow International extremely complicated. Blue Star Technology is a listed company. Shengfeng Capital is a global asset management institution, and there are interests of all parties. The purpose of this is actually very simple, that is to kidnap global capital institutions. To build a space ladder in the future, when the project is officially announced, it will definitely make a splash in the world. It is much easier to pull in investment, and there will certainly be much less opposition, because for global capital institutions, it has already invested in Star Arrow International. After so much, Luo Sheng was forcibly trapped. He got into his black car and was welded to the door. In order not to lose money, he could only fight with him to go to the black. Although a bit rogue, it saves a lot of trouble. It's okay to oppose it, and it's okay to scold the mother, as long as you put the money in. With the passage of time, in the next month and a half, the purchase of laboratory equipment and corresponding materials needed by Luo Sheng was successively sent to the Science and Technology Complex building. Area 32 on the bottom floor of the building is Luo Sheng's private comprehensive laboratory. After many years of dust closure, with the arrival of equipment, it has finally started to operate. This time Luo Sheng spent about $1.1 billion in equipment purchase expenses. The money is not included in the accounts of Blue Star Technology, the Côte d'Azur or any other company's accounts are directly drawn from their personal assets. Early this morning, Luo Sheng came to the gate entrance of the comprehensive laboratory on the ground floor of the building. He had just approached the gate. After the identity verification was completed, the gate also automatically opened laterally. Xiaona, adjust the regional authority. Area 32 prohibits anyone from entering and exiting without my permission. Luo Sheng stood at the door and said, the instruction has been accepted and the authority adjustment is complete. Hearing Xiona's voice feedback, Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction and walked into the laboratory. After entering, he first put on a special protective suit for biological experiments. After completing the disinfection, he entered the biological isolation inside the laboratory freezer in the district. Luo Sheng came to one of the freezer compartments, opened a layer of freezer and pulled out half of it, and suddenly the cold white mist spilled out. The reagent tubes inside are affixed with labels, which show the names of various types of stem cells, and the display panel next to them can check specific function information. It can develop into totipotent stem cells of all cell types. This stem cell has the potential to develop into a complete individual of various tissues and organs. The second type is bone marrow hematopoietic stem cells, which are typical pluripotent stem cells. In addition to embryonic stem cells, they can also be induced pluripotent stem cells. In addition, there are unipotent stem cells, but some are translated into pluripotent stem cells. These are stem cells that can develop into a series of somatic cells, but not all types of somatic cells, such as hematopoietic stem cells, mesenchymal stem cells, etc. Wait. The whole metabolic cycle of the cultivating organ simulator depends on these. He did not extract cells from the volunteers, so that he would not have too much burden. Luo Sheng took the lead to start from this aspect, first made a sample, took the corresponding stem cells from the freezer to another isolation room, at the same time prepared the required nutrients, and then put in the medium for development cultivation. This process takes about 3 to 4 months, when it can differentiate into tens of millions of cells. For the next time, you only need to wait quietly. Organ development is under the supervision of Xiaona 24 hours a day and reports to Luo Sheng at any time. It took about 2.5 days to get this one done. One person is indeed much slower. If there is a team, it will be different. These processes can be completed in an hour or two. After the cultivation of the organism has been arranged, the artificial epidermis grows. This scientist from the Life Science Foundation is conquering. All Luo has to do is wait, and it is only a matter of time. On the third day, Luo Sheng's energy was focused on the manufacture of the bionic human's empty shell. In simple terms, the skeleton was made. At this time, The bionics produced were actually more like those in the Terminator movie. The robot is based on extremely expensive and rare carbon nanomaterials. Fortunately, Luo Sheng is the master of money. All the technologies basically have no big problems, including perfect reproduction of biological features, sign of artificial skin. The most critical technology is chips, equivalent to a simulated human brain. This is the most difficult technical node. The difficulty in the series of technical difficulties of the bionics is the chip used. Traditional chips cannot be implanted in the bionics. Instead, they require a brand new biotransistor chip to be compatible with the artificial organ simulation circulatory system. There is no biochip, as an intelligent central adjustment system for a whole set of bionics. A bionic human is an artificial plant body shell with vital characteristics. No movement, no intelligence. And this technical difficulty, no one can help Luo Sheng to complete it, and he can only rely on himself. Fortunately, this is his field of expertise, and has already found a technical solution. Chapter 668 New Bio-nanotransistor Traditional chips are not compatible with organic life. The so-called chip implantation is by no means what most people think is to implant traditional chips into the human body. This will cause serious rejection and naturally cannot be applied to the use of biological technical bionics can only be intelligent machines. And intelligent robots cannot achieve the confidentiality effect that Luo Sheng wants. Another reason is that even if the traditional chip can be used in a compatible manner, it also means that a battery needs to be installed in the bionic human body to power the chip. This is very power consuming and is obviously a poor design that Luo Sheng cannot accept. Only a chip composed of biotransistors can solve the compatibility problem with organic living organisms. It should be known that although bioelectricity and the electricity used by people in daily life electronic devices both carry the word electricity, the two are not the same thing, and they are very different in nature. To transform bioelectric signals generated by living organisms into electronic signals for controlling machines without distortion, at present, no one has done it. At least no one in the world has done this before Luo Sheng fully invested in it. But if this is not possible, even if a powerful chip core is installed in the bionic human body, it is impossible to use it as sensitive as a real organ. In the following days, Luo Sheng alone and Xiaona's assistants began to overcome this technical problem, which required him to master the knowledge of multiple subjects at the same time. The principle is not difficult to understand, and even contains basic physics knowledge at the middle school level. The movement of charge forms a current, so-called carriers, which can be positive or negative. At present, all current electronic devices use electrons as carriers and carry negative charges. But the difference is that the so-called bioelectricity in organic life is very different from this. There are some special channels in the cell membrane of the organism. When the concentration of ions inside and outside the cell membrane is unbalanced, these channels will open. Sodium and potassium, calcium and other ions are released from the cells or flow in from outside the cells, thereby forming bioelectricity. Humans can control their bodies based on this. Without swimming in these ions in the body, they can't lift their hands and kick their legs, or even see the outside world, because electrical signals are transmitted from the retina to the nerve center of the brain, relying on the same set of mechanisms. Bioelectricity is generated by the movement of ions, and these ions carry a positive charge. In other words, the electronic devices made by humans and the current carriers in the human body are not the same kind of particles at all. It is also very simple if you want to enable the perfect interaction between the living body and the electronic devices. Bioelectrical signals are translated into electronic signals, or electronic signals are translated into bioelectrical signals. It is simple to say, but not everyone can do it, and it must take into account that a lot of rich details will be lost during the translation process, resulting in signal distortion. The 17th day of retreat. In the laboratory, Luo Sheng is still silently researching. and several display panels are related to the research papers. These are all papers published by other scholars in the industry. Of course, Luo Sheng should also be used for reference research. Xiaona's voice suddenly resounded in the quiet laboratory. Master, today you are working for more than 15 hours a day for 16 consecutive days. Your physical data shows that the brain is now in an overfatigue state. You really need to take a good rest. Luo Sheng slid one of the display panels, staring at the above paper and analyzing it lightly, and said, "It's not to tell you that it's okay. Don't monitor my physical condition. You want to help me, not block me, you know." Xiona replied, "Okay, then." During this time, Luo Sheng is not only conquering technical problems, but also unconsciously has mastered 3 brand new knowledge in order to overcome the problems, and has reached the point of mastery. This is the best interpretation of one pass. In Luo Sheng's design ideas, the ideal machine for dealing with biological cells needs to have 2 basic conditions. First, it is compatible with organic life, and will not be rejected. Second, it communicates with the cell's own language. In other words, the best way to transmit electrical signals is to carry positively charged particles, so that you can control the positive and negative ions on the cell membrane. This idea leads directly to biotransistors. In the daily life of common electronic devices, the soul of the device is the transistor, which is also the basic element of the chip. The transistor is essentially an electronic switch that controls the current. Applying an external electric field to it can determine whether it is turned on or off. When humans just invented transistors, a single transistor was as long as 1 centimeter long. With the advancement of technology and the rapid development of integrated circuit industry technology, a fingernail-sized chip can now accommodate tens of billions of transistors. 2. In the next few days, Luo Sheng made a small part of his own in the laboratory, which can realize the function of a transistor, but it does not control electrons, but positively charged ions. In addition, it is also compatible with living organisms, so-called biotransistors. Like biologists who have struggled to develop biotransistors for decades, Luo Sheng used sodium, potassium, and calcium ions to pump ion pumps into cells. Unfortunately, the materials used are not compatible with living organisms. In the following week, Luo Sheng tried a variety of methods and the test ended in failure. In an instant, the time came to June. It was dinner time at this moment. There was a whole table of hearty dishes on the table. There were 4 people on the table, namely Luo Sheng, Qin Weimu, Irene and An Qingsu. It can be called a rare famous scene. Strictly speaking, the little princess An Qingsu is pregnant with his 5 people. There is a delicious dish made of hairy crabs from Yangqing Lake on the table. But this is not suitable for An Qingsu during pregnancy. It is more taboo to be pregnant. Her meal, drinks are specially arranged. At this time, An Qingsu suddenly looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Brother, can you promise me something?" "What's the matter?" Luo Sheng responded casually. He was also multitasking at the same time as he was eating, thinking about the biotransistor. Recently, he was a little depressed by this problem. "Work hours will be halved from tomorrow, and you will resume working 8 hours a day. Even if you don't think about your physical exertion, you have to consider our feelings, and the daughter who will be born." Hearing this, Luo Sheng couldn't help but stunned, and immediately looked up at the Qingsu paper, and then looked at Aileen and Qin Weimu. They didn't say anything. It seemed like nothing to do with each other, but in the sight of them when his eyes met, he saw a taste of being bitter and cold. Luo Sheng realized that almost all of his energy was spent on technical research during this time, and he really only paid attention to the research. When he thought of it, he immediately nodded and smiled. "Well, I promise you." But at this moment, when Luo Sheng looked at the plate of hairy crabs on the dining table, he suddenly realized the same moment. "I think I have found a solution. You have to eat it." "I have to go to the laboratory first." Luo Sheng suddenly got up from the dining table and went to the laboratory with a cry, pretending not to see Qin Weimu. Irene, they complained with full eyes. "Only last 1 second." After a while, Qin Weimu said lightly, It's not only men who can solve the demand problem with their own hands, women can also do it. Xiao AI will play with us later. King Su Xiao AI. The two faces froze for a while. What kind of tiger and wolf is this? On the other side, Luo Sheng took a trip to the kitchen with a bag of fresh hairy crabs and brought it to the laboratory before going to the 32nd floor laboratory. It was when he saw the crabs on the dining table that Luo Sheng suddenly realized that chitin fiber can be extracted from the crab shell, and chitin fiber is the only positively charged polymer material in nature. This is not the best material for the biotransistor I want to make. It was night. Luo Sheng alone extracted the polymer material from the hairy crab shells into a nanofiber tube made of this material in the laboratory, allowing protons to flow. Applying an external electric field to it can also determine whether the proton flow is accelerated or stopped, and this material is soft and tough, and is well compatible with biological organisms. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Na's voice responded with joy in the laboratory. Congratulations, Master, you finally made the world's first biotransistor. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing, and said, I finally found a solution. This step is easy to go over and below, everything will come naturally. Unexpectedly, the problem was solved by crabs in the end. However, there are still many problems until the actual production of usable biochips. Then, the next step is to solve the problem of chip integration and biochip design. These links are no different from traditional chips, and existing chip design and manufacturing related technologies can all be technically supported. Luo Sheng couldn't help but yawned. After overcoming the problem, fatigue instantly struck. He stretched out and left the laboratory. Finally, I can take a good rest. Chapter 669 Cultivation and Development. The next 3 days, Luo Sheng gave himself 3 days off. As for the company's affairs, he basically didn't care about it, but everything was running in an orderly manner. Strictly speaking, these 3 days Luo Sheng only rested for half a day, because, in order to compensate Qin Weimar for them, they were allowed to squander them out vainly. Luo Sheng felt that it was really too difficult for him, and felt that life was not easy. He said that a good holiday result was waiting for them. After 3 days, Luo Sheng has once again invested in the research and development process. The follow-up work is to design a real biochip and manufacture it. The quantity does not need to be too much. More than 100 pieces can be obtained. Luo Sheng's current demand is only manufacturing. More than a dozen bionics came out to work for senior positions in security companies overseas. But because of this, it will be extremely expensive. The technical links, production, process technology, and occupied resources will not be reduced because of the low output of manufactured chips. On the contrary, semiconductors are an inverted pyramid industry chain, and high-volume production will save costs. The new biotransistor is the first integrated bioelectronic system, which not only provides the core technical support for the birth of the bionic human, but also provides another important way for the fusion of electronic prosthetic devices such as artificial limbs and the human body. Has a wide range of uses, and Botron technology will be very useful in the future. But Luo Sheng is not yet ready to popularize this set of technologies. The time has not arrived. With the assistance of Xiona, Luo Sheng has increased the efficiency of 3,700% in the process of designing the chip. The biochip still uses the Ring-Gate FinFET nanochip structure, and the production is completed by Xunxin Electronics. At this time, he played a privileged role as a big boss. Côte d'Azur Headquarters, Office of the Executive Vice President. What kind of thing is President Luo playing with recently? At this moment, Yao Jianhong was reading the email message that Luo Sheng had just sent on the display panel, and the content was also inexplicable. After reading the email, Yao Jianhong immediately picked up the landline phone. Procurement department sent someone to get dozens of crabs as soon as possible. Ah, Mr. Yao, crab? Yes, crab. After getting it back, send it to the Côte d'Azur laboratory to extract the crust cellulose in the crab. The purity must be 99%. 99s after the decimal point. and then sent to the mail cargo over the electronically. This, Mr. Yao, this has reached the most advanced chip and wafer purification process. The Côte d'Azur laboratory may not be able to achieve such high purity purification. At present, only Shin-Etsu Chemical in Japan can do it. Got it. Let the Côte d'Azur laboratory do a purification process first, and then pack it to Shin-Etsu Chemical Co., Limited to hand over the list to them. The amount is not much. The price is more expensive. The key is be quick. Understood. Yao Jianhong received Luo Sheng's latest instructions, quickly ordered the following people to implement them, and Luo Sheng also distributed an email to Liu Yixuan, the head of Xunxin Electronics, is ready to give up a part of biochips with limited production capacity to their urgent needs. In a big boss, the following people run around the world to meet the requirements of the boss as much as possible. However, Luo Sheng has not abused his privileges. The role he plays now is a special customer of his company, which is to give money, otherwise it is illegal in the legal sense and belongs to the misappropriation of public resources. This account is not cheap to calculate. In order to create more than 100 biochips, more than 2,000 processes and the coordination of the upper and lower industrial chains are required. This is very resource intensive, and quantified in terms of cost is costly. $1.9 billion. In other words, the cost of a biochip is equivalent to nearly $20 million, which is perhaps the most expensive chip in the world so far. This expenditure Luo Sheng paid in his own name, rather than let the company do nothing. Although it is not cheap, it is indeed not too much for Luo Sheng's current value. It is obvious that if Luo Sheng did not master a huge business technology empire to provide support for his goals, even if he mastered all the technologies, it is absolutely impossible to build it, and it is impossible to carry it out so quickly. Number 32 Laboratory. Luo Sheng entered the laboratory and put on a special sterile dust-free protective clothing and entered the biological experiment isolation area. Today is the second month of stem cell cultivation. This area of the biological laboratory is inexplicably lonely and depressed, as if it were a biochemical laboratory, and some horrible creatures may come out at any time. But Luo Sheng is not affected by this atmosphere. The so-called wise people are not confused. Here he knew everything about the situation, and Xiaona monitored the whole process. Master, the tissue and cells of the culture medium are all developing normally, and the organs can enter the next stage to induce development. Xiaona's voice resounded in the quiet laboratory. If this situation is discovered by outside bioengineers, it will certainly stir up the entire academic world, because today's scientists do not know how to induce stem cells to form organs in vitro, which is why the current law does not allow cloning of organs. In fact, organs can be cloned at the current level of technology, but the process is very cruel, because it is necessary to grow naturally in life and then take it away, which is to clone human talents. Ethics and law cannot pass this level. Only the method that can induce stem cells in vitro may be allowed to clone organs, and Luo Sheng has realized this technology without the knowledge of the world. The difficulty is how to carry out genetic induction of stem cells to develop into the required organs and tissues. At this moment, Luo Sheng works silently. He puts the growth-inducing cell tissue in one medium after another, transferred to a larger incubation cabin. The next step is to further develop into organs. This is an individual effort. Xiaona can't do it. She can only come one by one. The incubator must solve the effects of foreign substances, such as cell mutations, serum, culture medium, cytokines, etc. during the development process. Also how to make cells grow three-dimensionally, form organ structure and shape, and how to make different cell types form a type physiological structure, physiological connection, etc. It is worth mentioning that Kaojun Huai's organ simulator is a simple beta test compared to what Luo Sheng is currently cultivating, because Kaojun Huai's organ simulator does not need to develop into an organ, but develops into a few in the culture medium. After 1 million cells, that's all. After all, the purpose is different. One is for new drug testing, and the other is to create a bionic person that can move. This requires no energy and technical requirements at all. In addition, it is necessary to save energy as much as possible, so some unnecessary organs and tissues can be eliminated as easily as possible. Some indispensable cell tissue systems in the human body are not needed in the bionics at all. More than that, such as brain tissue, you reading www. Cansu. Bionics don't need it. Instead, it is a biochip. The biochip coordinates all the organs and tissues. At the same time, the information feedback of the organs and tissues will be sent to the biochip through bioelectrical signals for processing, and then the instructions are sent through biotelecommunications conducted to the major organs and tissues system, so that the bionics can move. There are two problems to be solved here. One is the problem of signal distortion, otherwise it will receive the wrong information and will also send the wrong instruction. The other is the problem of translation of the signal, and the wrong instruction cannot be sent. It can be seen that the bionics do not need battery energy to drive, but rely on biological energy to drive, without charging but to supplement the nutrients consumed by living organisms. The difference is that the bionics will not directly eat like normal living bodies, but need special substances for injection supplementation, because after all, it is not a normal organic living body, and eating indiscriminately will eat bad. Bionics are considered to be clone-like, and the biggest difference from cloning is that the power consumption of bionics is much lower than that of the former. Because cloned a lot of cell tissue systems, clones cannot do this. Normal natural humans should have as many organs and clones as possible, otherwise they will die. But a bionic person can do it. For example, a bionic person is brainless. Replacing the brain with a chip does not have self-hematopoietic function. Instead, it supplements blood cells regularly in vitro. Luo Sheng took the medium and transferred it to the culture chamber for further induction and development, and then left the biological isolation zone. The next month only needs to wait. If it is normal growth and development, it may take several years, but it is artificial. Intervention catalyzes and accelerates development, and only 1 month is enough. Chapter 670 Horizon Security Company. In June, Luo Sheng was finally idle, and the laboratory was monitored by Xiona, and the research of the bionics technology was temporarily ended. Now he is waiting for the organ tissue to mature. The biochip production is completed, and life research on artificial skin of the Science Foundation was successful. However, Luo Sheng did not completely relax. During this time, he worked hard to climb the technology. The ultimate goal of engaging in the bionics is to build a security force that is finally his own. If it is a traditional organ transplantation operation, just a heart transplantation operation for several hours is now bulk stitching, which is almost impossible to complete. Once these organs leave the enclosed incubation chamber, they must be grafted within 6 hours, otherwise they will lose their activity and die. The next work can definitely be regarded as a miracle of life science. These independently grown officials will be spliced like module parts to form a complete whole and be able to achieve life, the complete metabolic cycle of the organism. Xiona, guarantee to complete the task. Luo Sheng looked around the incubation room and said, Xiona, the main task next depends on you. The most striking is undoubtedly the beating heart in one of the incubation cabins. If the picture here is spread, it is definitely a super fierce material that grabs the front page headlines of major news websites in the world. Luo Sheng put the box aside, put on a set of special work clothes inside the laboratory, came to the incubation room of the biological laboratory and looked around. The incubation chamber made of transparent glass. The required organs and tissues mature. Xia, ready to start work. The door entrance was automatically pushed laterally with the door opening sound unique to the door valve. Luo Sheng carried a box into the laboratory. The box was filled with biotransistor chips. Science and Technology Complex Building, Ground Floor Number 32 Regional Laboratory. It took about an hour to drive from Shenxing to Suqing. There were no accidents along the way. At 1400 hours on the same day, the 120 biochips were finally handed over to Luo Sheng. The assistant immediately lifted the box carefully. If this thing were broken, I wouldn't be able to afford to sell myself for 10 lifetimes. 10,000 people couldn't be too careful. Liu Yixuan, send it now. The assistant nodded solemnly. Relax, President Liu. There. Box contains 120 integrated chips. You personally sent it to the Science and Technology Complex building and handed it to President Liu to tell him that the environmental test and calibration are complete. In the EO office, Liu Yixuan pointed to the one on the desk. The exquisite small suitcase told the assistant, and immediately added, the value of each chip in this box is close to $20 million, and the total value is $2.3 billion. Shenxing, Xunxin Electronics headquarters. #BR. The time has come to June. Although it is not a small amount, Luo Sheng can afford it. After the bionics come out, the source can be completely pinched off. Even the worst result is that tracing the bionics will break the clue, and all you get is a shell worth $100 million. It is necessary to completely disentangle the relationship and not assign anyone around you. The intelligence capability of the other party is not to eat dry food. If you are determined to investigate, there is a certain probability that it will be traced back to the true source. It's it. Back it up first, and wait for the first Bionic Man 1 prototype to come out and send it to buy it. Luo Sheng snapped his fingers and said again, even if something really happens to this company in the future, you can leave it clean at any time. What do you guys look for in the horizon? Well, this is the taste. As for what Luo Sheng wants to get from this transaction is also very simple. A security company with a European background. This is where he is willing to pay the money to reach the value of the exchange, and the security company is a European background. The background of the holding capital behind it uses the names of North America and Wall Street. In fact, the real leader behind the scene is Luo Sheng. If you lose it, you can quickly reorganize one more to make up for the position, and you can easily make about $170 million with the other hand. Such a sale cannot really be rejected? Don't look at this international security campaigner's annual revenue of more than $10 billion, but the profit is only $300 million. Luo Sheng browsed the asset list of Horizon Company tuned out by Xiaona, and said to herself with her arms folded, the company is operating well and very well. Then it will open an acquisition offer of $275 million. I believe this is a price that Sekurida cannot refuse. Xiaona responded with a stimulating electronic voice. Sekurida currently has a market value of $5.5 billion and an asset size of $4.2 billion. The assets of its subsidiary, Horizon Security, are $106 million. In fact, Luo Sheng doesn't want to do this either, because it is really unsuccessful, but he has to do it. This is the result of the previous promotion of the trend of the times. He does not use his personal will as a shift. If you don't build your own security forces, others can kill you at any time. It's that simple. This is the rule of the game in this world. When you have a nuclear bomb, you are the axis of terror. When you have 10 nuclear bombs, you are a factor of regional instability. When you have 100 nuclear bombs, you are maintaining regional stability. Important power. When you have 500 nuclear bombs, you are an important participant in the international order. When you have more than 2,000 nuclear bombs, you are maintaining the world and stability. The cornerstone, rich but not strong, in the end will only become the object of plunder. History has proved this countless times. Although it is difficult, this is Luo Sheng's ambition, and he must have a powerful force unique to himself to defend this huge business technology empire that he built. If the Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group has the opportunity to grow to this point, it must be a force that cannot be ignored on a global scale. While Luosheng qualitatively undertakes personal security insurance services worldwide for its business, the Future Horizon Group requires global customers to provide security services during cross-border trade, and does not even rule out the opportunity to establish their own offshore fleet provides services for global customers' cross-border trade, just called the insurance group. This insurance group is not the other insurance group. As a person of rabbit line, Luosheng likes to show things in a low manner and do things in a high-profile manner. Can't lose traditional art. Their company named Horizon Security, a subsidiary of Cecelada Group, was merged and renamed Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group after the merger. Luosheng made a decision directly. This security company must have absolute control over it and have nothing to do with itself in the name. To be seen by outsiders, this is a foreign security company. MTLnovel.com. The relationship with Luosheng is the only customer relationship in the future. In terms of reorganization, it is necessary to arrange its own bionics in the company's senior management. Xiona reported the information of these international security companies one by one, and finally Luosheng paid attention to the second-ranked Cecelada, to be precise a subsidiary of the security group company. North American Alarm Technology Company, was founded in 1874, headquartered in Florida, business in 35 countries and regions. In 2011 claimed to have 6.4 million customers, annual revenue of $3.1 billion. Securida, a Swedish-listed security company, has been in operation for 83 years and is headquartered in Stockholm. It had 300,000 employees in 2012 and has operations in 53 countries and regions, with annual revenue of $10.1 billion. Owner. This is the information of the top 100 security companies in the world. The first one is JF Fuji, a British company, established in 2004. Headquartered in London, with 620,000 employees in 2012, annual income $12 billion. In Luosheng's private office, Xiaona heard his inquiry and immediately showed it on the high-definition screen. Information. Xiaona, what security companies are there in the world? Obviously, traditional methods are not feasible, and new solutions are needed. Chapter 671 Bionic Man 1 Prototype, August Fran? Next, Luosheng began to devote himself to work, transferring the necessary living organs to another dedicated isolated operating room. The biggest highlight here is the operating environment. The difference between the traditional operating table is that there is a large liquid pool in the middle, and these liquids are nutrient mixtures according to the matching process. On the ceiling of the liquid pool, there are a series of cantilevers of different sizes, which are used to complete the operation of the simulation of the entire set of organs, and Xiaona controls these robotic arms for unmanned surgery. Luosheng has already written a set of procedures, which can be completed completely unmanned, and can only be done unmanned, because it is impossible for a person to complete this task in 6 hours. But Xiaona controls these mechanical surgical arms but can do things that humans can't, but one thing they can never compare with humans is that they are created by humans. The passage of time, 1 minute and 1 second, the production of the first bionics officially began. Staged a realistic version of the cyberpunk picture. Luosheng took the lead in putting artificial synthetic bones into the liquid pool. Its material components are inorganic components. The inorganic components include calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, etc., and also include carbon nanomaterials, but no organic components. Under the control of Xiona, a human bone was constructed in less than 20 minutes in the liquid pool. There was no error in every step under complex coordination, 100% correct, and if it is a human, there may be mistakes. Next, Luo Sheng took a half-thumb-sized biochip from the suitcase and put it into the liquid pool. A mechanical arm quickly grabbed it and transferred it to the back of the bionic skull. The other mechanical arms immediately coordinated the craniotomy. The bionic head was composed of 8 subblocks. 3 of the robotic arms were opened and successfully embedded into a groove inside. It's really an 8-core brain. And it's not the kind of Oni-core has a hard 7-core bystander. Next. Luo Sheng sent the cultivated heart, lung, spleen and other organs one by one to the inside of the liquid pool, and the rest was grafted according to the program steps by Xiaon and the robotic arm controlled by her. The time elapsed 1 minute and 1 second. After 5 hours and 47 minutes, all the robotic arms extending into the liquid tank were retracted to the ceiling. Xiaona's voice resounded. Master, the grafting of the surgery was successfully completed. At this moment, Luo Sheng already knows that he is successful. He has been staring at the real-time feedback information on the display panel. The biochip has been compatible with the bioelectrical signals of all organs and organisms. The chip is the brain center of the bionic human. Now has taken over the control of all organs and tissues. Xiona, in the next 20 day and night cycles, stem cells are induced to generate muscle tissue and artificial epidermis. This process uses genetic intervention to induce the development of stem cells, and the biochip transmits signals. The grounding is to follow the program instructions issued by the chip. The signal grows directionally according to the edited program, and cannot grow blindly into a monster that looks different. Luo Sheng stretched his lazy waist, glanced at the eye drops, and left the laboratory. Today's work is here. In the next 20 days and nights, the bionic prototype 1 began to develop and grow for the 3rd time in the liquid pool. As time passed, the muscle tissue and ligament tissue began to order on the skeleton, accelerate catalytic growth. Every day passed, and on the 9th day, Luo Sheng came down and looked at it in person again. At this time, the artificial bones of the bionic human were basically wrapped in muscle tissue, including organs such as the heart, lung, spleen and other organs. The last is the induced growth of the artificial epidermis, when the complete bionic human 1 prototype will be completed. On the 20th day, Luo Sheng came to the laboratory again. At this time, he stood beside the liquid pool, looking at the bionic man 1 prototype soaked in it and said calmly, Xia, pull out the oxygen tube and wake him up. Roger that. Xiona's voice just fell, and the brain chip of the bionic prototype 1 prototype received an external command and immediately responded. I saw that the original motionless bionic prototype 1 in the liquid pool started to move. The next moment he opened his eyes and pulled out the oxygen tube with his own arm. The liquid nutrient mixture in the pool soon quickly was drained. He is a typical male European and American faces. At this time, Shigo Guo's bionic prototype 1 came out of the empty pool, with a steady pace, and he came to Luo Sheng and bowed, Master. Luo Sheng looked at it, nodded in satisfaction, and immediately turned around and left the laboratory, leaving a sentence, Xiaona, arrange an identity for him, then update and upgrade the emotional logic analysis ability, and then dispatch the task. Give him, Xiona, understood. The current bionic human number 1 prototype machine can only respond to the mechanical mechanism of Mune. If you let it out, it will scare the humans outside. The probability of being taken away and slicing the research can be called a watch. The hardware has been completed and the software should be upgraded. At this moment, Xiaona kept sending wireless signals to the bionic man number 1 prototype. He also responded after receiving the information feedback. I saw that he came to the console of another laboratory and lay on the table. Go up and raise your hand to your left ear and gently apply a pressure to break the ear apart. Just like a small door valve, a port is exposed behind the pinner. The prototype Bionic Man 1 personally picked up a data cable to complete the interactive connection with the port behind his ear, and then motionless, he closed his eyes slowly for a while. At this moment, The Bionic Prototype 1 prototype has entered a dormant state, and Xiaona began to upload updates to make a major upgrade for it. This is a set of high-precision emotional coding program patches developed by Luo Sheng. Enough to enable bionics to accurately simulate the real emotions of humans is a more top-secret technology than biochips. Future commercial-grade bionic people have to rely on this technology. It is a true non-dissemination technology. If the biochip allows the bionics to live, then this emotional coding program injects a soul into the bionics, enabling the bionics to communicate with humans without barriers. Just like today's Xiaona, she looks like a human except where she is not. It didn't take too long to upload the update. 22 minutes had already been completed. The Bionic Prototype 1 unplugged the data cable plugged behind the pinner and the ears returned to normal. In the period of his upgrade, Xiaona has already obtained a legal status for him. Auguste Fran, 47 years old, a French magnesium national, was born in Bordeaux in southwestern France in 1970. He resumed his career at the ADT after retiring from his early career, and then moved to the famous private military and security in North America. The consultancy company Blackwater International worked, but after 2 years of work, he quit his job at Blackwater International and turned to Wall Street. Xiona's voice sounded in the laboratory. The software calibration is complete and the test is over. Auguste Fran, the task has been uploaded to your database, received and immediately executed. The bionic person Auguste was motionless, as if he had been a while, and was actually working on the mission file, but he responded a moment later. Observe. In terms of logical authority, Xiona is higher than Auguste, and the grounding is said to be a subordinate relationship, and the subordinates unconditionally accept the instructions of the boss. Luo Sheng's instructions are the first priority, and Xiona's instructions are the second priority. Is www.mentalnovel.com, and Xiona is only responsible for Luo Sheng. In other words, it is an extension of Luo Sheng's will. At the moment, Luo Sheng is no longer in the number 32 regional laboratory. Before he came down, he had brought a suit, apparently prepared for Auguste. Auguste, after completing the upgrade and undertaking the mission, put on this suit and leather shoes, wearing sunglasses. Its tall and muscular figure and unsmiling expression give people a glimpse of the uncomfortable master. Auguste completed the last supply and quietly left the science and technology complex. A man took the mission to Europe. As for the future energy replenishment, he will synthesize it separately overseas, as long as you can buy the raw materials if you have money. On the way, Xiaona destroyed all his historical footprints in China, and all the street surveillance videos and pictures that had taken his face were quietly destroyed. This person does not appear in the history of China. There is a mission instruction in Auguste's logic program, which is to develop Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group as soon as possible. The goal is to become the world's largest private military and security consulting company, to be done in the field of international security services. There are only two kinds of security in the world. The whole company, one is Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group, and the other is Other, and he is to serve this task. Luo Sheng gave Auguste $10 billion as the startup capital of Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group. If it is not enough, it can be added. Luo Sheng's purpose is very simple: to make his fist bigger and stronger from scratch. Strong? End of this chapter. Chapter 672 Begin playing Hooligan again. Chapter 674 Starting to play Rogue again. Auguste Brun, Bionic Man number 1, took the task to go out to acquire Horizon Security, and the merger campaign's affairs can be completed within a month without any surprise. But Auguste alone is not enough. The core managers of Horizon Security must be their own people, and the middle and lower levels can recruit real employees to sell their lives for the company. Next, Luo Sheng began to manufacture the second Bionic Man. The organs in the incubation room had already matured. After Auguste walked out of the laboratory, he could quickly enter the manufacturing of the second Bionic Man, and then the first three, fourth. With the current efficiency, a bionic person is manufactured at most 1 month. There are many parts such as organs and tissues in the incubation room, but there is only one operating table in the liquid pool of the assembly platform. This is an expensive operating table of up to $1 billion. Even if Liu Shengqiao is rich, he can't spend so much money. After creating the second Bionic Man, Liu Sheng will be able to liberate himself, and the following things will allow the Bionic Man to take over his work to make the Bionic Man. In the future, he only needs to give orders, and the specific things will be let the tool person do it. With the passage of time, the days of such safe and stable climbing technology did not last too long, and Liu Sheng's days ended with the understanding that Wang was about to engage in things. July. The second quarter reports of major listed companies have also been released, and the Blue Star Technology Group's 2017 Q2 financial report was released on July 12. Blue Star Technology's global revenue for the quarter was $64.2 billion, and its net profit soared to $10.9 billion. This quarter's net profit margin was as high as 17%, nearly doubling year-on-year, exceeding Wall Street analysts' expectations. Stimulated by the Q2 performance, the market value of Blue Star Technology has also ushered in a good increase. In July, it hit a new high of $1.76 trillion since the company's listing, and its total market value reached $1.77 trillion. Azure Coast's second quarter audit report has also come out. This quarter's global sales were $189.72 billion, a year-on-year decrease of about $20 billion. This is within the company's expected range. The reason is that Azure 5's sales have passed the hot selling period and began to cool down. Even so, the combined performance of the Côte d'Azur in the first half of the 2 quarters is close to the total sales of last year. Such dazzling performance is inseparable from the contribution made by the Azure 5 big sale. Net profit also hit a new high again, with a net profit of $28.45 billion in the quarter. I don't know if it's because Liu Sheng's 2 companies stimulating financial reports stimulated King Wang. Within a few days after the disclosure of the second quarterly statements, that is, on July 13, the news came that King Wang signed a presidential memorandum was issued requesting the Ministry of Commerce to investigate in a limited manner whether imports of Internet service products and consumer-grade electronic products threaten the national security of magnesium. Mid-July. At this moment, Liu Sheng participated in the company's high-level video conference in his private office. Yao Jianhong, who participated in the meeting, said, "This signed so-called memorandum requires North America Department of Commerce Director Wilbur Luz to start this investigation of North American imported products and services as soon as possible." According to a statement issued by the North American Department of Commerce, the adjustment factors such as production capacity, labor, investment, research and development will be involved to determine whether imported products threaten the so-called national security. Another manager at the meeting immediately said, "Everyone with a clear eye can see that this is for us. The last time we talked about it, it was just a year later that I was making trouble for you." The erraticness of horse riding is endless. Seeing that the executive was scolding, Liu Sheng smiled indifferently, and did not start to speak. The 2 companies are indeed able to make money, but it is impossible for others to make you make money safely and securely. These are 2 different things. It's already very good for Lomai to give you a year of stability and stability. It still takes a lot of effort to get it from the negotiation. If it is not hard enough and rigid enough, let alone a year, there is not necessarily a chance of a month. Yao Jianhong continued. Wilbur Luz said in an interview that he will conduct a comprehensive investigation quickly, and if necessary, will take action to protect the national security of all magnesium and workers and enterprises from the threat of foreign companies. After a thorough investigation, If it is confirmed that the imported consumer-grade electronic products pose any threat to national security, a report will be submitted that includes the recommended measures. The meaning expressed between the lines in the word is quite obvious. After briefly reporting the matter, Yao Jianhong immediately added his own opinion. According to the relevant laws on the North American side, they do have the right to use tariff adjustments and quotas to control imports. Luo Sheng knocked Erlang's legs slowly and said, their purpose of doing so many expressions is 1. Employment, employment or employment, just to let me choose to build a factory in North America, preferably all as your mobile phones, EAP tablets and game consoles. It is manufactured in North America. Judging from past historical records, Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur have almost bid farewell to the North American market. It may be easy if the old beauty decided to decouple 5 years ago, but today it is not easy to drive the Côte d'Azur from North America, because it hurts Slam itself. The reason is also very simple. California and Silicon Valley technology companies on the west coast of North America are the first to disagree. Although Silicon Valley technology companies and Luo Sheng's enterprises are in a competitive relationship with each other, there is also a close relationship with each other. Thorough trouble. Silicon Valley and California, who rely on technology to eat, as the vested interests, will inevitably be hit hard. They are definitely the first group to disagree, as well as Wall Street. In general, there is no benefit to the elite groups with a large vested interest in North America, and it will inevitably be opposed. It is one thing to be useful. Obviously, there was a huge divergence of interests within the other party, and no consensus was reached. This led to the desire to expel Luo Sheng from the North American market in recent years, but finally failed to do so, and now it is starting to make trouble again. Luo Sheng held his jaw in deep contemplation, and none of the attendees spoke. At the end, Luo Sheng put his hands down and looked at the participants on the screen. Orderly analysis and decision-making. They did a lot of homework in doing things at this time. They don't look at the reports in the news. They actually want to talk, but they also refuse to take the initiative to come and talk. So they lack an opportunity to meet and negotiate. As long as there is this opportunity, negotiations can begin. Hearing this, Yao Jianhong couldn't help but think about it. Mr. Luo, what did you say is the Summer Davos Forum to be held in the middle of this month? Luo Sheng nodded briefly and said, yes. They all have tempers, they want to talk, and they all know the temper of the other party. The Summer Davos Forum is a perfect step. It feels like I didn't want to meet you, and I planned to do it directly, but since I met in Davos, I have come and talked. By the way, it's not impossible. Luo Sheng looked around the participants on the video screen and said, my little princess is about to be born, and these are the things that happen these days, so I will not go to the lively Summer Davos Forum held in Benthan. How to talk about the meeting of the year before has made a complete plan, just follow the talk. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng couldn't help but show his brilliant smile, and the executives at the meeting also smiled. Yao Jianhong smiled in surprise. Really? Then congratulations to President Luo in advance. Let us handle the company's affairs. I will go to Davos in person. Luo Sheng said seriously, your red envelopes can't be less. Ha ha, that's natural and necessary. The other executives at the meeting also congratulated the big boss in advance, and the video conference lasted a few minutes and ended. From July 17th to 19th, the 3-day Summer Davos Forum was held in Beijing as scheduled. The vast majority of well-known big men in the economic circle, business circles, and the internet community have appeared, such as Mark Dan. The Azure Coast and Blue Star Technology are not absent every year. But Luo Sheng has never participated. Both Yao Jianhong and Zhang Bowen went to this Forum Exchange Summit on behalf of the company. This time, with the memorandum signed by Mr. Wang. The media and industry insiders are quite looking forward to whether Luo Sheng will appear in Davos this time. As a result, on the day of the opening of the conference, looking forward to the eventual defeat, Luo Sheng still did not show up in Davos. As the most influential and perhaps not one of the most influential people in contemporary technology and business, he will inevitably have some regrets. On the afternoon of July 18th, a local Hyatt hotel, Yao Jianhong watched a group of North American negotiators headed by Wilbur Lowe's opposite him, calmly saying, "There are no third-party eyes and ears here, the negotiation content will not be kept, and the talks will not succeed. If you leave the meeting room, nothing will happen. Let's open the skylight to speak brightly. The tariff adjustment is just an expression on the outside. Now it's not easy to meet at the second opportunity of Davos exchange. It's better to talk about something real. It's good for both parties, isn't it? End of this chapter. Chapter 673 Contradictions that cannot be reconciled. Talk about collapse. Chapter 675 Contradictions that cannot be reconciled. Talk about collapse. Yao Jianhong's words are full of arrogance between the lines, and the bottom line is not worth the other side. Luo Sheng's goal is very clear. The North American market guarantees as much as possible, but if the cost of the guarantee is greater than the price of giving up, then give up decisively. The reason is very simple. If there are only two choices, one loses 100 yuan and the other loses 80 yuan. Anyway, it is a loss. Then choose the stop loss with the smallest loss. The Côte d'Azur said with confidence that labor and management are no longer waiting. In fact, Lao Yao is a very gentle and easygoing person, but this set is put away on this table, because you are humble. This group of people really think that is the case, and they dare to ride on your face. The people who negotiated with Yao Jianhong this time were different from the previous group. Wilbur Lowe understood Wang Xin's appointment. Hearing the other's voice, it was a bit difficult to accept for a while, and even a little skeptical. In the worldview of Wilbur Lowe, shouldn't this negotiation be the role of Maggie as a judge? At this time, it should be Luo Sheng's talent bear, because it is likely to be sanctioned, income will be greatly reduced, and the stock price will plummet. The script is a bit wrong. Although he was very angry, Wilbur Lowe did a lot of work before negotiating. I knew that the negotiation target was extraordinary, and the other party's hands were also holding North America. Things that are dreadful, such as those more than $1 trillion in debt, are a financial nuclear bomb. Coupled with the conflicts and disagreements among its own internal interest groups, the simple and rough move of Luo Sheng's company, the elite groups in California's Silicon Valley and Wall Street will burst. At this moment, Yao Jianhong, who made a clear statement, stared motionlessly at the person sitting opposite the negotiating table and waited for the other party's response. This way, the other party felt inexplicably a feeling of being out of control. Not good. Wilbur Lowe said unsmilingly, "You earn too much in North America, but do not provide matching employment, which is very unreasonable. You must leave more profits in North America." It's not polite at all, and it doesn't have any twists and turns. This can't be more straightforward. There is nothing to take care of in the closed-door negotiations. Anyway, there will be no records, and there is no evidence of notoriously confessing to death. Of course, you can say anything casually. Wilbur Lowe's remarks, as always, highlight the old and beautiful rogue essence. Even if Luo Sheng's company does make too much money in the North American market, every dollar of profit is earned legally by his own ability. The powerful competitor stepped on it and worked hard. But knowing Wang can't control this, he only knows that you are earning too much. No, you have to readjust the interests. On the negotiating table, Yao Jianhong calmly said, "Then tell us your terms." Wilbur Lowe is also polite, saying frankly, "It's very simple. You have to build a factory in the Northern Rust Zone, provide at least 200,000 jobs, products sold in all magnesium and products sold outside the Greater China market, they must all be produced here. They must be manufactured under the supervision of our people to ensure that the products do not threaten national security before they can be marketed." Hearing this condition, Yao Jianhong froze for a moment, and immediately smiled intriguingly, and then he closed his expression management again. I saw that he leaned forward slightly and looked at Wilbur Lowe, who was seriously talking about the conditions. Are you asking our company to open a factory in the Rust Belt? So, do you provide interest-free loans? Wilbur shook his head. No, your company must pay for it yourself. Everyone on Earth knows how rich Liu Sheng is, and the configurable resources of wealth are even better than those of big dogs. The richest people in the world have given him hundreds of trillions of dollars to take care of and let him toss. Loan? Non-existent. What's more, I originally wanted to take a slice from Liu Sheng. After hearing the other party's exact answer, Yao Jianhong nodded his head and retracted his forward, leaning back against the seat. His eyes also moved away from the other party. He took a deep breath without closing the speech. Several foreigners stared at him silently, and the conference room fell into a quiet atmosphere. The so-called Rust Zone is near the Great Lakes in North America, and it is also a region where traditional industries in old America and the United States are in decline. Now, it can also be called the term of the industrial decline region in the United States. In other words, knowing Wang wanted to use Liu Sheng as a toolman to help North America revive the manufacturing industry. With Liu Sheng's current appeal and hard power, his energy is really possible to do this. At the end, Yao Jianhong responded blankly, Mr. Wilbur, either you are crazy or I am stupid. But obviously you are crazy and frustrated. Wilbur Loss, who waited for his reply, did not expect that the other party would say that. His expression suddenly froze, and the negotiators he accompanied were glaring at him. Yao Jianhong didn't care about their reactions at all, but added with amused expression on his face, the Côte d'Azur is not a car company and does not need car workers. What is the quality of the workers in the Rust Belt? How bad are you? No. If you are not clear, we can give you a big data. Unemployed people in their 40s and 50s, at least 10 years of unemployment. Industrial facilities stayed in the last century. Such places, people here, they create. Can the mobile phones come out? Can they make them? Understand that Wang really dares to think of anything for the manufacturing industry to return to North America. This method of attracting investment also owes him to think that Lao Yao is almost happy. And he is really happy rather than Chi. The other party is old and funny. The North American Rust Zone is a bottomless pit. Super manufacturing giants such as GM can't stand it. They were almost torn down and went bankrupt. If North America came out of rescue, GM would not be allowed to go bankrupt. Now there is no such company. Don't think of it if you move the production line over the Côte d'Azur. And GM's yesterday is the Côte d'Azur tomorrow. The quality of the workers is not up to standard, and the salary is still more than 5 times that of the domestic. The salary of the workers hired by GM in the past was as high as $40 or more per hour. After resigning, Haid was raised and eventually fell down. Yao Jianhong was able to predict that if the Côte d'Azur really moved the production line over, he would soon ask for the establishment of a trade union. And then every 3 to 5 would demand improved treatment and an improved working environment, right? Then strike and protest. You can't run smoothly at all. The cost of Azure is bound to be pushed up, and the quality control is instead a cliff diving. To solve this problem, you have to pay to improve the local industrial infrastructure. This is another astronomical figure, and the cost line of the product is like this, pushed up again and again. Its negative effects will soon be radiated to the entire supply chain system, and the weakening of the right to speak will inevitably follow. Only roughly $200 or $300 billion of real gold and silver in Shuangdi can be achieved. The result is that it is getting deeper and deeper, and speculation is made with greater maliciousness. When the Côte d'Azur company makes a profit, it will finally improve the manufacturing and industrial infrastructure in the Rust Zone, and all aspects will be boosted. Understand? Wang kicked you off with a backhand, and plucked the peaches beautifully. How could he vomit blood to the rhythm that stained the Great Lakes? Judging from the understanding of Wang's abandonment spirit, this is by no means a malicious speculation, but it will inevitably evolve in this way. Use your own blood to support and revive North American industrial manufacturing. Finally kicked away mercilessly, this will not only become a global joke, Liu Sheng will also be immediately spurned in the country, and the spit stars of more than 1 billion people will drown him. At this time, Wilbur did not get angry because of Yao Jianhong's sarcasm, but instead touted it, only to see his hypocritical smile. Your company has nearly 960,000 employees worldwide and has the world with top management skills. I believe your company can solve the problem. Yao Jianhong directly said to him, come on this one less. Let us go to North America to build a factory. Yes. But our company has the final say on the scale and location. Now I can tell you clearly that the Rust Belt, it is definitely not within the scope of our company. You want to persuade foreign companies to go to the Rust Belt. First convince your local companies to talk about other things. What kind of international joke? Old and American companies are madly moving out, moving to other emerging market countries in the world. The reason is that they cannot bear the labor costs and inefficient productivity of North America. The Côte d'Azur is willing to build a factory in North America. That is to keep the North American market, but the premise is to have a surplus value to earn. If you keep the North American market, the result is that the total account is blood loss. So why not give up the North American market directly? Without your income in the North American market, it is not impossible to live. Just make a small amount of money. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Yao Jianhong quickly added, I can tell you clearly that even if our company chooses to build a factory in North America, there is only one place, that is, the west coast of your country, California, which is precisely Silicon Valley. I can also tell you clearly that even if our company builds a plant in Silicon Valley, its scale is limited to supplying the North American market. Going to California to build a factory, the local is definitely a warm welcome, and the California governor happily jumped up the joyful song. Luo Sheng's largest interest partners in North America are almost all in California, that is, those high-tech companies. The integrated circuit industry is basically here. The North American supply chain partners of the Côte d'Azur are also here, and most high-quality workers and engineers in North America are also here. In Silicon Valley, infrastructure is also a spike of rust. This is the only place on the Côte d'Azur that can be accepted. Go to the Rust Belt, but the worst result is nothing more than being kicked out of the North American market. The actual bargaining chip of the other party is the North American market, and the redistribution of benefits is limited to this circle. It is not possible to expand outward. Wilbur said calmly with anger, is this really the condition of your company, Yao Jianhong? The last bottom line. Suddenly, Wilbur was gloomy and hummed, then wait for the tax increase. Yao Jianhong's calm response, please go to California to build a factory or Silicon Valley to build a factory. Understand that Wang is absolutely impossible to accept. It was originally not dealt with by a large group of tech gangs in California. Interaction with Page was a surprise. Underworld wanted manufacturing to return to North America and named Silicon Valley's multinational technology one by one. The giants hurriedly moved their factories abroad and returned their overseas funds to invest in North America. As a result, there were not many people. He did not know how serious the consequences were, but he was very angry to understand Wang anyway. Those multinational companies are not stupid. There is no difference between going back and sending them to death. The operating costs of enterprises will soar, and the result is that the international competitiveness will drop, and the international competitiveness of the multinational companies in China next door will steadily increase, which has made them feel unprecedented pressure. Why not go back and die? Not only no one wants to come back, now there are many people who want to go out, such as Elon Musk, who is known as Silicon Valley Iron Man, has reached an intolerable point, and the production capacity of the Pure Blue electric car company next door has exploded. By the end of this year, 10 super factories will be put into operation and mass production will begin. At that time, the annual production capacity will be as high as 3.5 million vehicles. Musk's eyes turned red when he saw such a mass production capacity. Looking at the Tesla car that has been killed by the production capacity so far, he has decided to say thanks to Wang and go to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Shenzhen has built a Tesla super factory. But for Wang, Liu Sheng ran to California and went to Silicon Valley to build a factory. This is not a push on the enemy. Wang can promise to be a hell. There is no doubt that the contradiction between the two parties can hardly be reconciled. This closed-door negotiation and consultation directly collapsed, and Wilbur was angry and took the case with his own people. Peas, I wish you all the bigwigs to celebrate the festival fast. End of this chapter. Chapter 674 Liu Sheng's loss. Chapter 676 Liu Sheng's loss move. After the closed-door meeting ended, the two sides left the scene one after another. The reporters outside watched that the first person to come out was the group of Wilbur Loss, and immediately surrounded them. Although there was no publicity for this meeting, Wilbur Loss appeared at the Davos Forum at this time. Combining with the news of some time ago, a large number of media and industry insiders are still highly concerned about whether the two sides will take this opportunity here start a consultation, and the facts are just as most people have analyzed and interpreted. Mr. Loss, can you tell me the details of the consultation between the two parties? In the face of successive inquiries from journalists from major media, Wilbur Loss said nothing, refused to accept any interviews, and left. He appeared in North America the next time he appeared in public. Obviously, Wilbur Loss went back home. The reporters also guessed from this attitude that the negotiations did not seem to be going smoothly, but it was regrettable that they had not been confirmed by the exact authoritative news. After a while, Yao Jianhong and others also came out. The reporters on the scene did not get the exact news from Wilbur Loss. After seeing this scene, they were suddenly energized and gathered up again. They also asked about the results of the consultation. Compared with Wilbur Loss's uncomfortable attitude, Yao Jianhong happily stopped facing the reporters who surrounded him, and responded briefly with a smile. This is not the first time to deal with the old talk. Yao Jianhong dropped such a thought-provoking sentence and left with the support of his bodyguards, without answering too many questions. Frequently talked about. Some foreign media reporters are a bit confused. What does this mean? Some mainland journalists are trying to interpret useful information from this detailed product. These 4 words of old talk are enriched. Not only must we analyze it from time to time, we must also refer to the historical situation of the grudges and hatred between the two parties in the past. Although the reporters did not know the specific details of the negotiations between the two parties, but based on the analysis of the current situation, it is clear that this consultation has not reached a result that is satisfactory to both parties. Yao Jianhong responded to the media with old talk and let the domestic media interpret why is an implicit expression as a Chinese. The headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company. In the days when Yao Jianhong went to the Davos Forum, Liu Sheng temporarily handled some of the company's affairs in the company's office. This was what he should have done. He is still the company's CEO, but it is only a cashier. These two heads of business have gone on a business trip outside, and the big heads of nature have to come out to preside over the work. The authority and ability handed over to the 3 heads have not yet reached the standard. Yao Jianhong has returned to the company today, and is now in Liu Sheng's office. Wilbur Loss is unwilling to make a move. This posture will either allow us to agree to their conditions and invest in large-scale plant construction in the Rust Zone of North America, or we will wait for a tax increase. Yao Jianhong said helplessly, and he could not help but laugh with a smile. Sigh. It is absolutely impossible to promise to build a factory in the Rust Belt. This is a huge pit. Liu Sheng seemed very calm. Talking about collapse is what I expected. Let him add it. Talk while talking, talk while talking. People are like this. I don't know if the real pain will not give in. Talk while talking, talk while talking. Yao Jianhong muttered to himself, and then looked at Liu Sheng for a moment and added, Mr. Liu, does this not mean that the North American market is going to stay? Just can it be given to local consumers? Liu Sheng asked. Otherwise, is it true that I promised to understand Wang and invest in a Rust Belt to build a factory? Yao Jianhong was speechless about this, but he couldn't help but underestimate it. Talking while talking, talking while talking. Sizhou really used a lot of grades, but looked at the substantive issues. But the grounded gas is unchanged. Should change. To be more straightforward, it is negative regardless of chanting. Luo Sheng seems to have a spirited heart and added, of course, this is not to say that the negative is ignored, or to talk about methodology. Understand that the king is not going to increase the tax for me. Let him add, he plays his Jiao. We also press play with your own gameplay and help a group of modern technology versions of the download come out. Yao Jianhong froze for a while when he heard this term with a sense of age. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw his expression. How exactly do you do it? Isn't he raising taxes? Well, then he'll do it the other way around. I chose to cut prices. As your 5 mobile phones have high profits, large price cuts, and sales. It's been 2 or 3 months since the listing, and it's been a year. There is no problem with price reductions, and consumers who bought before will not be too imbalanced. Yao Jianhong's eyes lit up, and after a little thought about it, he knew that it was a very useful loss, and he immediately said, as your series products have never been reduced in price since the birth. If this price reduction is the first time in history, you can use this gimmick to do a wave of marketing and plan well, which can gradually weaken shipments worldwide. A midterm rebound, the profit is even greater. It can be described as 1 stone, 2 birds with 1 stone. That is, friends and businessmen want to scold mother, ha ha. Trust me, understand Wang will be autistic. Luo Sheng smiled slightly and said in an orderly way, the price will be further lowered and lowered, so that the middleman can see that the profitable profit margin is enough to be impressive. It will appear that we don't have to do anything deliberately. The world is busy, all of which are profitable. All we have to do is provide these people with sufficient supplies. And the trading environment is also very good. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng pointed to a world map pasted on the office wall, and Yao Jianhong looked the Central America region in the direction he pointed. At first glance, Yao Jianhong suddenly realized, the trading environment is really good, and the US-Mexico border is very chaotic. At present, refugees in Latin America continue to go northward to North America. This is undoubtedly a very high-quality living soil for the downlords, and we only need, after sending the goods to Mexico and completing the delivery in the local area, the local downlords have their own ways to deliver the products to consumers in North America, thereby earning a considerable profit margin. Luo Sheng is no longer nonsense, and said directly, you go to arrange it. This matter should be as soon as possible. Dragging 1 day is equal to 2 days slower, and the time cost is equal to 4 times. Understand? Yao Jianhong did not drag the mud and water, so he got up and left. This matter really needs to be scheduled as soon as possible, because it is no less than rebuilding a brand new sales network. Even with the energy of the Côte d'Azur, it can take more than a month to get through this grey sales network just because of the initial fermentation. It also takes more than a month, almost a quarter of the time before and after, and for every day of delay, the actual time cost is several times higher. Understand that Wang's appetite is too big, too much to ask. Luo Sheng is not a good husband. Backhanded a trick to draw a salary at the bottom of the kettle, so that you cannot get 1 hair. Even the tariffs that should have been collected have to be cliff diving, which is equal to it was to understand the interests that Wang should have fought for. Luo Sheng chose to share this part of interest with the downlords in Latin America. Calculate the general ledger, but make more money. This world is so magical. It is foreseeable that once this sales network is opened, no matter how slow, the FBI on the Lomai side will find that a large amount of Azure 5 has illegally flowed into North America from abroad within 2 or 3 months. But even if you know it, you are helpless. The border of Mexico is a place where people are dancing and dancing. If there is any advantage of the local downlords, there is really no advantage. But one advantage is enough. If you don't fight others, just fight for more than one person. It's tens of millions. It can't be grasped. One is caught, and there are tens of millions behind. And these people are almost all refugees. The influx of people here is not just for a meal. For the downlord gang, only a small amount of benefits can be shared to recruit a large number of people. It is simply impossible for LAM to effectively contain the guerrilla warfare that has been reduced to zero. Until Novel.com to contain it also means investing more in the public budget, which originally did not require a sum of money, one after the other. The blood loss to the rhythm of Grandma's family. Luo Sheng believes that Wang, who is originally a businessman, knows that this economic account is completely okay, and he does not believe he can bear it. Understand that Wang wants to really prevent this from happening. The only reliable way is to solve the problem from the source, then you must talk to the Côte d'Azur. The mandatory requirements are impossible, and the Côte d'Azur is just a normal shipment. Mexico also has flagship stores. Someone bought my product and used it to resell it. What's the matter with me on the French Riviera? It's his skill that he can resell it second hand. Who asked you to raise taxes? You lower the tariffs, and these resellers have no profit to make, so they naturally disappear. An even bigger hidden danger is that these mobile phone products are not yet subject to North American network access control, and the low volume is not a big problem. Once the volume exceeds 1 million or 10 million, it will be even more unacceptable. End of this chapter. Chapter 675 Layout Mexico. Chapter 677 Layout Mexico. On the morning of July 21st in the East 8th District, big news came out across the ocean, and Wilbur Roche, who appeared again in public view, confirmed to multiple media agencies including Reuters that it would be worth $43 billion worth of Blue Coastal Group's imported products are subject to an additional 25.5% tariff, which will take effect at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. And King Wang also issued a dynamic statement on Microblog, in addition to the taxation of $18 billion worth of products under the Côte d'Azur Group in the next 2 weeks, mainly in high-tech fields such as semiconductors and consumer electronics. After this news was confirmed, it immediately became the headline news of major news websites around the world. The media industry and industry insiders have long known that the two sides may not be living peacefully this year, but they have never expected it to come so fast. The Davos Forum Summit just ended yesterday, and it is a bit of a move to turn around too fast. It seems that the prerequisite conference consultations and negotiations should not only be unwelcome, but mostly collapsed. LAM really has more and more no bottom line. Isn't the meaning of the bottom line just to break through it? To be reasonable, why not seal Microblog that understands Wang? People are worried and can't get a reason. If you do this, old and beautiful can't laugh and die. Understand, no one knows tariffs better than me. And Microblog, it's really painful. Archbishop has been suppressed by the overlord of the contemporary world. The old beauty has done things time and time again to refresh my understanding of the strong degree of the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology. This matter is booming on the internet in the mainland, and it is also the case abroad. The Reddit forum is also hotly discussing this matter. A large number of users in North America are madly screaming on this anonymous website forum. This news is absolutely influential for them, as US series mobile phones have a share of more than 61% in the North American smartphone market, and their popularity is self-evident. And metaphor, the latest flagship machine, Azure 5, is already expensive enough. With such a deal, the retail price of an Azure 5 is already going to the $4,000 stall. Local consumers don't blame the mother. This price can be bought to Japanese used car locally. Clearly, I don't want consumers to buy this product, but local mobile phone brands can't compete with it. The stock price of Blue Star technology was also subject to volatility. This time, it was a fight with the two companies. The stock price rallied and fell on the day, and finally went lower. The day closed down by 2.7%. Although there was no plunge, it could not stand up to 1.82. The extremely large volume of trillions of dollars in market value directly led to the evaporation of $49.15 billion in market value that day. It is important to know that even if you look at the world, listed companies with a market value of $50 billion still exist. Investors were originally very excited, looking forward to the birth of the first listed company with a market value of over $2 trillion in human history. This is good. The goal of $2 trillion in market value is undoubtedly overshadowed by this matter. Layers of uncertainty. After the Côte d'Azur entered the day in the Eastern Hemisphere, Yao Jianhong held a temporary media meeting in the morning to respond to this matter, that is, anger and protest. When asked by the media about how the Côte d'Azur will respond, Yao Jianhong responded with a sentence, fair and free, and believe in justice. I said nothing, but the outside world, especially netizens, did not blame the Côte d'Azur. On the contrary, they also gained a lot of sympathy. Although the Côte d'Azur company is a behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, as a company, it faces the contemporary world hegemony. It is definitely a disadvantaged group, and it is indeed a bit difficult for the strong. But in fact it is not the case. How could Liu Sheng be beaten without moving? In response to the media, what you say publicly cannot be done, but what you really want to do cannot be said publicly. On July 22, the Executive Vice President's office, a man named Li Li is standing next to Yao Jianhong's desk. Old Yao instructed, this time you go to Mexico to develop new business channels. The situation there is very complicated and dangerous. Your job, where should I deal with the ground snakes? And be cautious about dealing with these desperate people. Facing Yao Jianhong's thousands of orders, Li Li focused on his head. Understood. For a moment, Yao Jianhong took a business card from his office drawer and handed it to him, saying, this is what President Liu recommended to me. The first thing I went there was to find the contact person on the business card. They would give you work locally to provide paid security services. Li Li took the business card and looked at it, saying, Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group? Is this a security consulting company or an insurance company? Yao Jianhong said immediately, the name is not important. What is important is that Mr. Liu recommended, that you can trust. After you go there, go directly to the city of Monterrey. Horizon Security has a branch there. In fact, Lao Yao didn't know anything about the security consultant company whose name was a little weird. Li Li didn't think much, just do it, put away the business card and nodded again. Understood. Yao Jianhong added, remember, some major local snakes do not take the initiative to contact them. They can indeed spread the channel network quickly when dealing with them. But the goal is too large, they do not dare to offend the old beauty and threaten it may be overwhelmed in a moment. At that time, we are equivalent to wasting time and cost. So the core idea is to increase the costs of the FBI. You have to go there to find the small and medium-sized gray forces. Li Li nodded silently again, and also understood the intention of his head boss to do so. The local small and medium-sized gray forces had small and scattered targets. The old and beautiful people came out to curb the blow. The cost was too high. At the same time, the days of these small and medium-sized gray forces are not as moist as the larger local forces, and they need more ways to get more gray income. People who are hungry can work harder. This is an unchanging truth. At the same time, especially the medium-sized gray forces, they have a greater desire to expand than the head and tail forces, but this requires more resources. To put it bluntly, it is to have more money. This makes it easy to mobilize them. Yao Jianhong added again, of course, it does not mean that the local head forces will not deal with it. They take the initiative to contact you and deal with them, but you have to stand at the height of the overall vision to balance the whole situation. The focus cooperating with the central forces to suppress the proportion of the head forces, while taking into account the tail forces. Such a layout can keep the overall situation under our control. Understand? Li Li replied, relax, President Yao, I know what to do. Yao Jianhong nodded with satisfaction, and turned his head to say, then you should prepare. Although cooperation with the villain is like a deal with the devil, it will definitely be attacked by some moral people when it is spread, but the law of survival in this world is originally how to go legally unruly. Although the cooperation with these villains is not very glorious, it is true that the villains buy consumer products, and the company deals with them completely legally. As for what they bought, it has nothing to do with the Côte d'Azur. On July 24, Li Li arrived in Monterrey, Mexico. The city of Monterrey, with a population of more than 4 million, is considered to be the most magnificent city in Mexico. Its rich history and culture is its largest city. It has many pleasing natural beauty and is one of the few local law and order. The city where the environment is okay. Li Li has just arrived in Monterrey. There is a small team with him. A total of 6 people are all from China. The company relied on Li Li and the other 5 employees to develop new ones here. Business channels. When I arrived here, I successfully found the distribution of Horizon Security in Monterrey according to the address .untilnovel.com. Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group. An accompanying employee stood in front of the door and glanced at the sign, saying a few words. Can't help saying, "Boss, is this security company reliable?" Li Li glanced at him and said, "This is arranged by the headquarters, and you are unfamiliar here. Do you think you are looking for a reliable recommendation from the locals or a reliable one from the headquarters?" Of course. The headquarters is reliable. Let's go. The situation here is much more exciting than the plot in the Hong Kong film. We really want to deal with some desperate people face to face. There is no professional security personnel from Horizon Security Company to provide security services, and to deal with the other party with goods worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars. The probability of being handed off by the other party is almost 100%. It is possible to catch a small life. The rules of the game in the civilized world will not apply here. Only the fist and caliber are recognized here. End of this chapter. Chapter 676 Deep Fried Eagle Sauce. Chapter 678 Deep Fried Eagle Sauce. In the days when Li Li and others arrived in Mexico and started new business channels to open up the work, Bionic Man number 2, who had already succeeded in manufacturing, succeeded Luo Sheng, and successfully manufactured Bionic Man number 3. The follow-up Bionic's manufacturing problem. Luo Sheng will not directly deal with it, all will be handed over to Bionics 2 and Xiao Na to complete. He is truly liberated from the first line of production, to achieve a real meaningless personified. The Bionic Man 3 was built, and after completing the tests and upgrades, he went out to perform his tasks. For the identity problem, Xiao Na has arranged for him. A Canadian-American scientist who graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology is 35 years old this year. He has been on his way to North America. The terminal is in Silicon Valley. Luo Sheng's task for Bionic Man 3 was to start a business and set up a military enterprise on Lomai's side. The technology developed by the company is actually a cottage version of the military technology developed by Luo Sheng. The real source of technology is actually from the same person. This is a very long-term meaning, how to evolve in the future. Everything has been arranged by Luo Sheng, and some minor episodes are allowed in the middle without departing from the trajectory he designed. It has even been designed. In the future, the French Riviera sues the company for infringement of intellectual property rights and a long multinational lawsuit. The result is not important, and the process must continue. Well, I sued myself. The purpose of Luo Sheng's doing this is to provide the second-level armed equipment for export to the Horizon Security Company that he secretly controls, including future power exoskeletons, drone bee colony and other technologies. The normal way is that it is impossible to send these equipment to the Horizon. Let's not talk about the old and beautiful level. First of all, you can't pass this level. Although the Azure Coast Group currently has a military research and development department under its jurisdiction, it also undertakes the development of advanced technology projects such as drone bees, power exoskeletons, and unmanned submarines from the country. But even if you get the qualification, you can develop and produce the corresponding weapons and equipment, but you can't sell it casually. Only the country can sell it. Even if you are doing export trade, you must first sell it to a state-owned company and then sell it to a foreign buyer. Even if you pass this level of your own, there is also the level of old and beautiful. When you put Horizon Security in the spotlight, CIA and other agencies will inevitably hold a magnifying glass to conduct a crazy investigation on Horizon Security. Stopping the observation, the risk of doing secret exposure is too great, and then it is likely that it will be strangled in the cradle without growing up. It can only be so costly to support the development of Horizon Security, and at the same time it can clear the relationship with it, making it impossible for them to connect the two, and giving the secret development as much time as possible. The development stage is as low as possible. Technology complex building. Luo Sheng is holding her daughter who was just born and just full moon to spoil her daughter. The name of her daughter is Luo Qianying, whose name is derived from the sentence Go Feng Qi Fengzi in the Book of Songs. It is still like Qianying. After a while, Luo Sheng handed over his daughter to a housemaid and took away the girl's heart and picked up the latest newspaper to read. The front page is the report about yourself. The content of the report shows that the recruitment website announced the most popular 10 companies in its list of Fortune Global 500 companies, and found more than 10 million job reviews by employees in major companies. The website found employee reviews the top 10 companies. Among the 10 companies, Blue Star Technology, Cote d'Azur, and Shengfeng Capital founded by Luo Sheng are all among the top companies. Luo Sheng read the content down and saw the information of the 10 most popular lists, as well as some representative employee comments. Top 1. Blue Star Technology. Excerpt from employee reviews. Great company. Have ample opportunities for promotion and accumulate good experience for becoming managers and supervisors in the future. Learn how to work in a fast-paced, deadline-oriented environment. Blue Star Technology continuously strives to provide employees with a good working environment and create an interesting and attractive corporate culture. Top 2. Cote d'Azur. Excerpts from employee reviews. Interesting, fast, great independent development, and ample opportunities for promotion. The Cote d'Azur is really trying to train people. I have seen countless new employees working in physical retail stores under the Cote d'Azur coastline for half a year. From the introverted, completely socially marginalized people who have just begun to a completely new self. Top 6. Shengfeng Capital. Excerpt from employee comments. The job is very challenging, but the salary is very good. The job with high requirements and high returns, and there are ample opportunities for promotion. I am very concerned about the company's underlying environment. I reorganize the organization once a year. I have been working there for many years. It is not uncommon for me to change 5 head supervisors within a year. Colleagues are very good and work hard, and the bonus and benefits are superb. Luo Sheng smiled with satisfaction when he saw these. Of course, he could let Xiaona do internal data statistics to get real results, but the results selected by external third-party organizations based on data were undoubtedly more convincing. He has been a shopkeeper for years, indicating that Qin Weimu, Zhang Bowen and Yao Jianhong have organized their respective companies. In fact, the one most frequently mentioned by employees is adequate promotion opportunities. The frequent appearance is undoubtedly very representative. This may be one of the most important reasons for the company's most popular. Not enough promotion opportunities are all nonsense. And the total number of employees of several companies such as Blue Star Technology and the Azure Coast has more than 2 million employees worldwide. It took less than 15 years to set this number, indicating that the company has more than 10. It has been in a period of rapid growth throughout the year, and of course there is ample opportunity for promotion for employees. Master, you just received a new email report on Lilis work report on the expansion of Mexico's new business channels. Xiaona's voice responded at this time. Luo Sheng immediately opened the list. Latin America. Mexico. A civil aviation transport plane landed steadily at the international airport in downtown Mexico. The plane was fully loaded with Azure 5. After a successful landing, the large logistics fleet waiting at the airport for a long time began to unload and transfer. Here is a CNN reporter who brought you a direct hit on the spot. We found that Azure 5 mobile phones have suddenly sold abnormally in Mexico recently. According to a data report released by Nielsen, Azure 5 sales in the Mexican market have increased by 2,995 compared with the previous quarter, nearly a 30-fold surge. God, this number is crazy. However, it is accompanied by the FBI's recent statement that there has been a very large-scale smuggling of electronic products on the US-Mexico border, which is the Azure 5 mobile phone. You can't imagine how crazy it is. Every 10 refugees who sneak into North America inside, you can flip out the Azure 5 phone in the pockets of 4 of them. And the current retail price of the product in North America is $3,888 unit. The FBI insists that the Cote d'Azur company has close contacts with local underground organizations, and has reached an unknown transaction, providing them with a large amount of goods to flow into North America, resulting in heavy losses to the United States. We have come to the scene. I hope that Lili, the general manager of the Mexican film, will be able to accept our live interview and see what he says. Let's go. It is now approaching the end of autumn 2017, which is more than 3 months after the Davos Forum held this summer, and these days, Lili lived up to the expectations of the headquarters and opened new business channels here in Mexico. Azure 5 sales in the Mexican market exploded. If you make a bar chart of the growth rate of product sales in each single regional market in the world, you will see that the bar of the Mexican market has already washed out the rhythm of the Earth's atmosphere. On the contrary, sales in the North American market plummeted, showing negative growth. But in fact, Azure 5 on the ground in North America has not decreased but increased, because the data has been indirectly displayed on the sales table of the Mexican market. Otherwise, how can the bar that broke through the sky come here? There is no possibility to appear out of thin air. The Mexican market can't eat without such a strong market heritage. Understand that Wang has sent dynamic and continuous hairs on microblog. I was thinking of eating in the bowl and thinking of the pot. I never thought that the result is that not only the pot is not eaten, but even the bowl is smashed. He didn't think that Liu Sheng would come up with such a shameful trick. This is all right. Mom got one. And people actually still make a lot of money in your home. What's even more annoying is that you can only break your teeth and swallow into your stomach. You know that the problem is on the Cote d'Azur, but people can just ignore the relationship. The Cote d'Azur is in Mexico. There is no smuggling after engaging in legal business activities. Everything is done in accordance with WTO rules, and the law cannot impose sanctions on the Cote d'Azur. And knowing that Wang can only put pressure on the old Mexican authorities, but this broken place, the authorities themselves are insecure, and there is no way to get the local grey forces. Moreover, what reason does Mexico have to stop? My own tariffs are very cool. Until novel.com. This money was not enough to make my own money, and now the world is losing pie. Not only will it not cooperate, but it will also be violent. Mexico wanted Laum to annex him, but Laum didn't dare to eat it at all, because this piece of meat was poisonous and highly toxic, and now they were clamoring to build a wall. If Laum takes the initiative to clean up the grey forces, there is no solution to this problem. The other party is turned into zero, and the sweep is not clean. The final result is that the public budget invested in the day is also lost. The cost and effect are not equal, and it will not last long, and once contracted, it will be revived. It is all blood loss. It is strange to know that the king does not blow hair. Angrily turned to microblog dynamics, and finally sprayed the WTO without individual skin, but also threatened that this thing is too bad, should consider leaving the WTO organization. WTO? End of this chapter. Chapter 677 Show Scalp Tingling. Chapter 679 Show Scalp Tingling. CNN reporters found Li, and the latter gladly accepted an interview with Magnesium Media. What are you talking about? Smuggling? Us? What kind of international jokes? FBI's remarks are unfounded and irresponsible defamation. Please come up with evidence. If there is no pro-apology immediately, the FBI's negative statements will not be true. The reputation of our company has brought irreparable losses. Thank you for revealing this news to me. I will report to the headquarters as soon as possible and suggest to pay close attention to the development of the FBI. We reserve the right to sue. Li Liqiang responded vigorously. This answer directly covered the CNN reporter who interviewed him for a while. He knew a little about Chinese culture and immediately thought of the word. Thieves called to catch thieves. What does a thief call out to catch a thief and hit a rake? The CNN reporter who listened to this shameless hooliganism said it was shocked. But Mr. Li, according to the information published by the CIA, some agents have taken photos of you in close contact with the local leader of an underground grey organization, Lang Odo Pace. The iron evidence is placed. And how do you explain it? This is a real hammer. How do you quit? Faced with the CNN reporter's question, Li smiled inwardly. Iron evidence? Why don't you sue? Obviously, Li was not bluffed by the other party at all, but suddenly said with a shocked face, "What? Is this true? OMG, Mr. Lang Odo is such a kind person. How could he be a local black state leader? OMG, I always thought he was the boss of a local chemical plant, and also operated a large supermarket. Yesterday he came to me and bought 3,000 Azure 5S in one breath. He said that he was giving benefits to his employees. He was given a discount directly." With that, Li added with an incredulous sigh, "Unexpectedly, he has such a humble face. How do you think he is a good person? Is he really a leader of the Hibang?" He said that the chemical plants, supermarkets, employees are all fake. Are you CIA people wrong? OMG. The expressions of shock, doubt, exclamation, pity, doubt, etc. switched easily on Li's face. When the CNN reporter outside the camera heard these words and saw his expression switch, he couldn't help but twitch his face, and really wanted to use the microphone in his hand to paste his face. He really felt that Li should go to the film and television industry to be an actor. The CNN reporter who interviewed him wanted to ask something more, but now she has chosen to give up because she realizes that she will never wake up a person who deliberately pretends to sleep. Anyone who has a little brain and thinks independently can easily see that Li is pretending to be stupid and stunned, like a comedian, with a lively and a bit of ridicule in a serious nonsense. But people are so simple, you have nothing to refute. What if I knew that Lang Odo was the leader of a local gang organization, who stipulates that people in the world cannot buy mobile phones and cannot sell mobile phones to others? At least there is no local legal basis on which the law can be based. The so-called law is free without prohibition. Because of this, it is the most popular trademark. The interview hastily ended, and Li said goodbye to it very politely. If there were more gentlemen, there would be more gentlemen. As a general selected by Yao Jianhong, how could there be no two brushes in a quarter? Turn on. At this moment, a CNN reporter saw another convoy drove into the airport. Judging from the vehicle's logo, this train was a banknote convoy, and there was a person hired by the Horizon Commercial Security Insurance Group. All are the existence of live ammunition. The CNN reporter dumbly said, 1, 2, 3, 4. 22 are banknote transporters. God, how much money does this have? Her partner looked at the distant team and said, if all of them are $100 bills, a cash transport vehicle should be full of 100 million US dollars. I heard that they will have an every other week or so. It arrived in New York for liquidation, and finally entered the total account of the Côte d'Azur Group. Damn, the money was all stolen from the United States. There is nothing wrong with the CNN reporter saying that in the Mexican market, 99% of the delivery of Azure 5 mobile phones and customers is hand-paid and hand-delivered, and credit card payment does not exist. because the identity of these customers is destined not to go to normal finance. Otherwise, the assets will be frozen every minute. Therefore, it is a solid dollar cash transaction process. The finances here have been expanded several times, and the special market environment has to raise more financial employees to count the banknotes. Only in this way will there be $1 or $2 billion in cash and dollar bills delivered every other week or so. Of course, it will be shipped to the magnesium country to complete further transaction settlement. The issue of the circulation of these US dollar bills is to first buy Azure 5 from the local black market channel from North American consumers, and then the money flows into the hands of the underground gray forces on both sides of the United States and Mexico. They then take the cash to Mexico. Purchase at the point of sale. The money is left here on the Côte d'Azur section of the Côte d'Azur. Then it was transported out of Mexico and then liquidated further, forming a perfect closed loop. The cash flow numbers on the Côte d'Azur's assets list continued to increase in a steady cycle of about once a week. Godfather, you absolutely can't think of the most profitable business in the entire territory of Mexico now is to resell this phone to North America. In a conference room, the local Black Beast Corps is holding a meeting, and a small leader who is talking is holding a brand new Azure 5 mobile phone. The Godfather sitting in the chief cut his head with a Cuban cigar, and said casually without lifting his head, "Is it more profitable than do?" Godfather, you are right, the profit of reselling this kind of mobile phone is 87% higher than the profit of Dookie. Hearing this, the Godfather stopped cutting the cigar and immediately looked up at the speaker. What? 87%? The true Godfather, the purchase price is only $2,299 unit, and the consumer sold to North America is $2,799 unit, and reselling a mobile phone can theoretically earn a spread of $500. Of course, this is ideally. I want $500. It's very difficult to eat all the spreads and send them to consumers in person. So people who resell mobile phones now have different divisions of labor and share the $500 profit. But as long as the mobile phone is delivered from Mexico to North America, you can make a net profit of $217 US. The counterparts there are ready to pick up the goods at any time, and they are in short supply. They are absolutely not worried about it. They can only take the goods back and pass it. The profit is about 87% higher. The recent power expansion of Langodo, the dog food breeder, has been very rapid. He relies on reselling mobile phones. He can resell nearly 50,000 mobile phones per week. That is, if he sends the goods to the other side of the border, he can earn more than $10 million from it. The US dollar is a net profit of $10 million US per week. There are more gangs making a fortune because of this wealth. The people in the community were stunned when they heard such exaggerated profits. Originally, these profits were all subject to North American tariffs, and now it's okay, not even a dime, which means that thousands of Azure 5 actually flow into the North American market with zero tariffs. The Côte d'Azur didn't even substantially modify its original profits, but it can still take a small bite out of this profit. There is still a huge profit space for these people to follow the path of failure. Damn, what's that Lily? Why didn't he come to us? What does he mean? Ignore our existence? Ignore our status in Mexico? Godfather, please allow a group of people to smash a store on the Côte d'Azur and go to their warehouse and let them know who is the real owner here. At this moment, the Godfather cut the cigar in his hand again, and the little brother next to him immediately sent the fire quickly. Taking a deep breath, the Godfather pouring smoke said calmly, "Stupid. Don't provoke these overseas multinational supergiants. They are not easy to provoke. This Azure Coast Group is difficult for even the magnesium people to get any benefits. It's annoying. Let's not talk about whether you can beat the people of Horizon Security, even if you have beaten or robbed the warehouse. Have you ever thought about the follow-up trouble?" Speaking of which, the Godfather stared directly at the proposer who had just said, communicate with the Azure Coast is equal to committing evil with all the underground forces in the territory of Mexico. If they break their money, they will come to you desperately. Come and take your head, even if we are strong enough. We can't be hostile to everyone. Do you understand? The Godfather is wise. The Godfather immediately turned his head to look at another participant. Blaze, you are the most gentleman-friendly. You go to meet with Lily in person. First show that we also want a seat, and score a piece of soup. If they agree, they will all be happy. Not agree. No. This is not the style of the Chinese. As long as we have goodwill, they will agree. There is no reason not to agree. Follow your orders, Godfather. As the European and American media continue to report, the Mexican market has gradually entered the public's field of vision. CNN, BBC and other mainstream European and American media are slamming the Côte d'Azur, hoping to legally punish the large-scale illegal trading activities of the Côte d'Azur in the Mexican market. This is obviously a war of words in public opinion, and the Côte d'Azur will not be indifferent. It is not without sound channels. Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur are themselves new media powers. They have no advantage in the traditional media field, but they have a greater initiative on the internet new media platform. Of course, their opinions can be quickly spread. All of a sudden, the two sides were happily fighting, and the melanating people all over the world did not think it was too much to see the excitement, and they all watched strongly. Haha, the Archbishop is a real Dixie. Actually, he thought of such a shameful trick. Who would have thought that reselling Azure 5 could have such a huge profit? Janema sees the series for a long time. Archbishop, everyone is a human being, and playing hooligans is not yours alone. Hey, did you guys watch the video of CNN interviewing Lil E? It's just a ghost. There is wood. Nema laughed, and the Archbishop picked up the treasure again. Everyone really has talents. Genius. I announced it. No, the kings are stupid. Haha, just look at the development of the post to know. The labor and capital are so cool. Although it is not directly related to yourself. There is nothing more depressing than this. We have a good relationship with the people, and the Archbishop really sees it through. It can be described as a bottom drawer. This way of reselling is really only possible here in Mexico. It can only be resold to North America, for another place, for another time. Clicking and changing a product point will not work. Mentalnovel.com. I still don't understand Wang's Sao operation. I specifically checked it. I wandered around the Reddit forum and saw posts discussing related content, and I was also the person who read it. It's stupid. If you are a user in North America, you go to the black market channel to buy an Azure 5 resold from Mexico. It is even cheaper than the local official flagship store by $50. I saw it for the first time. At the time of this news, I really saw the series for a long time. 66,666. This Nema, the black market price is actually cheaper than regular channels, and I am also scalp numb. To be reasonable, who can think of this reversal? It's more interesting than chasing dramas, and I look forward to what will happen later. Ha ha ha, don't you know that King Wang will increase tariffs? Dumbfounded. I won't get anything here. Everyone is a winner. Only King Wang is a complete loser. No, I think the WTO is the most miserable. There is nothing to do from the sky. It is inexplicably sprayed on the face by the big master and is ready to pick the pick and leave, and directly pat the rhythm of the and leave. Miserable. End of this chapter. Chapter 678. North American tech giants tossed into misery. Chapter 680. North American tech giants tossed into misery. October 13, 2017. Verizon headquarters. God, the American technology industry is going to be ruined by the decision makers of the pig brains. No, this is an insult to the pigs. The campaign's CEO Lowell McAdam was furious on the spot after reading a report submitted by the people below. This material report is a recent statistical report on the inflow from Mexico through big data, the number and growth trend of Azure 5 mobile phones in North America. The data shows that in the last month alone, more than 1 million Azure 5s have flowed all over the country. What makes Lowell McAdam fear is the growth trend behind it. which means that it will continue in the future. Growth means no coping strategies, and more than 12 million units in a year. Verizon, as one of the 4 largest operators in North America and the largest user of wireless communication service providers, has this extremely high signal coverage and has a nationwide LTE network. At the same time, this company is also the main sales channel for Azure mobile phones. One is an important partner of the Côte d'Azur company and a major advertiser of Blue Star technology. In short, it is right to have a strong partnership. A large number of lock-free versions of Azure 5 smartphones are now being resold from Mexico to North America, which has caused Verizon to suffer heavy losses, not only from his family, but also from another major operator, AT&T Group. In fact, North America, the 4 major operators have suffered varying degrees of loss. This has to say the problem of the sales of Azure series smartphones in the North American market. Azure phones are divided into unlocked versions and unlocked versions. The other version is the retail version or the contract version. The retail version or the unlocked version of the Azure mobile phone is a monolithic flagship store built by the Côte d'Azur. It is a buyout product. There is no binding constraint, and of course it is more expensive. Most international brands are full band, and Azure smartphones are, of course. There are dual band, tri-band, etc. Support network automatic switching, whether in China or North America. As long as you plug in the card, you can use it. Of course, this premise must be within the signal coverage. However, the shipment of the retail version of the own channel of the Côte d'Azur company's own physical store only accounts for a little more than 30% of the sales of Azure mobile phones in the United States, and nearly 70% of the shipments are through several North American operators and other channels. Dealers completed, which means that the contract machine accounted for 70% of sales. As for why the Côte d'Azur's own channel retail stores can't compete with local operators in North America, it's because they sell cheaper, and because of their huge sales network, plus home advantage. They have to play according to other game rules. The contract machine is cheaper than the retail version. But is it really cheap? It is indeed cheaper by $200 or $300 at the intuitive price, but it is actually more expensive. The differences in modes brought by different regions are basically based on mobile phones sold by operators in many developed countries. On the contrary, in China, they are mainly based on retail channels. But in most other countries, operators control the entire sales channel of mobile phones. It is quite difficult for Côte d'Azur's own channels to pry up nearly 30% of the North American market. The contract machine on the North American side can be understood as a similar domestic mobile phone charging activity. Verizon's Azure contract machine requires a TOR event to be bound. In other words, if North American consumers buy this contract machine, this means that the minimum consumption quota must be guaranteed during the contract period. For example, the monthly package fee is $78.20, that is, whether the user uses 50 yuan or $78.20, the monthly package fee will be deducted from $78.20 for 2 years, that is, the minimum will be $1,876.80. If you exceed the phone bill, you will have to pay extra. It seems that operators sell contract machines cheaper than the retail version, and in fact are more expensive. As long as users buy contract machines, operators can guarantee a stable income of at least $1,876.80 over the next 2 years, and only a lot. However, this kind of contract machine that is cheaper and more expensive is actually better than the retail version. In addition to the operator's own channel advantages, most of the masses of consumers in North America don't know how to count and may account for a lot factor. Instead, they feel that the contract machine is affordable, and they can only say that happiness and education are good. Otherwise, how can the old and beautiful capitalists collect IQ taxes? But even if the mass consumers in North America are stupid, it can be understood that Wang Yi has imposed tariffs and the prices of products have skyrocketed. Even if the operator wants to make a profit, it will not be less beautiful to modify the numbers. Local consumers can clearly see that a mobile phone has soared from more than $2,000 to nearly $4,000. If these two large and intuitive fluctuations are not visible, they are really blind. Okay, now Mexico is reselling Azure 5 phones, which are tens of dollars cheaper than the price of the contract machine when there is no additional tax, which is equivalent to more than $1,000 cheaper, and there is no need to consume much. The contract limit for the minimum amount of phone bills or other value-added services. Even if local consumers are in a hurry and their IQ is in a hurry, they will know which one is more affordable. But for the North American operators such as Verizon, it is miserable. Every time an Azure 5 is resold in Mexico, they will have to lose a profit that should be earned by themselves. And the profit is just like this. Mexico and local gangs, the gray forces, passed away. The stock market will not be deceiving. In these few days, the stock prices of several major North American operators such as Verizon and AT&T Group have plummeted neatly. Verizon's share price has plummeted by 18.9% in the past few days, and its market value has fallen from the previous $220.8 billion to the current only $179.07 billion. AT&T Group is even worse, because the company's share is larger, so it has plunged 20.2%. The market value fell from $207 billion to the current $165.18 billion. The share of Azure series smartphones in the North American market exceeds 60%. And it is no surprise that local operators have such a big impact. What makes them uneasy is that there is a great probability that the stock price will further plummet. Investors on the old and American sides are extremely realistic. Before the Nielsen report came out, the stock prices of several North American operators were quite strong. The report directly pulls the crotch. If it comes out in the next Q4 financial report, the performance will be impacted. When investors look at this SpiceAI performance report, the stock price will definitely suffer a further plunge. Lowell McAdams' thunder is not unreasonable. He plans to step down as CEO next year. As a result, Wang has such a toss. How can he complete the KPI? How can I get the stock option dividend bonus? Can you not be angry? But he calmed down his anger as soon as possible, in order to be able to call the curtain perfectly. For KPI performance, for option stock dividend rewards, solving problems is more important than meaningless incompetent anger. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Judging from the current situation, the Q4 financial report will certainly not meet the expectations of Wall Street analysts. However, if the problem can be solved before the Q4 financial report is disclosed, the reselling in Mexico can be curbed. Adding a relatively long-term good news to the bad news, there is still a chance to complete the KPI, and the stock price will slowly rise back. Half an hour later, Lowell McAdam conducted a temporary external conference call, and it was the AT&T Group, Sprint, and other peer operators that joined the meeting. As soon as I completed the connection, I heard the voices of my peers scolding. How can we choose such a leader? Should we endure him for 2 or 3 months? Is this God's penalty for magnesium? On the conference call, AT&T Group CEO Randall Stephenson's expectation of speaking gave a feeling of powerless despair and a sense of collapse. Although they are all competitive, they are now discussing together. There is no way to understand that this wave of operation that Wang jumped out not only smashed the rice bowls in the hands of everyone, but even brought the pot that everyone used together. Not only a few major operators, a series of high-tech companies in North America have not been spared. High-tech companies such as IBM, SEI Fuji, Qualcomm and other companies that have close cooperation with the Côte d'Azur or Blue Star technology have been affected. I think it's helping them, But these high-tech companies in North America don't know that the teeth he hates are tickling. Lowell McAdam did not hate Luo Sheng because of the large-scale reselling of his Euro 5 in Mexico, and Yu Reed did not scold the Côte d'Azur for being unreasonable because they knew that the problem was not Luo Sheng. What if they hated or scolded? Luo Sheng and the Côte d'Azur have only done things that are in the interests of him and his company. Compared to Wang, the elites in the North American technology and financial circles know exactly what the problem is. The problem is in understanding Wang. Lowell said, "Be prepared for both ends. K Street needs to work harder. In addition, I still need to talk to Luo Sheng to have a good talk. I personally went to interview Luo Sheng. No, it is better to contact a few more of the Silicon Valley technology giants with major business contacts, call Samuel and others together, so that the possibility of reaching a new consensus will be higher." Randall replied helplessly, "It's the only way. I'll take care of it on K Street." "Good luck, old man." Lowell sighed. Hope so. End of this chapter. Chapter 679. Just like you to see me uncomfortable but can't help me look. Chapter 681. Just like you to see me uncomfortable but can't help me look. Lowell McAdam contacted several Silicon Valley technology giants who had significant business dealings with Luo Sheng's company to explain their purpose, and the heads of these technology giants strongly agreed with Lowell's proposal and were pleased. Promised him. So I decided to visit Luo Sheng in all groups to tell Luo Sheng that we are not in the same group as Mr. Wang. Don't get me wrong. We still want to continue to swing our oars happily. The high-tech giants of Laom can only save themselves in groups now. Trying to help King Wang help. Thank God for not giving chaos. Côte d'Azur Company. President Luo, Verizon CEO Lowell McAdam visited the Côte d'Azur with a global vice president of 11 well-known Silicon Valley technology giants. This is Lowell's personal letter and a list of people, just waiting for your permission. He led the delegation. Tang Xin entered the CEO's office to report. This is to say hello in advance, so I can prepare later. If I hurried over, I at a closed door. And Lowell couldn't afford to lose his face, and Silicon Valley couldn't afford to lose his face either. They didn't want the next day. I saw some embarrassing content on the headlines. The embarrassment of the heads of ASML was not forgotten yet. Luo Sheng received the letter and opened the list, surprised. Yo, such a luxurious lineup, all my partners, haha, most of these old friends in Silicon Valley can't stand being tossed by the king. Come to me to complain. Luo Shengxuan, who was very happy to see it, looked at Tang Xin. Okay, let me say that, so many Silicon Valley bosses have a face, and I am willing to accept it. Tang Xin nodded. Okay, then I will arrange it. After obtaining the attitude of Luo Sheng clearly, Lowell and others flew from North America to Sucking in 2 days. Although they were local when they came, the terminal at Sucking Airport was discovered by some media. It has aroused widespread concern in the industry for a while. To say that the most important person should be the head of Verizon. Others are the global vice presidents who have not caused much idea. The problem is that this is not one or two. So many vice presidents and a technology company represented by each person are well-known industry giants or a top presence in the industry. It is not a general heavyweight. After arriving in Sucking for only 1 day to spend the time difference, he rushed to the City of the Galaxy on the Azure Coast headquarters early the next morning. The meeting time and place are already agreed. Luo Sheng naturally got up early. And the meeting place is not in which hotel conference room, nor office or any golf course, but chose Azure 5 at the Azure Coast Headquarters General Assembly Department building. Mr. Luo, this is Mr. Lowell McAdam, CEO of Verizon. This is a director and executive vice president of Qualcomm. At the door of the building at the moment, Tang Xin introduced a group of foreigners to Luo Sheng to visit one by one. After the courteous meeting and handshake greeting, Luo Sheng, the host, immediately reached out and made a gesture to everyone, and immediately led them towards as your 5 final assembly line went away. Lowell McAdam and others found that this meeting was very different from the scene they expected. They did not expect it to be such a walk and chat in the product assembly department. But this is all secondary. As long as you can see Luo Sheng personally, interview is more important than anything. To tell the truth, Mr. Lowell, you really should not come to me. Luo Sheng walked comfortably while watching and said slowly, the media are reporting on your coming here. I believe it will be soon when it's spread to North America. Your personalized family member who saw it would only hate me more. You are causing me trouble. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that such a luxurious Silicon Valley lineup in the technology world has come to sucking, and only one person has the energy and qualification to make them come up with such a large lineup. But it is not difficult for anyone with a bit of logical derivation ability to guess that he came to Luo Sheng. When Lowell McAdam heard this, he felt contempt for a while. This bot was dumped. Now that he can talk face to face, isn't it all the result of your agreement? Would you like to say we will come? He immediately replied with a helpless expression. Mr. Luo, now is not the time to dump each other's pots. Maybe he will hate you even more, but we are not much better. I bet $10. Maybe he will send a message on microblog tomorrow to deduct us the name of the traitor. Luo Sheng smiled and did not speak. It's all human spirits. Some words are enough. The days to come will be long. Luo Sheng took these foreigners in the Azure 5 assembly workshop for a while and came to a high platform area. The large workshop actually has very few staff. Most of them are intelligent mechanical coordinated assembly products. The entire workshop takes about 18 seconds. Time can get a complete Azure 5 smartphone. This efficiency is also a shock to everyone's heart. Luo Sheng suddenly looked at the busy scene below and said, every engineer here is a resume with a master's degree or more, and a doctorate degree is also close to about 45%. Luo C wants me to go to the Rust Zone to build a factory. You are all the elites. When I see these, I would like to ask you, do you really think that your country can realize the return of industrial production? Is there any living soil? Lowell McAdam and others looked at the scene below, and faced Luo Sheng's questions with silence. Seeing that they were not speaking, Luo Sheng glanced back at Lowell and others, and Yun Dan said lightly, you think you can break the Côte d'Azur? I can say with certainty, impossible, absolutely impossible. Whether I am active or passive, it has always had a leapfrog development in the field of high-end manufacturing. You are all my partners. I am very happy to see you here, indicating that you see better than your politicians. It is time to think about how to come participate, and don't get on the train early. If the future pattern changes a lot, you will be very passive, won't you? Lowell looked directly at Luo Sheng and questioned seemingly unbelievably, Mr. Luo, are you so convinced that the manufacturing industry cannot return to North America? Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, and replied, why do you have to ask more? You guys are standing here now, you actually understand, even better than me, otherwise what is the meaning of your presence here? Lowell did not answer the call, nor did the other people talk. Upon seeing this, Luo Sheng smiled and said, okay. I recently saw a statement from the big brother Wu Zhao, saying that you can spend at most $12 billion on your own production line without using our country's rare earth. Say this number. Silly means to deceive yourself. Lowell and others remained silent. Luo Sheng held the mast and looked at the assembly line below and said happily, of course there is no shortage of money in North America. What is the $12 billion of money when the banknote printing machine is started? But the return of industry, especially high-end manufacturing, is not only it's a matter of capital, and it's more a matter of engineering capacity. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng also added to Lowell and others, taking rare earth as an example, you have a lot of rare earth resources and strong capital. But what about engineers? More than 95% of the high-end talents in the rare earth field are in China. Once the industrial system is lost, it must start from scratch. Once industrial production stops, the industry will be cut off, and North America has begun a large-scale industrial migration since the 1980s, and it has been broken for 2 or 3 decades. Will it be revitalized in years? The Wu Jiao Tower said that this rare earth would cost an additional $12 billion US. That's because assuming that the cost of human resources remains the same, the investment can be obtained and the price is appropriate. The market also guarantees that the Wu Jiao Tower will give orders. Billions of dollars. What about all industries? Do you have all the engineers? The prosperity of Silicon Valley has deteriorated. Now the people you hire are not Yindu engineers or Chinese engineers, because the quality of the North American native population has fallen precipitously and want to revive the manufacturing results. Isn't it embarrassing for no one? Lowell McAdam coughed awkwardly a few times. Luo Sheng's series of rhetorical questions could not be refuted by the people present, but he could not admit it. There are 2 extremes in the North American education system. Capitalists instill happiness education to the general public, but the education of their descendants is just the opposite. The result is that the educational resources of the elite group are not at the same level as the general public. And they are all moving closer to the virtual economy. Almost all the most talented analysts on Wall Street are not born in finance, but a group of top scientists. Therefore, the best mathematicians and physicists in North America are not in the laboratory, but on Wall Street. If I choose to be the boss myself, the outsourcing of the engineers will be outsourced. I am recruiting a large number of foreign engineers. Isn't it fragrant to watch the stocks rise? At this time, Qualcomm's global executive vice president tried to regain a little initiative. I saw him saying, "Mr. Luo, your company is not invincible, as your mobile phones do not have Qualcomm's baseband, and the machinery and equipment personnel here must all stop running. The implication is that you Luo Sheng don't be too arrogant, we also have things that hold you back." The 2 sides seemed to be chatting with each other, but in fact, there was a game between the lines. Lowell and others came here and they knew that they were asking for people, but they had to act like they were not asking for people. Luo Sheng was very unhappy with their attitude, and the people who looked at Qualcomm immediately said with a smile, "This is unreasonable. I am Qualcomm's largest customer. You are threatening customers. I am not just your Qualcomm of consumers." They also participated in the research and development process with experience in the process of purchasing applications. "How much technical value did I purchase your chip for you?" A chip is very complicated, and some special chips can say that you are absolutely capable of money, but you are not equipped with a good device. Who is your baseband chip sold to? How to develop together with system integrators. Not to mention there are other eye-catching suppliers. When Qualcomm people heard the phrase other suppliers, they immediately thought of a name, Huawei. Huasheng is still supporting the die-hard baseband chip, which is Qualcomm's most feared thing. Now it has been proposed, and his heart is suddenly 3 points empty. In addition to Qualcomm's futility, the people next to IBM are not much better. They also feel offended. Huawei's server business has been booming in recent years, and has gradually moved from a wedge business of Huawei to its main business. Among them, Luo Sheng's support has played an extremely important role. It can even be said that without Luo Sheng's support, Huawei's server business as it is impossible to rise so fast. At that time, IBM felt a huge crisis and put into practical action to try to contain it, but the result did not play a big role. If you don't hate Luo Sheng, it's a fake. Hate can be hated. With Luo Sheng tens of billions of dollars I still have to do business. It is too much. I really can't let go. More than half of the foreigners present gritted their teeth at Luo Sheng. The most uncomfortable thing is that they have the heart that wants to kill each other but they can't do it. They have to continue to do business with the people who are most upset with them. End of this chapter. Chapter 680 The Soul Torture from Luo Sheng. Chapter 682 Interrogation of Soul from Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, the Azure 5 resale wave in Mexico must be stopped. If this continues, sooner or later there will be big things. Someone has begun to speculate on futures. The head of Verizon finally brought the topic to his most concern. The problem comes up. The group of traders on Wall Street saw the hot scalping of resale in Mexico, with daily turnover of hundreds of millions of dollars. Such a hot popularity, I am sorry for the concept of not falling into the sky without speculation. In fact, it is gambling, because the market may be a sudden news at any time, which will lead to a steep turn. Several major operators in North America really want to cry. This is what the disaster is saying. The price of ORS 5 has not had much impact on their operations because of the soaring tariffs. The deputy has nothing to do with his mentality, because their core profit does not depend on the mobile phone itself, but the package of the mobile phone contract. Your Azure 5 sales have plummeted because of the price surge. Consumers can choose other brands such as iPhone, Samsung, etc. Our operators still sell contract machines, and their profits will not be subject to dramatic fluctuations. Now it's okay. Mexico is scalping wildly, new supply channels appear in the market, and the operators still don't have a profit of half a cent, let alone their own profits have to plummet. You should know that the North American market is so large, and the users who can develop are basically developed. Every time the consumer buys an Azure 5 from the black market, it means that one less customer buys a mobile phone from the operator channel. One less package contract. Luo Sheng spread his hands helplessly and said, Mr. Lowell, there is a special phenomenon of large-scale resale of electrical products in the Mexican market, obviously because of the self-regulation of the market on unreasonable tariffs. The market found that with the new prices, do you want me to raise the prices of products from other markets to the price range of the North American market? Then my company will explode in place the next day. So, this is not something that my ability can prevent. I can't go against the market, otherwise it will be crushed by ruthless crushing. As long as the North American tariffs on Azure 5 phones are not reduced to a reasonable level, the reselling will not disappear. This kind of chaos is a tragedy caused by man. I am very sorry that your company's market value has plummeted recently. You have a good leader. After saying that, Luo Sheng did not forget to bury the sentence, it was bad enough. This statement made it clear that labor and capital will not be managed, and it is also hung up high. You go to understand Wang, all this is caused by him. Luo Sheng looked at the internal data, and he could make more money by lowering the price. This is a bit of a show. The outside world was shocked, but all this was within the company's expectations. Because, reselling the past Azure 5 mobile phone is equivalent to zero tariffs, which is equivalent to an alternative big dumping. In addition, it can further save labor costs and channel costs, all of which have turned into higher company profits. Luo Sheng is considering whether to lay off employees on the Côte d'Azur North American company, especially those who do not have much technical content but idle and do nothing to get paid. Salesperson in the physical store. The resale has entered a frenzy. The performance of regular physical stores is bleak. There are dozens of employees in a store, idle and nothing to do. Moreover, the salary of employees in North America is expensive. A physical store intern employee pays $4,550 a month. The annual salary is as high as $54,600, equivalent to an annual salary of 360,000 yuan. This is just the treatment of an intern. If it is not for the Côte d'Azur with high profitability, who can afford it? No wonder it will become one of the 10 most popular companies in the world. In the face of Luo Sheng's embarrassed expression, it seems to be justified and valid, but Cowell McAdam didn't believe it at all, and immediately said, "It's true that you said it makes sense, but you can use technology to curb the resale tide in Mexico. Your company can lock the OS system through technical means." Luo Sheng replied calmly, "Yes, I can lock the zone, but the question is, why should I do this?" Lowell, because. Just opened his mouth. Lowell froze, staring at Luo Sheng in a daze, faced with this soul-like torture. His brain suddenly broke off and he didn't know how to talk back. Only the transaction can solve the problem, but the question is, what chips are used to impress Luo Sheng? Luo Wei also saw that Luo Sheng was a master who saw no rabbits and no eagles. He is now earning a lot of money. It is impossible for him to work in vain. At the end, Lowell asked straight away, "Okay, Mr. Luo, please tell me, what do you want? Wouldn't it be possible to say this earlier? Luo Sheng whispered in his heart. This sentence he waited until now, suddenly said concisely, what I want is very simple. CFD. CFD? Lowell McAdam looked back at the vice presidents of the major companies that came with him, and then looked at Luo Sheng again. Mr. Luo, are you sure that you are deliberately embarrassing me? You should go to ANSYS. Luo Sheng said, but can you contribute? Isn't the only thing that interests me is industrial software. I only want CFD software, not the entire key software. Isn't that too much? As long as you can play my own influence and use of your superior resources have made ANSYS provide me with a set of CFD talent training. It's easy to say anything. This is not too much. When the foreigners were present, they could not wait to beat Luo Sheng to the group. Obviously, they got a bargain, but instead picked up the big bargain and took it to demand more. It was really greedy. But they hate to understand the king even more. Everything is safe. Now it's stupid. The tax is levied, but in fact the tariffs that fall into the pocket are less than before, let alone fall into a passive position. Let Luo Sheng get a bigger voice and chips. The lively North American version lost his wife and collapsed the series. The foreigners present heard that Luo Sheng wanted ANSYS to help him train CFD talents, and the first time he thought of Star Arrow International. The so-called CFD is the abbreviation of Fluid Dynamics, which translates to CFD. This type of simulation software must calculate the impact of air on the product when designing the wings of the aircraft and the shape of the car. CFD is one of the most important applications. Nowadays, more aspects have been involved, such as chip radiators and so on. However, there is no such thing as CFD software in China. Nowadays, CFD analysis has completely replaced the experiment to involve industrial products, including the rocket design of Star Arrow International. CFD is required if North America is stuck in the industrial simulation software, whether it is aircraft, car, rocket, etc. In the future. I am afraid that the relevant industrial product design will go back to the blowhole. In this field, ANSYS is the first in the world. This company with a market value of more than $20 billion is today's global super engineering manufacturer of engineering simulation software. During the creation of many products, ANSYS plays a crucial role. The role of its field covers biomedicine, technology, architecture, aerospace and many other fields. The company's engineering simulation software performs simulation and post-test verification of various product designs to achieve rapid product entry into the market and reduce costs. Lowell McAdam sighed bitterly, and after a while, he put on a man involuntarily in the rivers and lakes, said, "We will try our best to meet your requirements." We said it, and a dozen old people looked at each other outside, knowing that he was represented by Lowell. But surprisingly, none of them objected. Luo Sheng's happy smile seems to be a little innocent. Compared with the foreigners in front of him, Luo Sheng feels that he is really a clear stream in the industry, and highlights a feature of kindness. This group of foreigners just sold ANSYS as a bargaining chip without even hesitating, and ANSYS was completely unaware. At this time, Lowell added, "But we do not guarantee absolute success." Luo Sheng also smiled and nodded his approval. "Of course, nothing can be 100% successful, and try your best. I will understand that, just as we can't absolutely guarantee that the resale tide in Mexico can be absolutely contained, but we will also do our best, and hope to understand and understand. Long live Lowell." The wordless Verizon head shouted at Luo Sheng in his heart. This made it clear that he was threatening. "If I couldn't help him get the CFD he wanted, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the reselling tide over Mexico." Luo Weir understands that, to solve this problem, you must do your best. You have to perfunctory. Luo Sheng will perfunctory. End of this chapter. Chapter 681. The sadly reminded ANSYS company has no idea that it has been killed. The interview between the two sides was a reluctance to reach some unwritten consensus. Although it was not very satisfactory, at least I saw hope that it might be improved. By the next day, Lowell and others had already returned to North America. After returning, he had a private conversation with Randall, the head of AT&T Group, after learning the general situation. The AT&T manager directly asked, how can ANSYS be willing to cooperate with Liu Sheng to help him cultivate CFD talents? This seems impossible, and the board of ANSYS will never agree. Lowell said expressionlessly, of course it's impossible to tell them. The only way to do it is to sit on the board of ANSYS and get control of the company to vote. Randall, you mean malicious merger? Lowell nodded affirmatively, joined Wall Street to short ANSYS stocks and gradually realize control of ANSYS. You and I have a big head, and several other technology giants have also worked hard. ANSYS has excellent performance and a $23 billion plate once there is still a price to be shorted, and at the same time, some small and medium shareholders must be secretly acquired. Randall has no objection. After all, whose interests are the most important? The losses of the major operators in North America are the largest and most intuitive. Therefore, the cost is definitely big, but the final benefit is also big. It's just that poor ANSYS still doesn't know that it has been given to Liu Sheng as a bargaining chip by the big brothers. After a while, Lowell asked, how is the matter on your side going? Is it going well? Randall replied, I visited the Koch brothers the day before yesterday, and they expressed their willingness to provide necessary support behind the scenes. They are consistent in their major interests, and the Koch brothers are unlikely to repent. After hearing this, Lowell's spirit was greatly boosted. Great. With the support of the Koch brothers behind the scenes, the success of this matter has greatly increased. Koch brothers, this name is a notorious name in the eyes of the North American public. If anyone else can compete with Liu Sheng in the world today, I am afraid that only the Koch brothers will have the power to fight. This name is the real richest man in North America. Its wealth actually surpasses the familiar names of Buffett and Gates. Koch Industry is the second largest non-listed company in North America, spanning various fields such as finance, energy, chemistry, agriculture and animal husbandry. Just like no one knows how much the real wealth of the Liu Sheng family is, the real wealth of the Koch brothers family how many outsiders do not know. The most powerful part of Koch Industry is that all its expansion is rolled out on its own profit, rather than through the financing of listing. It just rolled out of a business empire with annual revenue of hundreds of billions of dollars. The Koch brothers are richer than Buffett and Gates, because the Koch brothers' money is not virtual wealth, not a valuation of corporate capital, but real cash and profits of $20 to $30 billion a year, which are real money. Because it is a non-listed company, no one knows how many assets Koch Industries currently owns, and its profits do not need to be distributed to shareholders and shareholders. All of these incomes have entered the pockets of the Koch brothers. For the super-rich like Gates and Buffett, their wealth is too great, and there is very little cash available. If they sell a lot of stocks in exchange for cash, it will inevitably cause the company's market value to fall sharply, and their own value will also shrink. In fact, Liu Sheng's worth is also supported by the market value of Blue Star Technology. But even if the scale of Liu Sheng's wealth is too large, he can't bear his terrible base, no matter how crowded it is hundreds of billions of dollars. The scale of the horror, the Liu Sheng family fund alone has hundreds of billions of dollars in cash. But the Koch brothers are obviously not inferior. Today, the profits of more than $20 billion are increasing every year. Such profitability has lasted for 5 or 6 years. These profits are all exclusive, Liu Sheng's, even though the plate is several times as many as Coriolis Industries. After all, it is necessary to share the cake with many people. If Koch Industries went public, the market value would have to go up to the level of $400 billion. And this is all from the Koch brothers family, and no external shareholders and shareholders share with them. In terms of wealth, the Koch brothers may not be as good as Liu Sheng, but in the influence of the elite class in North America, The Koch brothers cannot be matched by Luo Sheng. The Koch Group's influence in the United States is unimaginable to any ordinary person. The Koch brothers extended their tentacles to the North American Federal Court, Congress, the Environmental Protection Agency, the state courts, and the Commodity Futures Trading Association. Wait. The energy tycoon Raymond Tuskin House of Cards is based on the Koch brothers, but in reality the Koch brothers have even more terrifying influence in the United States. In fact, behind the tide of reselling in the Mexican market and the sudden hot speculation of futures trading, there is the shadow of the Koch brothers behind it. The profits here are so great that everyone wants to take a slice of it. On the other side, after meeting with Lowell and others, Luo Sheng greeted Yao Jianhong on this matter. As the number 2 real power mission of the Côte d'Azur company, Yao Jianhong was in charge of the operation. Things naturally have to talk to him. If you don't work hard to start later, you can't be a good shopkeeper. Mr. Luo, do you think that companies like Verizon and Qualcomm will really? Or can they make ANSYS give us what we want? In Luo Sheng's office, the company's number 1 and 2 figures are discussing this matter. Hearing Yao Jianhong's words, Luo Sheng directly asked, "Is this important?" "It's not cheap to pick me up and I won't lose. Continue to create greater profits. ANSYS success or failure, we all earn. It is just a matter of earning more and less." Yao Jianhong nodded and smiled. "That's true." Luo Sheng analyzed. "My influence in North America is limited in the breadth and depth of the radiation. It is not as good as the local rich families such as the Koch brothers. I cannot judge the success rate. However, one thing can be 100% confirmed. The group of will try their best to meet my requirements, because only if they meet my requirements, they can recover their losses and even make money. The two are linked. Whose interests are in the heart? Lowell's group is helping Luo Sheng, but also helping themselves, so I'm not worried that Lowell's group will play a set of plays on the surface and a set of behind." Luo Sheng smiled. "More importantly, companies like Qualcomm can't afford to lose large customers like the Côte d'Azur, nor can they lose the Greater China market. This is not as simple as losing a customer and a little market share. It is an era, and they know the benefits, but they only understand the king and don't know it." Yao Jianhong nodded slowly. "It makes sense. No wonder the Silicon Valley Technology Circle and the King of Understanding are not dealing with it. Now that Wang is so troublesome, it makes the high-tech companies in North America furious and even more nervous. Especially Qualcomm and IBM are among the representatives. Losing this customer on the Côte d'Azur is not just about losing orders. These high-tech companies in North America now value performance, particularly because no matter whether the R&D technology is a leap forward breakthrough or iterative progress, they have to keep throwing money in. In order to invest a large amount of prepaid sunk capital, it will require strong performance to get the bottom line. Luo Sheng is now continuously investing in technology research and development. North American high-tech companies are not afraid to relax and cannot prevent Luo Sheng from taking the path of self-research. Then they can only follow the investment to ensure that they can lead. If you slow down, you will not only being caught up by Luo Sheng will be surpassed. The last one gave me $1 trillion stimulus plan. I understand that when Wang came up, Mao didn't say anything, but it also added chaos to you. There are also the Côte d'Azur and Huawei on the outside looking at these competitors. It is possible that few decisions are lost. There is no leftover residue. The outside world simply does not know that the current North American high-tech companies are living on thin ice. They charge a high amount of technology patent fees. The outside world only sees how profitable, and then compares the Côte d'Azur or Huawei to these companies. Even open source does not make money directly and feels incomprehensible. That is because the Côte d'Azur has no survival pressure at all, but is in a period of high-speed expansion. It is not yet time to become mature, and of course it is serving the expansion of the territory of this huge business empire. Qualcomm and IBM, the North American high-tech companies that rely on patent fees, are now happily counting money but are really nervous. In order to maintain a monopoly position, they must be very careful to control and they must also prevent the Côte d'Azur and Hua from competing for these. The latter came up. It was not easy to maintain a good monopoly ecosystem. I understand that Wang Yi will upset you all and send Liu Sheng to help. The North American technology giant's mentality has not collapsed. These North American high-tech companies have invested so much research and development costs and purchased a large amount of equipment. You can say that Wang will not eat the food, even if it is repaired later, but the customer has determined to lose it, and the income will be reduced. It is the reduction of R&D investment, and finally the slowdown or even stagnation of technological progress. At the same time, competitors are catching up. In this era of high-tech rapid iterative development, technology companies are actually insecure, because you may open your eyes one day and tell you that your technology has been overtaken, and your company is heading for recession. Not to mention how dangerous technological stagnation is for a technology company. Even if the progress is slow, it is dangerous. Once the speed of progress cannot catch up with the opponent's progress, it is behind. Under the background of iterative technology development, enterprises can achieve breakthroughs as long as they have sufficient funds to spend time. The rise of Huawei in the past 2 decades is an example, and the lightning rise of the Côte d'Azur in the past decade is more pedagogical paradigm. Of course, the success of Huawei and Blue Star technology is also based on the premise that China's population quality is higher than that of North America, and it dares to invest in human capital. It has risen without making money for 5 or more years. It is an indisputable fact that the happy education leads to the cliff dive of population quality. What Qualcomm is most afraid of now is that King Wang let him out of stock. Well, Qualcomm's income plummeted, which affected the scale of R&D investment and ultimately affected the iterative progress of technology. On the contrary, Huawei's baseband chips may get nearly explosive incremental investment, and Qualcomm people have no doubt that once this kind of thing really happens, metalnovel.com Liu Sheng will definitely decide to personally throw money. Crazy Krypton Blue Lancy Semiconductor allowed Hua to speed up the development of baseband chips. He had sufficient capital to provide prepaid capital for Lancy Semiconductor's baseband chip research and development, and to fully cover the research and development risks. Competitors take off faster, but their own progress slows down. The trade-offs are different. What else will Qualcomm do after that? No matter how this account is calculated, it cannot be said that it can be compensated by losing a little market share in the short term. It is likely that the loss is an era, and it was finally killed on the beach by the wave of the era. Such things, the North American technology giants dare not gamble, can't afford to lose. It is moving carefully. Qualcomm understands that all the technology giants in Silicon Valley understand, but the terrible place is that the proud Zhao Wang understands it, and the transaction is born. The real estate finance expert who understands Wang simply does not understand the technology accumulation, iteration and technology ecology. The meaning of the system is not clear. Once the ecology is destroyed, it may be lost forever. If you want to get it back, you have to start from scratch. End of this chapter. Chapter 682. Sit in the futures market and make a fortune. North America. In a golf course. Knowing that Wang was holding a golf club on the lawn, he seemed to be tired of playing, and left the club with a flick of the club. After coming out, a group of reporters blocked by agents yelled at him, twittering, knowing that Wang was very unhappy to see them, especially CNN reporters. Dent, you are accused of inevitable responsibility for the resale craze of electronic products in Mexico. What is your response? There are reports that the Mexican Azure 5 resale wave has caused the United States to generate $1.7 billion in direct tax losses each month, and this number is constantly increasing, and more intangible losses are inestimable. Dent, faced with the chattering inquiries of this group of reporters, he understood Wang Aojiao's pouting and left in his special car. He refused to accept any interviews. Anyway, it will be misinterpreted as fake news by this group of journalists. On the back of his car, Mr. Wang took out his mobile phone, opened his microblog account, and posted an outrage. He made a real-time hot comment on the current trend of reselling Azure 5 smartphones in Mexico. "No one knows better than me why Azure phone reselling is rampant. No one knows the real cause of federal tax losses. No one knows how to solve this problem, no matter whether there is a typo or not." I posted it and said that it was not fun to post a post, and then the second post was angry. "No one knows better than me how easy it is to solve this problem, really super easy. Listen, as long as the wall is repaired, all problems can be solved. Hurry up and approve it. It only needs $6 billion US. It only takes 3 months in advance to recover the $6 billion US. We also have the wall and solved more. Question, isn't it great? When Wang Fa's second post was posted on the internet, the world seemed to understand. It's a good abacus, and it's a strategic ghost. Now the outside world finally understands why he ignored the Azure 5 reselling thing. Co-authoring this matter is a big benefit for Wang. No wonder he is not angry at all, even a little bit happy. This is want to use this to beat the rhythm of force in Congress to repair the wall. It seems that this makes sense. The world knows the things that Wang wants to repair the wall. The world also knows that the money that Wang's AI and the Congress want to repair the wall is torn apart. Mad. The Azure 5 resale frenzy that is happening in Mexico right now, and the tech giants like Verizon, have suffered heavy losses, trying to force them to support themselves in repairing walls. Want to stop? Support me to repair the wall. Not repairing? Then you continue to bleed. Immediately after the release of Wang's news, they were immediately slammed by the big media in North America and the big names in the Silicon Valley technology circle, and a new round of war of words began. Lowell McAdam was frustrated when he saw the dynamics of Wang, and was anxious to openly violently understand that Wang was already a selfish, arrogant, irrational madman in the media. Understand that Wang and the Silicon Valley technology circle and the media industry are tearing apart. Netizens around the world are watching and eating, especially netizens in China who express their delight in this big show, saying that the Archbishop may become the biggest winner. Remove the word "or" with confidence and you are already a winner. The only suspense depends on whether you win a big or a small win. Technology complex building. Today is a working day, but Qin Huaimu did not go to Shengfeng capital, but instead transferred to the science and technology complex building early. At the moment, the two were having breakfast. After a while, Qin Huaimu looked at Luo Sheng, who was teasing his daughter. Smartphone futures trading in Mexico is very active, and the opportunity is rare. I want to make a fortune. Hearing this, Luo Sheng looked at Qin Huaimu in surprise, and asked uncertainly, "Listening to what you mean, are you planning to reapply the Azure Blue electric cars gameplay on Azure 5? Qin Huaimu nodded silently. Luo Sheng also said inexplicably, "Azure 5 is reselling there. Strictly speaking, illegal smuggling of goods in North America. How can they help the futures speculators to complete the liquidation and delivery? Is this not caught by the FBI?" But the fact is that Azure 5 futures trading has continued for nearly 2 months. Qin Huaimu said, "Regulation is always lagging. Of course it is illegal in North America, but it is legally traded in Mexico, so complete the transaction on the Mexican derivatives exchange, and then go through the international clearing channel. Wherever profits go it is legal. As for the physical delivery, underground gangs or other grey power organizations in the United States and Mexico have participated, and the profit is divided, and the black and white are staged all the time. So the price fluctuations in the market are also extremely dramatic, and the risk index report, but the revenue also broke the table." At this time, a housekeeping girl took Luo Qianying away. Luo Sheng shook his head and sighed in silence. It's really a group of demons dancing. The wealth is moving, the benefits are too great, and the profits are higher than the sales of due products. The group dances should not be too normal, and everyone knows that this will not last too long. It is a special phenomenon in special circumstances. The risk index is absolutely breaking the table, but everyone feels that he will not be the last receiver. Originally, it is no different from gambling. Basically, it is to play heartbeat and stimulation with the mentality of gambling, and to change the bike into a motorcycle. Kin Weimer said thoughtfully, I have made people study the futures trading for some time, and I can be 100% sure that the big bookmakers are manipulating the Azure 5 futures market, and there is a small part of the compensation that is played. Luo Sheng drank with a glass of milk and said, since it's an old trick, it's that the bulls and bears are eaten. You have found that someone is making a banker. The banker is definitely the group of people sitting in New York to win their grasp. How big is it? Kin Weimer replied without hesitation. Absolutely. Luo Sheng gave her a surprised look, curiously, so confident. Kin Weimer smiled and looked at him. Because, you are sitting in front of me. At this time, the advantage is that they do not have. The output of Azure 5 is in our hands. When is it good news? It's all up to us. Even the top dealers on Wall Street are just the more fertile leaks in this plate. Any fund manager under the management of Shengfeng Capital will operate this plate to make a profit, no difference from picking up money. Even if the situation is pushed to an extreme, that is, the dealers on Wall Street can let Wang know that the tariffs will be cancelled. At this time, even if the goods in Kin Weimer's hands have not been sold out, they can still control the disk. For example, Samsung's trial and error factory fires. Unfortunately, this shipment happened to be sold to the North American market. To put it plainly, Luo Sheng actually has a firm grasp of the international pricing power of Azure 5. Pricing power seems to be a function of price discovery in the futures market. Many futures traders participate in the transaction according to the most appropriate price. Therefore, the futures price can comprehensively reflect the supply and demand relationship between the supply and demand sides in the price trend at a certain point in the future. Literally understands that the price discovery function is equivalent to the pricing function, but the discovery of price and pricing is not the same thing in the actual situation. There is a risk of losing money for others to make this zwang, but Kin Weimer's making this zwang is a profit-making business. Unless human beings can restrain greed, but this is impossible. This is a human issue. Luo Sheng didn't think much, and decided directly, okay, you go to make this plate. How do I need to cooperate with you when you ship? And just contact me. When you are greedy, let go of greed. Such opportunities are rare. Perhaps, just like the Azure pure electric car futures market 3 years ago, there is only one chance. And the opportunity will not come when the opportunity is not lost. With the consent of Luo Sheng, Kin Weimer went to Shengfeng Capital after breakfast, and began to arrange this trading operation. She would not come off in person, but stay behind the scenes. Such a plate is a win-win version. In fact, not much technical content. Kin Weimer gave this futures transaction to Wang Xin to do it. Until Novel.com. This person was from the Shengfeng Capital's market during the blue pure electric car futures market, and took a few from Luo Sheng's pocket. Ye's private equity fund manager has now served under Shengfeng Capital for nearly 3 years. When he recruited Wang Xin at the beginning, he promised to let him play a plate with a scale of 100 billion yuan on the world stage, and this time the plate is at least more than 50 billion US dollars. That is, a market that exceeds 300 billion yuan. Just let Wang Xin go off the field to match up with the top private equity on Wall Street. Kin Weimer is watching behind the scenes. She will not tell Wang Xin that Luo Sheng will come out to control the game at a critical moment. Luo Sheng didn't even know. Obviously, Kin Weimer is intentionally cultivating Wang Xin, letting him experience what it is like to deal with hundreds of billions of plates. While making money, by the way, train the trading level of its own employees, and really use the value to the extreme. End of this chapter. Chapter 683. One fake news destroyers. A technology giant Wang Xin is very excited recently because he received an important task assigned by the company's top management to require at least 50% arbitrage within 3 months in the Azure 5 futures market in Mexico. The principal of Shengfeng Capital is $20 billion. The leverage ratio is up to him. In short, Wang Xin and his team are in full charge. This is the first time that he has independently traded more than 100 billion yuan without leveraging his career. It is not domestic, but on the international stage, he is faced with the sharp-sounding wolf on Wall Street. Wang Xin decided to go to Mexico in person to conduct firm operations there. Of course, he concealed his identity and went abroad. Nowadays, Wang Xin is already a well-known trader in the industry. Many private equity tycoons know that there is a trader named Wang Xin under Shengfeng Capital, so this trip must not be publicized. If the outside world knows him appeared in Mexico, then the Azure 5 futures market over the suddenly appeared a big bank. The fool knew that it was related to Shengfeng Capital. By then, no one will play, because Shengfeng Capital is behind Luo Sheng. And Luo Sheng is the creator of the Côte d'Azur, and Azure 5 is the flagship product of the Côte d'Azur. Looking at the information, other players, including those on Wall Street, came up with the answer, must lose. That all has to say bother. At about the same time that Wang Xin led the group to attack, a strange thing appeared in the US stock market, which attracted many eyes. The world-renowned bearish organization Muddy Water Company suddenly released ANSYS, a leader and innovator in the global engineering simulation software industry. Short report briefing. How streamlined is the content? The short-selling report of Muddy Water pointed out that ANSYS is not optimistic about the inflection point that is about to usher in and will go into recession. That's it. It's gone. At the same time, Muddy Water Company pointed out that it will further release a detailed short report. When this short-selling report came out, other investors in the market were in a state of coercion, and it was impossible to judge the authenticity of this short-selling report. What's even more embarrassing is that the Muddy Water Company is really playing, and it really smashed $2 billion into the bearish ANSYS company. At that time, the company's stock was $280.56 per share and the total market value was $24.08 billion. The head of the company, Jim Kessman, soon received the news that the infamous Muddy Water was shorting ANSYS, and Kessman was also stunned. When I learned that this was the exact news, a thought came to my mind. Why? ANSYS has a good performance. This year's Q3 financial report net profit was $82.48 million, an increase of 36.58% year-on-year, and operating income was $280 million, an increase of 12.86% year-on-year. Its CFD software is the crown of the industry. Why is your Muddy Water Company singing empty? But at this moment, other investments in the market have not followed up, and the operation of the Muddy Water Company is too fascinating to understand at all. Now he is waiting for his follow-up detailed short report, and during this time, the outside world has also begun to continuously analyze and interpret the basis of the Muddy Company short. Some information was quickly dug out. ANSYS has reached a final agreement to acquire Optis, a leading software supplier in the fields of optics, human vision and physical visualization simulation. The transaction is expected to be fully concluded in the second quarter of 2018. Industry insiders immediately tried to analyze whether the acquisition of this French company by ANSYS was related to Muddy Water short selling. The merger of ANSYS was still risky. Market investors and industry insiders also analyzed some specific potential risks, including the risk that ANSYS and Optis business cannot be successfully merged or the business merger takes too long and the cost is higher than expected, the risk of operating costs, customer churn, business interruption exceeds expectations after the acquisition, overestimating its growth and profitability to control costs, the risk of the ability of the company, the uncertainty risk of the company's demand for merged products and services, the risk of the merged product may not reach the expected sales volume, the uncertainty risk of quarterly performance fluctuations, etc. It must be said that Wall Street's analysis agencies are quite professional, and this series of possible risk issues is broken. There are certain risks, but these are the risks that ANSYS can bear. In the long run, it is not a big problem, and it is not a reason for short selling. Unable to understand then wait for the subsequent short report of Muddy Water. Other investors choose to continue to wait and see. After all, the risk of following the short is too great, far greater than long. The outside world didn't even know that this was a premeditated insider deal. Lowell found a deal made by the founder of the Muddy Water Company and gave an undisclosed margin agreement. The Muddy Water made money at both ends, and there was no non-dealing reason. There are no more than 20 people who know the truth, and the management of ANSYS at this moment has not realized the seriousness of the problem. It is not clear that they have been jointly secreted by more than a dozen technology giants with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. The Western Hemisphere entered the night, and the Eastern Hemisphere entered the day. In Liu Sheng's private office in the Science and Technology Complex building, he was watching an international news report at the moment, which was news from the US stocks, and it was a Muddy Water Company's short report to ANSYS. Liu Sheng closed the page without even reading the news, and said, "Xiaona, cooperate with the Muddy Water to let out the bad news." This step is a very critical step and serves as a fuse. After a while, Xiaona's response came, "The news has been posted online and started to spread." Liu Sheng smiled comfortably. Let's watch the excitement next. In the past of 1 minute and 1 second, a sudden news began to spread on the internet. An Azure Coast engineer anonymously claimed on the internet that the Azure Coast laboratory has made a revolutionary breakthrough in engineering simulation software, especially in CFD. In one fell swoop, it broke the monopoly of the three giants in the industry, ANSYS, Siemens and Dassault, and filled the gap in the field of engineering simulation software in China. From then on, the situation in this field that was dominated by Europe and America became history. The news spread wildly on the internet, and then flew across the sea to North America across the Pacific Ocean. The next day, the Muddy Water Company very decisively released the latest short report echoed with it. The report detailed the average investment of the Côte d'Azur and Shengfeng Capital in industrial software in the past 6 years, with an average of $1.472 billion per year. Prior to this, Huaguo's annual investment in industrial software was only about 100 million yuan. In the 6 years since Liu Sheng entered the market, regardless of exchange rate changes, the annual investment scale of Huaguo's industrial software has directly increased by more than 90 times. There is no word in the Muddy Water Company's short report mentioning the news of the great breakthrough in the engineering simulation software of the Côte d'Azur laboratory on the Chinese side. Instead, these data are used to make a technical analysis of the general trend. Large investments in the field of industrial software will inevitably promote rapid technological advancement. And the name Liu Sheng, who does not know the people in the science and technology circle, who does not know the Liu Sheng effect and his ability to create miracles. When American investors saw these news at this time, there was only one thought in their minds: finished. ANSYS' future is the darkness where you can't see your fingers, and you can't see where the light is. Liu Sheng was eyeing. Just look at how tragic the lithography machine giant ASML was. On the same day, US stocks opened ANSYS stocks directly in a cliff diving situation. After getting these real hammer news, it triggered panic selling of ANSYS stockholders, and more investors participated in the shortlist. The result is that the Air Party, who has absolute strength, has no power to fight back the multifaceted blaster and directly surrenders. 15.23%, 28.62%, 42.22%. The corresponding real-timed market value also dives along. $20.345 billion, $17.131 billion, $13.866 billion. On the same day, the market value of ANSYS plunged from $24 billion at its highest point to $13.8 billion, evaporating more than $10 billion, and was almost cut. The US stocks who sang empty ANSYS stocks are enjoying the fruits of victory and carnival.mtlnovel.com. There is no movement on the Côte d'Azur. For the news released by the anonymous engineer, If it is false news, the Côte d'Azur did not come out to dispel rumors. If it is true, it has not been confirmed. Let the bullets fly for a while. Luo Sheng has set the tone for this matter, and the Côte d'Azur will never come out to make any valuations personally, neither admit nor deny it. Just because this has not happened, how can the outsiders toss with them? And it's none of their business. Hang high and do your own thing with a dull head. Luo Sheng does nothing now, just sit and wait, waiting for the other party to offer CFD. Although engineering simulation software has its own investment, it can take 3 to 5 years to catch up with itself. Now that some leading companies in the industry are offering their treasures, it means that the catching time of these 3 to 5 years is saved and the money is saved. Using the time and capital that was born for further research and development, it will not take long to change from a chaser to a leader. Ansys, who didn't provoke anyone, became a complete loser. Chapter 684 Realistic version of Andy's game. On the third day of Ansys stock market crashing into a feather, the stock price changed again. Suddenly, private equity institutions rushed to buy in the secondary market, causing the stock price to suddenly rise, and investors have not yet reacted to what it is happening. Ansys Company's stock price chart has gone out of a deep V trend like a golden pit. At that time, Ansys market value returned to the $20 billion mark. Not only did the market and investment stun again, Ansys management also stunned again. What is the situation? By the next day, everyone had reacted and finally realized that Ansys was no problem at all, and was scammed miserably. Someone had premeditated short selling maliciously, and the real purpose was to maliciously acquire the company. It is actually a major benefit. Is this unknown? But I also know that the anonymous organization planning this operation behind the scene has already completed its purpose in the secondary market, saying that it is too late. The head of Ansys was badly corrupted. When he was interviewed by the media that day, he publicly scolded Hunshui Company, but he could only scold and export bad breath. Hunshui Company would not be subject to legal sanctions. Malicious market speculation. Just listening to the company's name knows that it is not a serious company. Carson Bullock, the founder of Muddy Water, lived and worked in China for a long time. When the company was founded in 2010, the name Muddy Water was the source. The meaning of Yu Huaguo's idiom fishing in muddy water can be said to be very straightforward. And the Muddy Water Company has been making waves in the capital market over the years, just as its name suggests. There are also some people who doubt things on the Côte d'Azur. Many media, especially foreign media, immediately questioned the Côte d'Azur. However, the Côte d'Azur did not respond, and the whole attitude was cold. Soon, people began to speculate on their own, and changed from doubting the Côte d'Azur to becoming the reason to overthrow themselves. The Côte d'Azur is a high-tech company from China. If you want to acquire Ansys, Lomai can't pass it. It is impossible for the Côte d'Azur to acquire it. But there must always be an explanation for the news released by the anonymous Côte d'Azur engineer. In the end, he pointed the finger at the Muddy Water Company again, and began to suspect that all this was the muddy water situation. Using Luo Sheng's influence and people's too much belief in his miracle ability, he misled market investors and believed it was true, leading to panic. The sell-off of Ansys stock caused its share price to collapse. In fact, this is fake news. Such speculation seems to make sense. However, no matter whether this is true or not, it is all clear afterwards. Even if the truth is known, the overall situation is set. At present, Ansys stock price fluctuates extremely strongly, and it suddenly reflects the sentiment of investors in the current market. Jim Kessman and other managements are also restless now. They are waiting for the major shareholders behind the scene to announce the convening of temporary shareholders conference, and then reorganized management and many other predictions. But the strange thing came again. Jim Kessman and other Ansys management are prepared mentally, but while waiting for the extraordinary general meeting for the next week, they also want to see who is in control. As a result, the traders behind the scenes were quiet. as if they had eaten Nancy's shares and then ignored it. Is it value investment? Who believes? Half a month later, there was still no movement. It is really a strange thing every year, especially this year. The Behindthesens holders did not take the initiative to show up, and people did not make any mistakes. Jim Cashman could also initiate an extraordinary shareholders meeting, but if the other party did not want to expose his identity at this time, no one would know that the other party only had to appoint a single shareholder representative to attend the conference. Will do. Obviously, the group of Lowell did not move now because the time had not yet arrived, and had to pass the level of understanding Wang. But what Luo Sheng wants, they already have it in their hands. From a larger perspective, this matter of ANSYS has not caused much attention, and it is more concerned about the capital market. At present, the vision of the general public and most media around the world are focused on understand the king. There is no way to know that Wang is a living king, with strange traffic and strange heat. Understand that Wang originally thought that he could use the Azure 5 resale tide to force the elite groups in the technology circle to support him to repair the wall. In his vision, repairing the wall not only can curb the tide of Azure 5 resale, but also complete it himself. The promises made when he took office can be described as multiple accomplishments. But the facts did not go on according to the script arranged by Mr. Wang. The North American technology giants headed by Verizon and AT&T Group have always opposed the attitude of repairing the wall. In fact, Lowell and others are not fools, and they don't really want to be iron. They know that even if the wall is repaired, it is absolutely impossible to solve the substantive problem, because the resale profit of Azure 5 is too high. Blocking the wall is nothing but self-deception. If a wall can really solve the problem fundamentally, Lowell will definitely support the king. After all, they also look at Luo Sheng very unhappy. It is even more unpleasant to see him earning a lot of money, although he is not happy to understand the king. But the problem is that repairing the wall does not solve the fundamental problem. Either the tariff will be adjusted back to a reasonable level, or Luo Sheng will be settled. Except for these two roads, there is no third road. Understand that the baby sees the gang of tech giants who are unable to get in the oil and salt, and would rather follow the blood loss and get rid of themselves, and they are also angry. The age of the person has gone up, and his temper is also stubborn. Both sides are so consumed. See who can't afford it. Luo Sheng sees this posture, dreaming to wake up with a rhythm, hoping that Wang will continue to consume, and the longer he spends, the more he earns. There are also underground forces such as the underground gangs on both sides of the United States and Mexico. They are all cool. Magnesium is a rhythm to be broken. Even if there are more than 200 years of solid family, it can't stand toss for so many years. But obviously, the vested interest groups of all parties do not care about national interests. They only care about whether their own interests are protected. Western Dune area. When the outside world's vision is focused on the broken thing in Lomui's home and watching melons, a test that is enough to trigger an air war revolution is being carried out in this place where almost no one pays attention. Above the sky, a huge black shadow shuttled through the air, escorted by a 20 transport aircraft, and 2 F-25th generation fighters, and 3 more in the air area behind 300 kilometers. The aircraft, also 2 J-20 and Air 2000 early warning aircraft. 40 seconds later to reach the penetration point, ready to release the swarm. The forward hatch of the 20 tail has been slowly opened, and at the same time, the commander looked at a woman in the back of the early warning aircraft cabin and said, "Then it is up to you to destroy the enemy base." Yes, the woman replied that she was Xu Jing, a former interstellar professional player, and was recruited into the army along with Chang Wenshan and Meng Yi. After more than a year of militarization training, they have achieved a transition from a sports player to a soldier, and from the field to the battlefield. Xu Jing won today's actual combat exercise test through internal competition www.mentalnovel.com. Subject to the reasons of communication technology, so it also needs early warning aircraft to complete. Here serves as an air command. When the future Starkane technology covers the whole world, sitting directly in a command center of a base can win 1,000 miles away. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Xu Jing focused on the display panel in front of her eyes. She was controlling the B Colony combat platform in real time and was the executor. At this moment, the reality version of the game of Ender was being staged. Release the swarm. Far above the sky dome 300 kilometers away, only the drone of the tail hatch of Yun-20 was seen pouring out like a tide, rushing towards the target imaginary enemy. The two J-20 fighter pilots who escorted them were also amazed to see this scene. The dense scenes made people feel scalp numb. I was thankful that this was a friendly army. This kind of enemy absolutely does not want to touch on the battlefield. 2. Vertex. Chapter 685 Crushing of UAFs above the sky. There are 16 rows of slide rails at the tail of Yun-20, and the drones are ejected from these tracks in an orderly manner. On average, 16 drones are ejected every 0.5 seconds. Spectacular scene. At the same time, Xu Jing on the early warning aircraft began to take over control of the UAF group. A total of more than 6,000 drones flowed out of Yun-20 in about 3 minutes. After releasing the UAF group, the Yun-20 aircraft immediately withdrew from the battlefield under the J-20. It is worth mentioning that this is not the maximum capacity of Yun-20. In fact, the full load rate can reach 13,000. About 6,000 drones went straight to the imaginary enemy base. These densely packed drones looked chaotic, and in fact had a strict arrangement order. 8 drones form a group, 8 groups form a large group, and 8 groups form a squadron. This time, more than 6,000 drones constitute 12 flight squadrons. A single drone does not have much combat power. A group constitutes a basic combat unit. If you subdivide a group unit, you will find that there are 4 different types of 8 drones. They have different divisions of labor, but they coordinate with each other. Among them, 1 drone dominates the communication function, 1 drone dominates the reconnaissance function, 1 drone is responsible for the first strike function, and 5 drone is the main strike force. The role of reconnaissance drones is, as its name implies, real-time feedback of battlefield information, and the role of communication drones is to process and transmit real-time information on the battlefield, which is equivalent to being a frontline commander, and the remaining drones are responsible for offensive the main force. At this moment, Xu Jing, who was in control of 12 UAF group flying squadrons in the early warning aircraft, was fully absorbed. Under her control, 12 flying squadrons showed a goose-shaped flight pattern and rushed to the imaginary enemy base. In the base command center, her control panel is also displayed on the main screen of the command center. The screen on the secondary screen is a real-time replay simulation of the battlefield by artificial intelligence. It is to compare artificial intelligence and humans in the same combat scenario. Is it better for humans or artificial intelligence? When he arrived at the enemy air defense radar network, Xu Jing controlled the 12 flight squadrons to further tighten. On the contrary, the artificial intelligence of the complex simulation was to disperse the drone. The decision was divided. Although Xu Jing's strategy is radical, he can play the role of a surprise soldier. He will give the enemy a shot, and the red party will be deflated again. Haha. At the same time, there are only 12 signal points displayed on the radar of the imaginary enemy red. Anyone without knowledge will judge that this should be 12 enemy aircraft. It is impossible to think that this NEMA is more than 6,000 drones. About 2 minutes later, the red position immediately sounded the alarm, and the air defense system in the base immediately activated. I saw 12 HQ-9 anti-aircraft missiles locked on the target and immediately launched. Then, the people who played the imaginary enemy red were forced. The radar display suddenly flashed hundreds of signal points. The launched anti-aircraft missile lost its target, and I don't know who to track. As a result, 12 targets were found casually and shot down. Xu Jing lost less than 100 drones and more than 6,000 drones. In comparison, This battle loss is negligible. Assuming that the battle loss of the enemy Red is lost to the Grand Mars family, the specific cost of the HQ-9 air defense missile is not known to the outside world, but according to the public price of the foreign trade version, 1 is about 2 million yuan, and 12 is 2,410,000 yuan. The total price of those drones that Xi Jinping lost was close to 200,000 yuan, less than 200,000 yuan, and it had a war loss ratio of nearly 120 times. The UAF group easily penetrated. At this time, the enemy Red Party rushed to activate the near-fire cannon and anti-aircraft artillery. However, the UAF group at this moment has been completely dispersed. In less than a few minutes, the ammunition of the near-fire cannon was all finished. It is impossible to have this time on the battlefield. In the process, the UAF group lost about 600 aircraft, only about an 1/10. Xi Jinping knew that the enemy base did not have much area refusal capability, and it had been completely exposed to its attack range. She did not hesitate to reintegrate the UAF group directly. Some UAF group units all lost the reconnaissance aircraft, or communication machine or main attack aircraft, will reorganize a new standard combat unit group in the fastest time, or strengthen combat unit team. The next step was unilateral crushing. Xi Jinping began to control the forces in the UAF cluster to fight annihilation and give priority to the enemy's high-value targets, such as air defense radar systems and air defense missile systems. Imagining the enemy's battlefield area, the soldiers here can only watch the dense drone clusters overhead as the locusts cross the border, and the main attack aircraft drops the bomb dive. Of course, what is mounted on the UAF is not a real bomb, but an empty bomb for the exercise. There are real soldiers and real armed forces on the battlefield. Even if the personnel are evacuated, the unmanned operation can't really blow up. An air defense system is expensive. Just 12 genuine HQ-9 air defense missiles have been launched. Very generous. If you let the UAF group mount live ammunition to wash the ground for a round, the logistics will have to come to collect garbage, and it is also very dangerous. Some of the dropped bombs did not explode. The unmanned aerial vehicle group passed over the enemy's battlefield at low altitude, leaving behind the smoke of the entire air package bomb explosion. The area covered by the smoke indicates that it has been completely destroyed and paralyzed. The Nima Blues don't bring bullies like this. How can this battle be fought? A soldier who got off the anti-aircraft missile vehicle looked at the drone group roaring overhead, scolding away from the battlefield, and according to the rules of the exercise, he was now gone. It's gone before the hand is even paid. Command Center. Calling the Hive headquarters, the local base has been destroyed as much as possible, and we lost 823 drones. Good. The base commander was very satisfied with the results. At the same time, the replay simulation of the artificial intelligence-controlled offense also won the battlefield without suspense, but the loss reached 13. A moment later, the base commander turned to an engineer from the Côte d'Azur, and said in a concise way, "Now the military has officially placed an order with you for 2 million aircraft. Can the production capacity keep up?" Director, "All can be delivered in about half a year." "Okay, I like this efficiency." The big brother actually wants to get it for 20 million, but this is not cost-effective, because there is still much room for technological progress. A lot of goodness. With 2 million orders, the total purchase amount is 5 billion yuan, plus after-sales support and maintenance costs. A total of 7 billion yuan can be obtained. Unlike other military products, Novel.com model UAFs are produced by professional assembly line. If they are full-force soldiers, their production speed is even more than 3 times that of your mobile phones. 2 million drones are really trivial. However, the combat effectiveness and value it has shown have just demonstrated everything. It is not an exaggeration to spend 5 billion yuan to purchase this batch of new equipment with the purchase effect of 500 billion yuan for traditional weapons and equipment. However, just relying on the military to directly purchase such a small amount will not apportion the cost of R&D investment on the Côte d'Azur. This gadget has to rely on the export trade version to make money. The export price is different, at least more than 5 times, and the customer's target has been selected. Big dogs will love this product. Coincidentally, the picture here happened to be captured by an old reconnaissance satellite in outer space, and a piece of information was sent to the Wu Jiao building in the first time. Vertex. Chapter 686. At the Head 1 Stickwood Corner building. In a conference room, the then Minister of Defense and several generals and a technical advisor were present, all looking at the big screen in the conference room. The screen changed a photo at regular intervals, and it was a transmission picture taken from a satellite to the Northwest China exercise. Although the photos captured by the satellites are very clear, they are still somewhat blurred in the face of high-speed moving targets. But the problem is not big. The technicians made some repairs to these satellite photos when they sent the materials to the Pentagon. At that time, the Minister of Defense withdrew his gaze, and after looking at the crowd, he looked at the technician. How many drones are there? Mr. Minister, based on the information in the photos, I am afraid that there will be no less than 5,000 drones. What? A general who was staring at the photos on the screen and kept looking at the words immediately turned his head and stunned his eyes with wide eyes. Not less than 5,000? God. This is crazy. This figure attracted everyone's heart. The drone bee colony technology, LAM, naturally is also intensifying research. This is the future trend. I was deeply aware of this, and began to study the concept of drone bee colony combat as early as 2 years ago, and carried out the Quail Plan, Elf Plan, Loyal Wingman Plan, etc. And even thought of using suicide drone swaps to intercept nuclear bombs. Intercepting nuclear bombs is actually not a whimsical operation. With a massive low-cost drone bees in the air to form a superlarge interceptor network, when a nuclear warhead strikes, the drone group only needs to hover on the warhead's pre-warp course. The kinetic energy generated by the collision will cause the electronic components inside the nuclear warhead to find damage, thereby preventing the explosion of the nuclear warhead. But so far, the North American technology can only control less than 200 drones for cluster flight. Once thought it was far ahead in this field. Today, sending this intelligence information to old Americans is tantamount to taking the lead. Has the ocean already played thousands of scales? This gap can't be fully explained. In fact, the number of UAV swarm combat command platforms developed on the Côte d'Azur can control and coordinate more than that. It can coordinate more than 100,000 UAVs to organize a battle. The previous exercise was only to control costs, and there was no need to engage in such a big battle. The exercise also had to be budgeted for the purpose of testing. Even so, it has taken the old beauty by surprise now, because it realizes the gap between the two sides. Find out which institution has the technology, under investigation, but from the current speculation, the probability of the Côte d'Azur is extremely high. Because the biggest difficulty of the UAV group technology is still artificial intelligence and cloud computing and data distribution processing. Star Technology's strengths. Damn, why is this company again? 3 days later, the Wu Jiao building published an article on the National Defense Strategy report that was produced overnight. According to the report, the goal of the Wu Jiao Tower is to compete, deter, and win in an increasingly complex global security environment. At present, long-term strategic competition has surfaced again. This is the core challenge facing the prosperity and security of magnesium countries. This long-term strategic competition mainly comes from the other side of the ocean. The report further describes that North American military competitive advantages have been eroded in every field of readiness, namely, sea, land, control, space and cyberspace, and continue to be eroded. The Wu Jiao building blamed the capping measures taken by Congress on defense spending in the past 9 fiscal years, reducing defense spending and long-term lack of funds, and causing more damage to its own combat capabilities than any enemy. Well, the implication is that the enemy is on Capitol Hill. The report also stated that the Wu Jiao building must modernize the magnesium's critical combat power in order to build an integrated armed force with greater lethality, adaptability, and rapid innovation. It cannot be expected to use yesterday's weapons and equipment can win in tomorrow's conflict. To put it simply, the summary of this article report is, hit money. It doesn't cost money. When will it wait? After this National Defense Strategy report was released, a new message was publicly released that afternoon. This piece of information was a drone colony exercise on the other side of the ocean captured by satellites a few days ago. The news of the global military sector was quickly screened by this news, and domestic media have also cited reports. This matter is not known if the Wu Jiao Tower is public. Domestic military fans were overjoyed. I did not expect that my own drone bee colony technology has developed to this point. Last year, I was envious of the news that the United States could control the coordination of more than 100 drones. There is no breakthrough in this field and I feel anxious. Unexpectedly, when I woke up and found that I was better than the old and beautiful, a large wave of military fans began to analyze the photos released by the Wu Jiao building. Technology Complex Building Master, on the 3rd sent his latest work email report in Silicon Valley. Xiaona's voice responded in Liu Sheng's private office. Liu Sheng directly opened the content of the mail list and was quite surprised. The efficiency is very fast. The company was established in less than 4 months and has the ability to launch a beta version of the product, which is good. Xiona, pass instructions to 3. No, it is necessary to mention the nominal cost of the drone at least $30,000 per aircraft, and the selling price is not less than $50,000 per aircraft. Xiona, understood. The so-called number 3 inches is Bionic Man number 3. This is a chess piece that Liu Sheng arranged to start a business in Silicon Valley. The identity there has been arranged. The Canadian-American scientist who graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology is named Marcus Lyle. In the past 3 or 4 months, until Novel.com, Marcus Lyle arrived in Silicon Valley with the export of foreign trade version developed by Liu Sheng to establish a startup technology company, the company name called Lyle Binary. The highest level is to break into the enemy, so it is interesting to let the Wu Jiao Tower come to purchase the military products of the Lyle Binary company. However, Liu Sheng's biggest goal is not this, but to deliver the military technology developed by him to Horizon Security. If he can't sell it and can't sell it, then he can only take the line of Marcus Lyle. It's time to gradually develop and strengthen the actual armed forces of Horizon Security. But at the same time, it also has to suppress the Lyle Binary Company. To achieve the last point of technology, the price is more expensive, so that it will not come to grab the sales of genuine products, otherwise the old beauty will definitely use its rogue to force the big dogs to buy. Then the Côte d'Azur sales volume of genuine export foreign trade products here will definitely be affected. Lyle Binary Co. Limited cannot be wholly owned if it is to be perfectly integrated in North America. It must accept local capital investment. If it is not suppressed, the actual profits will be divided by Wall Street. Chapter 687 Use rival resources to incubate your company. Marcus Lyle's face is a standard European and American face. The Lyle Binary Company he founded is located in Menlo Park, California, less than 40 kilometers from the headquarters of Blue Star Technology North America. Lyle Binary is a standard startup technology company. At present, the company's employees plus Marcus Lyle have 21 people. Strictly speaking, there are 20 people. These 20 employees do not know that their boss is a natural person from beginning to end. But this is not the point. The point is that no one knows that Marcus Lyle is a bionic person. Lyle Binary Company was established here in a certain building workshop in Menlo Park. Several tech men plus a garage, workshop or something. The start of a standard Silicon Valley startup technology company. At the moment, Marcus Lyle and several young engineers are testing several drones together, and the manpower is not enough for boss to end. Luo Sheng did not give him too much startup capital, and only gave an angel round of financing of $2 million through anonymous investment. Marcus Lyle's layout here is secondary to making money. Main purpose. Over the past few months, these $2 million have been spent almost. At this moment, an employee rushed to the workshop excitedly, locked his eyes on Marcus Lyle and said aloud, "Boss, some investors came to the door. And it is a super big man in the technology circle!" Exclamation mark. Wow! The other employees immediately cheered, because they also held certain option stocks of Lyle Binary. The company standard started. At first, they wanted to attract some excellent engineers to start a business in your small workshop. In addition to the treatment, the founder's technology can be. The company's prospects are okay. You have to share the company's future surplus value, which is the rights issue. Otherwise, the outstanding engineers on the Silicon Valley side won't take you away. Foreigners are very realistic, but there is nothing wrong with it. Lyle Binary also took out 12% of the equity as a reserve for the option pool to reserve more outstanding top talent in the future. Who? Marcus Lyle patted the dirt on his hand and looked at the staff of the newspaper and asked who the visitor was. As a bionic person, Marcus Lyle integrated emotion simulation and IQ. The high-precision emotion logic coding program makes he can accurately simulate human real emotions. This technology can be said to be the most valuable technology among all the technology companies under Luo Sheng. So far, he has been classified as the top secret by him, and only he knows it. The employee who came to the newspaper replied excitedly, "Larry Page, one of the founders of Google." Larry Page? Google? Everyone on the scene heard a surprised expression, and became more excited. Larry Page is a member of the top technology club in the Silicon Valley technology circle. Who does not know this character in the technology circle? Marcus Lyle was not too excited, went to the bathroom calmly and washed his hands, and then went to the reception. "Mr. Page, it's a pleasure to meet you." "It's our pleasure to be here." After the meeting, Marcus Lyle reached out with a polite smile and tone. Some white-haired Larry Page was wearing a plaid shirt, and he readily reached out to hold it and smiled. "You are Marcus Lyle, the founder of Lyle Binary?" Marcus Lyle nodded, "Exactly." Page smiled. "Would you like me to come in and see?" Marcus: "Oh, sorry, of course, no problem, please here." After that, he personally brought Larry Page and several assistants and other staff who accompanied him into the company's office. The Lyle Binary office is a large garage, crowded by more than 20 young people work here. Larry Page looked around silently, and some of the employee engineers present were also very excited. Some people even took out Azure 5 and came out to record. His mobile phone is more than 50% likely to be parallel, or from the black market. I bought it because, as of now, Azure 5, which has been reselling from the Mexican market to North America, has exceeded more than half of the regular channels, and this proportion is still increasing. In other words, Azure 5 smartphones in the North American market have reached 1 out of every 2 inflows from the Mexican market. Larry Page didn't mind them shooting themselves. They were very easygoing and indifferent, but they were actually anxious by Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng, and various madfax also blurted out, and French Squid were also. He bought it out of stock, but of course he wanted to maintain his demeanor on this occasion. Seeing everything here reminds me of how similar it was when I founded Google in the garage 19 years ago. Larry Page suddenly said with emotion, as if to recall his past memories here. "This may be the highest evaluation of Binary I have heard so far." Mr. Page, Alphabet's current market value of the Big Mac with a market value of $600 billion. Google is a great technology company. How dare Binary compare to Google? Marcus Lyle responded with a humble tone. "Haha. No one will believe that Google can achieve today after 19 years. I am very optimistic about the future of Binary." Larry Page laughed. "I have noticed that you share on BV video online." "Drone video? Wow, great. Can you tell me about the drone project you are developing? Gradually brought into the topic in the commercial exchange, Marcus Lyle smiled and nodded happily, indicating that there was no problem. Even if he took Larry Page to the workbench, he opened several computers and pointed at the data on the display panel. Then said, Binary's currently developed technology is the military application of drone bee colony technology, which aims to realize the development of a number of technologies such as practical combat management on the battlefield and bee colony autonomous formation control. Larry Page nodded. He is also a technical polytechnician. Even if he asked the key point, the larger the bee colony and the more complicated the combat environment, the higher the technical requirements. The news from the Chinese side was exposed. You should know the drone colony technology of the UAF, and it is likely to be the handwriting of the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology. They have achieved independent formation control of at least 5,000 drone colonies. If the Lyle binary competition the opponent is Liu Sheng, where is your technical advantage? Marcus Lyle said without thinking, our development of drone technology. These key technologies can be summarized into three major areas. Page, which three areas? Marcus. The first is the development of the collaborative technology of the bee colony and the equipment system. This technology refers to the management and control of the drone bee colony through the early warning aircraft or the ground signal station, establishing a unified combat scenario, formation control and adjustment, and in accordance with the needs of the formation of coordination, etc. within a short time to be transmitted to the bee swarm network. The second is the development of the internal collaborative technology of the bee colony. This technology is to realize the interconnection and autonomous formation control within the bee colony, the situational awareness and sharing of the cooperative colony cooperative collaboration, and the collaborative task distribution planning decision through the data link. It also needs to be avoided a series of information and data comprehensive processing capabilities, such as strong electromagnetic interference capabilities, low interception capabilities, and identification capabilities, are at the core of creating autonomous task assignment algorithms and autonomous decision-making response mechanisms. Hearing that, Larry Page nodded silently. He realized that he was right to come here in person. This startup technology company called Lyle Binary has huge future prospects, and may be able to meet Liu Sheng in the military. With a single shot, you may be able to fight with DJI in the field of commercial drones. If Liu Sheng knows Page is in thoughts at this moment, it is estimated that he must laugh happily and skew his lips, and use his opponent's resources to incubate his company. Is there anything more enjoyable than this? Marcus Lyle continued. The third is the bee colony drone platform and combat system technology. This is the core of the bee colony drone, and it is also an indispensable hardware device for forming a drone colony. Low cost, high efficiency and multifunctional load. The bee colony drone concept needs the low cost of the drone equipment, which can be a one-time or limited lifespan drone, on the premise of meeting functional requirements. Reduce the cost of equipment in terms of materials, manufacturing processes and engines, so as to focus more on the advantages of quantity under the premise of combining quantity and quality. At the end, Larry Page nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, nice. Okay, Mr. Marcus, I want to invest in your company. Which capital institution is involved in your angel round financing? Marcus: Anaheim Capital. Larry Page couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He thought it was Sequoia Capital. He was quite strange to the name. The big boss behind Anaheim Capital is Liu Sheng. McLenovel.com was originally born to invest in today's headlines, that is, the current bite-beating, Jiang Yiming Jiang always does not want to leave others behind, and repeatedly rejected Blue Star Technology investment intention. He thought he could get rid of Blue Star Technology and develop independently, but he didn't know that he had been working for Liu Sheng in fact, and he had a terrible vote right name, because he has not interfered with his operation of the company for so many years. The veto power has never been activated. Larry Page nodded without turning around, and said bluntly, Mr. Marcus, I think that your company's recent round of angel financing has bottomed out. I am afraid that the A round of financing will be carried out. For this round of financing, how much money do you want and how much equity do you want to transfer? Please make a price directly. Page came over in person today. After a brief understanding, he no longer hesitated to invest in the company. A round of financing for Lyle Binary Company is an inevitable posture. End of this chapter. Chapter 688. Excited Eagle source for the series of financing. I need $15 million to transfer 12% of the equity. Class of equity. Marcus Lyle also had no hypocrisy, and directly expressed his demands. This is a very reasonable valuation. Lyle Binary also adopts the AB share system and the limited partnerships structure. Such a top-level design can ensure that when the equity is transferred, the company's control is firmly in the hands of the founder, that is, the Luo Sheng's hands. A round of financing for a valuation of $125 million. No problem, I can accept it, Larry Page said with a smile, and after a while he added, but I want to add a condition, Mr. Marcus. Please speak. Larry Page nodded and replied, I will have priority in subsequent financing at the same valuation. Page's company's cash flow can't compete with Luo Sheng, but it is relatively speaking. In fact, Google is also one of the richest companies in the world and a master of money. Obviously, Page is very optimistic about the future of the Lyle Binary Company, and Google does not lack this money. If he hasn't understood it, he even wants to buy the company directly, but the founder does not agree. He can only retreat to invest. Second. 2. Marcus Lyle, no problem. It took less than 20 minutes to complete the Lyle Binary round of financing agreement. After this round of financing, the company added an investment shareholder, respectively, Angel Capital, which acquired 9% equity of Anaheim Capital, as well as the Alphabet Google parent company that exclusively contracted this A round of financing. With the development of the company, more external shareholders will be introduced through subsequent continuous financing, and eventually the IPO will be achieved. This is the path that must be followed for the development of startup technology companies. After further understanding the Lyle Binary Drone Colony Combat System, Larry Page is more confident in this investment. The drone itself is secondary, and there are a large number of companies in the United States that can make it. The difficulty is the B Colony Combat System platform, and this is the core competitiveness of Lyle Binary. On the same day, Page signed a contract with Lyle Binary to formally complete the A round of financing, and then happily left. This kind of high-quality company will not lack the favor of venture capital institutions. This time, we can start first and Google in the future. You can become the largest external investment shareholder, and even the largest shareholder, under the framework of the AB share system and the limited partnership structure. No matter what percentage of equity is transferred, it will not have any impact on the company's control. There is only one case of loss of control. That is, Luo Sheng voluntarily gives up. For this company, Luo Sheng doesn't care how much equity he transfers. He only needs one thing: absolute control. It was originally under his back. With the completion of the A round of financing, all employees of Lyle Bin had a party celebration in the garage that night. Although Marcus Lyle is a bionic man, he can also eat and drink like a normal human. The complete metabolic cycle is the key. However, it is not enough to extract the bioenergy from food digestion. It is necessary to maintain the calorie consumption of the entire body through external intake. He will inject bioenergy in private to maintain the body's consumption. The next day, another group of people came to the Lyle Binary Company. My name is Will Parks, which is affiliated to the Magnesium Military Equipment Headquarters. The drone technology of your company has attracted the interest of the Ministry of Defense. If it meets the needs, the Ministry of Defense may issue an expensive purchase to your company. Order. Marcus Lyle looked at the document sent by the other party, looked at the other person's face, and then at the rank of his colonel, and finally confirmed that it was correct. The Equipment Headquarters, which is the department in charge of planning, spending, and ordering military combat equipment. The people in this department personally come to the door, and Lyle Binary's technology is obviously taken by the Wu Jiao building. Especially recently, Liu Osheng was stimulated by this time. After completing the identity verification, Marcus Lyle took the people from Will Parks and the Wood Corner building to introduce the company's products in detail again. How many drones can you coordinate with your bee colony system at the same time to the greatest extent? Will Parks asked. This is the most concern of the Wu Jiao Tower. Some time ago, I accidentally discovered that the Chinese side has been able to achieve coordinated operations against more than 5,000 drones, which has made Lomu's face dull. For so long, this face was too awkward, and now there is a little stunned circle, and it is regarded by Lam as being bullied by the other party on the face, which is very uncomfortable. Marcus Lyle replied without thinking, in theory, 10,000 drones can be coordinated at the same time for bee colony operations. Well, 10,000 are not bad. What are you talking about? Will Parks reacted slowly for a moment, but soon recovered, and then looked at the other person in shock. Marcus Lyle repeated, I said that in theory, 10,000 drones can be used to conduct bee colonies. Will Paxton questioned when he came back, how do you prove it? Marcus Lyle said calmly, Colonel, my company is in the startup stage, and the funds are tight. I can't specifically build 10,000 drones at this time to prove myself that the cost of one drone is not less than $30,000 means $300 million. I can't do this without so much money, unless someone pays, but I have absolute confidence in my technology, which you will see in the future. Will Parks, no, if you can really do what you said, the Pentagon will give you funds to pay for you, and promise to give you follow-up orders. When will you get 10,000 without man-machine came out and tested? $130,000 is no problem for the Wu Jiao Tower. The cost of $10,000 is only $300 million. The maximum cost is not more than $500 million, compared with the annual expenditure of more than $700 billion. It is almost nothing. Now, the most important thing is how to pull back around from the Chinese in the field of drone swarm combat, regain the face, and suppress the arrogance of the other party. Marcus Lyle said, we only got Google's $15 million series of financing yesterday. If we want to build 10,000 drones, we need to recruit more employees, build production lines, and purchase parts. $15 million. Not enough. This is also an indirect way to show that Lyle Binary is not a startup company that can be manipulated by anyone. There is a super technology giant with a market value of more than $600 billion behind it. First, anxious to you. Will Parks, listen, money is not a problem, okay? Okay. You are going to the Wu Jiao Tower with me now. I think it is necessary for you to report your campaign's situation to the higher security department. It's your chance. In Marcus Lyle's logic program, there is no concept of hesitation. The time required to judge things is positively related to the speed of his chip processing, but he still hesitates for a moment like humans, which is simulated by emotion result. After a moment, Marcus Lyle nodded, I need to sort out a piece of information and make a systematic report. Will Parks, okay, then I'm waiting for you outside, not too long. 10 minutes later, Marcus Lyle took the information and left the Menlo Park with the old and beautiful military personnel to the Wu Jiao building. 2 days later, the Science and Technology Complex building. Master, the latest news came on the 3rd. Lyle Binary Company has received $500 million in research and development funding from the Wu Jiao Tower and $2.5 billion in defense purchase orders. Xiaona's voice responded in Liu Osheng's office. The latter was surprised when she heard, the progress of number 3 is a bit fast. The day before yesterday, I flew to Google. When he said that, he couldn't help but laugh, and he broke into the other party's interior unexpectedly. After going to the Wu Jiao Tower, Marcus Lyle got the super large order for the purchase of 70,000 drones at a cost of $35,000 per aircraft. But the premise is that the Lyle binary must be the Wu Jiao building saw that his company's technology can really cooperate with 10,000 drones to conduct bee colonies at the same time, and achieved amazing results. It still depends on the effect, so the $2.5 billion superlarge order is just a short check, which requires exchange conditions. But as long as it can prove that the Lyle binary technology is as described, this order will definitely not be placed on pigeons. First, Lyle has given $500 million in advance to allow Lyle binary to test 10,000 drone bee colony combat systems as soon as possible. Second, Lyle is now stimulated by previous opponents' drone bee colony exercises. There is a sense of urgency in it, and there is also a matter of regaining face. Xiao now responded, "Master, have you initiated an intellectual property lawsuit against Lyle binary? This is a planned plan. The Côte d'Azur will prosecute Lyle's binary plagiarism technology in the future. Both sides will treat Bogongtan and give outsiders the illusion that both parties are rivals. The contradictions displayed on both sides are becoming more and more unmanageable. You are reading books www.youcansu. The more secure Lyle binary company is, the less it is suspected that the person behind the scenes is actually the same existence." Liu Sheng stopped. "No, let the bullets fly for a while. It's not the right time, and when the Côte d'Azur is about to close this year, there is one last important task, that is, the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition on December 19th. From the time point of view, this is already near things in front of me now. The drone colony needs to collect more data in actual combat to further optimize the product, so the export foreign trade version should also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. While making money for local tyrants also help to test your products, and later introduce more cattle products to make local tyrants more money. Perfect circulation. This is the export foreign trade version. Selling things to the local tyrants there is absolutely no lack of actual combat opportunities there. End of this chapter. Chapter 689. The local tyrant is here on Monday, December 11th, the Côte d'Azur headquarters. Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition on the 19th. Are we going to participate in a look hidden identity or? Yao Jianhong, who is in the CEO's office, looked at Liu Sheng, who shook his head and said, "You don't need to do this. You hide it and give you a ghost in your heart. The CIA wants to investigate for a few months." Yao Jianhong is obviously worried that Lam will use this national security threat to speak of things. The core business of the Côte d'Azur is commercial income. The overseas market accounts for the majority, and the military sector may account for less than 5%. At least at present, it is a fringe business in the major sectors of the group. His worries are not unreasonable, but when I think back, Lao Yao feels that Liu Sheng is also very reasonable. It's not a day or two for Lam to break the Côte d'Azur. If the company is really so fragile, it's gone a few years earlier. Sometimes it has to be a little bit harder. Okay, I will inform Liu Ping and arrange the work of the defense exhibition. Yao Jianhong did not hesitate too much. Liu Ping is the person in charge of the Azure Coast military industry sector. This time, the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition was also led by him. Go to the exhibition. Liu Sheng nodded. Take more planes in the past. Give the local tyrants a good live performance. Let them feel the excellence of our products. Good things must be accompanied by good publicity, and the explosion will be over. Yao Jianhong couldn't help laughing, and nodded again and again. Over time, December 19th arrived as scheduled. The 13th Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition opened at the National Exhibition Center in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE. The current defense exhibition is 5 days long and ends before Christmas Eve. This exhibition attracted more than 1,240 military industrial enterprises from more than 60 countries and regions around the world to exhibit. highlighting the innovation and application of international military industry and defense. Liu Ping led the Blue Coast team to participate in this defense exhibition in the form of a national pavilion of Hua National Defense, with a total of 9 military trade group companies organized by the National Defense Science and Industry Bureau. Arrived as early as 3 days ago. Among the many exhibits, the VT-4 main battle tank is among them, and the exploration armored vehicles of various countries are also gathered at the exhibition site, and many equipments are familiar to military fans. However, when the Côte d'Azur logo appeared at the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition, it did not happen, and it quickly attracted widespread attention from domestic and foreign media and military fans. The Côte d'Azur, the world's current reputation for the name, can be said to be like a thunder, and there are only a handful of brands comparable to it. From the 2017 list of the top 100 most valuable brands published by Forbes this year, we can glimpse one or two. The Côte d'Azur has ranked first for the 4th consecutive year, and its brand value has reached $302.5 billion, an increase from the previous year. After 17%, Azure 5 is indispensable. This is the first time in the history of this list that the brand value has exceeded the $300 billion mark. Prior to this, Blue Star Technology was firmly in the top of the list. Now it has been in the second position for 4 consecutive years. This year's brand value is also as high as $248.9 billion, and the third and fifth are respectively Google, Microsoft, Amazon. The top 5 are all well-known technology giants. The 2 group companies under Liu Sheng are undoubtedly the brand names of Chinese companies. However, the Côte d'Azur is a smartphone manufacturer in the world's impression, and it is completely out of line with military products. The Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition's trademark appeared this time, which is obviously unexpected. But it is reasonable. Because of the information published by the Wu Jiao building some time ago, many people in China's drone colony Hot News are speculating whether Liu Sheng's company is playing a crucial role in it. Because the Côte d'Azur has not carried out any Hot News evaluation, so it is still a doubt. But now, even if you don't stand up and make any statement, you will still be able to do so. In a meeting room in the Wu Jiao building. It really has something to do with the Côte d'Azur. A lieutenant general who saw the information from Abu Dhabi could not help but scold. Another general who attended the meeting scolded directly. The threat that the Côte d'Azur poses to the United States continues to increase. This is caused by the Gang of Wall Street commercials. No longer determined to decouple from the Côte d'Azur, it will only be more troublesome in the future. We don't want to participate in these things, so as not to get mad. As long as the military expenditure is not reduced, something will happen to the Congress to fight for money. Alas, I hope that Lyle Binary can give us some surprises. Fortunately, there are technology companies in the United States that can compete with it, and things are not too bad. However, the attitude must be in place. What we should fight for is to fight for it. It is our attitude to comprehensively attack the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology. On December 20th, the second day of the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition, the reception area where the Côte d'Azur is located is quite popular, attracting a large number of people to watch. Among these people are journalists from various media, and there are also some national intelligence agencies wearing casual clothes. However, the products of the booth can be photographed and viewed casually, and it can even be touched. The defense exhibition originally came to promote its own foreign trade products. The reason why it attracts media attention is because of the name of the Côte d'Azur. As a technology company that sells mobile phones and game consoles, it suddenly sells military products for drones. Cross-border is not generally large. However, this is not a precedent for technology companies. To say that the real cross-border play is still more surging than another global well-known technology giant, Samsung Group. Samsung's industry is spread across various fields, and real estate, infrastructure, military, insurance, finance, electronics, semiconductors, communications, and many other fields have their tentacles extended. There are 3 models of foldable fixed-wing UAVs on the Côte d'Azur stand, which are the main communication function, the main reconnaissance function and the main strike function UAV. Among them, each drone with the main strike function can be hung on an AR-3 air-to-surface missile. The latest model of the AR-3 air-to-surface missile is on the booth. This is a miniaturized air-to-surface missile developed by the Aerospace Technology Group for the drone colony. It is in the AR-2 air-to-ground missile. The missile is based on improvements, and the AR-2 is also tailor-made for the Rainbow series of drones. The weight of the modified AR-3 air-to-surface missile was further reduced to 15 kilograms. The effective range was 8 kilometers, the expensive anti-armor function was abandoned, and the cheaper parts were replaced. For a car or a soil house, even for one person, 5 kilograms of high-energy explosives do not care whether it is a gathering armor-piercing warhead. There is another important point more. That's right, it's more. Although a drone can only carry one AR-3 air-to-ground missile, it can face thousands or even tens of thousands of drone swarms at a time, which is a horror story. It's really Dazi who bombed labor and capital. AR-3 is a tailor-made product for drone swarms. Of course, it also highlights the same advantage: cheap. During the exhibition, reading a book. Liu Ping was on the scene. He soon noticed that a group of people were walking towards their own exhibition area. The other party was wearing a turban and a white robe, and the local style was marked. Liu Ping looked at his golden eyes, his 2 eyes turned into dollar, and the whole person was inexplicably excited. Is it finally concerned by local tyrants? Liu Ping quickly whispered to the assistant next to him, "Go ahead and prepare. Later we will invite the local tyrants to open their eyes outside the court hole." Liu Ping's assistant immediately left from the background and went to inform that the show had already been arranged. Watching at the exhibition is not a shock to the drone swarm. It is shock to directly engage in a group of flying shows. Over 1,000 drone groups were airlifted on the Côte d'Azur this time, just to perform a wave for the local tyrants, to stimulate the adrenaline of the local tyrant customers, and their heads were hot. Chapter 690 The Tyrant of the Local Tyrant. When Liu Ping saw the local tyrants coming to his exhibition area, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hey, welcome to His Royal Highness. The prince is also interested in the bee drone." That smile and that full-sounding look like a profiteer. Even the employees under his control couldn't help but spit it out. This is the rhythm of the Archbishop of Secret Road. There are many kinds of local tyrants with turbans, and this wave of people is the most arrogant among them. The vault in the palace has $800 billion in cash assets. Big Dog. I saw that the local tyrant prince pointed at a drone on the showcase and asked, "This is the drone that surprised the old army? Is it really as powerful as the rumor?" Liu Ping immediately came to him and smiled. "His Royal Highness, my hometown has an old saying that seeing is believing. If you are interested, please follow me. We can make an exception for His Royal Highness." How powerful. Only local tyrants have this VIP level treatment, and this show also costs a lot of money. As soon as the local tyrant prince became interested, he nodded without hesitation. The spirited Liu Ping immediately explained to the employees here, and then led the local customers to move. This scene is also seen in the eyes of everyone, including many intelligence agencies in various countries, and there are many media reporters present. The dog followed and wanted to see what they did. The professional subconscious told him that he had a big move. Liu Ping and his tyrant friends drove off the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition Center in a luxurious business fleet and drove to a deserted area 33 kilometers away. It is worth mentioning that the people in the Aerospace Technology Group who learned of the news also rushed over the first time, because once the Azure Coast and the local tyrants negotiated a military trade contract, the Aerospace Technology Group can also sell a round of R-3 ground-to-air missiles, and even more sales than the Côte d'Azur, because missiles are more expensive than drones. "Mr. Liu, I hope this trip will not disappoint me," said the local prince in the same business car. Liu Ping patted his chest and promised, "His Royal Highness, I promise you will be impressed by the next scene. It's already here. Please move on. When the convoy arrived at the destination, everyone came down from the car. The local prince looked around for a week and found that there were more than 20 large transport vehicles on the left side. The tailgate was opened, and the tail opening of each car was framed. A track with an elevation angle of about 30 degrees. The location of Liupinggren is at the top of a small mountain bag, and a relatively low-lying place is 3 or 4 kilometers ahead, with dozens of eye-catching times marks. At this moment, local time has already entered the twilight hour. I'm ready, please start your performance. Prince Tyrant withdrew his eyes and said to Liuping Rao Yuking, he didn't know what medicine this group of Chinese people sold in the horde, but he was looking forward to it. At this time, the people of the Aerospace Science and Technology Group hurried over, and there were some far-sighted media. Then they were stopped by the relevant security personnel. They could shoot at a distance, but they could not approach Liuping. In the end, when Liuping made a gesture, he immediately motioned to the local prince, His Royal Highness, please look here. The voice just fell. Located at the rear of the cargo compartment of more than 20 transport vehicles not far from the left side of the crowd. One after another the drones ejected from the orbit of the elevation angle. This scene shocked foreigners and far-sighted media reporters who witnessed the scene for the first time. It was really like a swarm of bees. The scene was very shocking. The sky under the dusk, reflected in the afterglow of the setting sun, the sight of the hovering array of drone swarms in the sky shocked everyone who witnessed it for the first time, and some media reporters were snapping crazy. The Tyrant Prince is also looking up at the bee swarm above the sky. He suddenly asked, how many drones are there in the sky? Liuping immediately replied, His Royal Highness, there are more than 1,328 unmanned aerial drones, of which 1,000 unmanned attack aircraft are all loaded with live ammunition. The local prince was shocked and said, is the live ammo mounted? At this time, Liuping waved at a man in a suit and sunglasses, with a suitcase in his hand, which seemed to be a very important thing. The other party came to Liuping and opened the box. The local prince looked at him curiously and asked, what is this? A black metal tube about 1 foot long was placed inside the box. Liuping took it out and took it to the local prince, smilingly introduced, His Royal Highness, this is a laser guide marking system. With this guide the device can call the unmanned aerial vehicle in the sky to provide air support. When the local prince heard the interest, he said directly, what are you waiting for? Try it quickly. Liuping did not follow suit, but handed the laser guide in his hand directly to the local prince and smiled with a tone of appetite, His Royal Highness, would you like to try it yourself? The operation is very simple. Open the cursor system, and then select the target, and then click the L button. Only when the local tyrants have experienced sourness can small money be rolled in. All this was originally prepared for the local tyrants. Prince Sote became more interested as soon as he heard it. He hesitated for a moment and finally took over the laser guide. The local prince stepped forward 2 steps, turned on the cursor system, and then pointed far away. A green light beacon 3 kilometers away can be seen clearly. After a while, the local prince pointed to one of the areas marked with an X and then decisively pressed the L button. At the moment when the local prince just pressed the button, everyone's eyes were attracted by the scene above the sky. I saw that among the drone bee colony, there was an AR-3 mounted on a drone. The air-to-ground missile was launched immediately, drawing a gorgeous flame of flame in the evening sky. In the end, the location of the signal mark was accurately hit, and everyone looked at the dazzling explosion in the low-lying area ahead. The Tyrant Prince came up immediately, the laser guide signal cursor moved to another area, and pressed the L button again, and a mounted missile was launched from the bee swarm hovering above the sky. Under the testimony of everyone, it again exploded in the target area without any errors. It was not fun to be hit twice. The princes of local tyrants went back and forth in succession. They were like eating jazz candy. The local tyrant is directly high. Liuping next to the local tyrant smiled, and the people of the Aerospace Technology Group couldn't help but show a happy smile when they saw this scene. Because as long as you buy the aircraft, you will definitely be equipped with the bomb, and the B drone products under the Côte d'Azur coast can only be equipped with the AR-3 Poker surface missile. Other models, air-to-ground missiles, will not work. Mr. Liu, what's the effect of the A-shaped button next to it? The excited local tyrant saw a special button on the laser guide and was protected by a transparent safety cover. I don't know if it was too excited. Open the safety cover before falling, and then randomly mark a beacon in the low-lying area in front and press it. Liu Ping, who was in joy, was taken aback by surprise, and danced quickly. Hey, 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 your Royal Highness, that key cannot be pressed. It is all in. It's too late. The local tyrant has been in. At the next moment, the swarm of drone hovering above the sky, all the mounted AR-3 air-to-surface missiles directly launched a round of salvo. At this time, the sky was a little dark, but at the moment the missile was launched, it was close to thousands of air-to-surface missile salvos produced a bright tail fire tongue that illuminated the entire night sky. Everyone, especially the reporters in the distance, burst into a cry of exclamation. His mouth widened and fell to his knees, and the eyes looking at the sky were rounded and even a little scalp tingling. Looking at the sky, Liu Ping mumbled to himself, 15 million yuan is flying in the sky. The manufacturing cost of the AR-3 air-to-ground missile is 15,000 yuan, which is 15 million yuan. But the price of this missile is $20,000 piece, which is equivalent to 130,000 yuan, and the profit rate is as high as 766%. This is the military product export trade, and the profiteering of profiteering. The key is to buy. It means the follow-up drought and flood protection. If calculated according to the external price, this round of salvo is 130 million yuan. No. The money must be reimbursed by local tyrants. At this moment, the local tyrant looked at the scene in front of him and muttered to himself, "Oh. The town master is up." At the next moment, nearly 1,000 AR-3 air-to-surface missiles exploded in a low-lying area 3 kilometers away, and continuous bursts and roars continued. The bright light erupted in this area was like daylight. After a while, everyone felt the earth trembling and even alarmed the city of Abu Dhabi. The reporters present and all the foreigners including Liu Ping were unforgettable all their lives. I never expected to witness such a shocking scene. The art of explosion is most vividly reflected at this moment. This scene was also recorded by the reporters present throughout the scene, but they were in a state of ignorance at this moment and had not recovered. All of them were shocked to add. In the end, the local prince also recovered. He saw that he suddenly turned to Liu Ping and said neatly, 10,000. No, 10,000 are too few. 30,000. No, it's 300,000. Frame. Yes, 300,000. Mr. Liu, I want 300,000. At least 300,000. Please. See God's sake. The local tyrant doesn't even ask the price. Liu Ping was already full of energy, and he thumped inwards, but he was still very calm. He immediately said, His Royal Highness, our drone products are priced at $15,000 each, and 300,000 is $4.5 billion, plus corresponding ammunition and B colony combat systems. This contract order must be at least about $20 billion. The manufacturing cost of a UAF is only 2,700 yuan. You reading www.yuukanzu.com sold 100,000 yuan to a big dog. Although the drone is cheaper than the AR-3 missile, the profit rate of the drone is as high as 3,603%, which is 36 times. Unexpectedly, the excited local tyrant heard Liu Ping's twitchy tone and felt as if he was insulted by the other party. He suddenly expressed dissatisfaction and said with anger, Mr. Liu, do you look down on my royal family? Listen, now I have changed my mind. I want to increase the purchase volume to 500,000. The last sentence of the local tyrant raised the volume deliberately, as if afraid that the other party could not hear clearly. Liu Ping, speechless, but Liu Ping's heart has been directly called Lai, ruthless. When a person in charge of the Aerospace Science and Technology Group heard this sentence, he muttered to himself, Hao Hing. End of this chapter. Chapter 691, How to Lose the Bee Swarm Face. Mr. Liu, can you provide 500,000 orders? When will the orders be delivered? The laser guide in the hands of the local prince gave Liu Ping a straightforward question, which seemed a bit impatient. The local tyrants seem to be stupid and have a lot of money, but this is just a ridicule from netizens who eat melons. Spreading money is the way local tyrants survive in the Middle East world. They know that they are a scumbag, and they can only spend a lot of protection money in order to live comfortably. And because I knew I was fighting 5 slags, I paid special attention to this swarm drone product. Tat then finished the bombing of labor and capital. In the Middle East world, this weapon is enough to be invincible, without taking risks. Anyway, the so-called risk is to burn more money. Big dogs may not do anything else, but it is a lot of money. After reading it, the prince of the local tycoon knew that this thing was simply an artifact tailored for his own family. 500,000 units can be delivered within 6 months. Liu Ping definitely said that the mass production of B-drone assembly line production, efficiency and even the Azure 5. If it were not for the Aerospace Science and Technology Group's capacity to keep up, the delivery could be completed in 3 months. The tyrant prince was shocked, and after a while, he made a decision. God is on. What are you waiting for? Sign the contract now. Therefore, under the media capture of this place, the local prince and Liu Pingren returned to the commercial vehicle and left here. The purchase order contract was completed the next day and the contract was signed. The signing place is at the Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel. 500,000 drones, a total of $7.5 billion. The supporting bee colony combat system costs $2 billion, and training costs $1 billion. The Côte d'Azur received a total of $10.5 billion in revenue from this order contract, which is a super large order. But it was the Aerospace Science and Technology Group that received the most revenue. The local tyrant bought 1.5 million AR-3 air-to-surface missiles in one breath, with an average of 3 UFs. The export price of this pocket version of the air-to-surface missile is $210,000 piece. 1.5 million is an epic big order of $30 billion. The Aerospace Science and Technology Group is really happy and broken. This is the largest order transaction volume the company has ever obtained and the single largest transaction order for military export trade. It's really the rhythm of buying missiles and sending drones. For such a large order, the Aerospace Science and Technology Group must expand its production capacity by 5 times on the basis of the original production capacity to be able to supply, and there is no hesitation to invest in the capital to expand production capacity, because this is the first customer. There is more business waiting behind. Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After signing this super purchase order with a total value of up to $40.5 billion, the local prince shakes hands with the heads of Liu Ping and the Aerospace Technology Group respectively. It's not ambiguous at first. Who doesn't like party like this? After signing the same contract, Liu Pingren left. At this time, after seeing the outsider leaving, the local prince said to a minister around him, another $80 billion will be prepared. Your Highness, what is this fund for? The local prince said lightly, what else can you do? It is not to feed the magnesium people, otherwise you will not interfere with the magnesium people. I really thought that these 500,000 drones could be delivered to me so smoothly. Meet the magnesium. The appetite of the Chinese has to be doubled, so $80 billion is ready. Let them go with whatever weapons they plan to sell, and just throw the money on their faces. Understand? Signing this large military order of more than $40 billion. If you don't give the magnesium more orders and make a confession, The local prince knows that the magnesium will be obstructed by his eyesight and will let it be used for various reasons. This list is a soup. Obviously, the local tyrants are not fake, but they are definitely not stupid. They have a clear understanding of the overall situation. The magnesium people also have to take care of them and make donations. If they do not serve well, their status in the Middle East world will be shaken. However, it is also known that the talents of magnesium countries are the largest tumor in the Middle East and the regional balance is greatly improved, so it is not wise to put all the lives of the family on line. In fact, the big dogs are already very dissatisfied with the magnesium people. The reason is the shale oil and gas revolution that the old and the United States engaged in. In recent years, North America has gradually changed from the world's largest oil importer to an exporter. The shale oil and gas revolution is not only satisfying the United States is self-sufficient and can export on a large scale. This is not the lifeblood of the local tyrants. And now that the rabbit has become the world's largest oil importer, the local tyrants are very clear that the days after not having a good relationship with the rabbit will certainly be impossible. The deeper meaning of this super big order is an attitude towards rabbit, who is the first to make a compilation, express his attitude, and give courtesy first, which will be smoother when dealing later. This is the way of survival that the local tyrant himself fumbled through in this chaotic world. If it is good to say, it is a matter of origin, and if it is not good, it is between the big brothers. On the other side, after Liu Pingren left the Royal Hotel in Abu Dhabi, the super contract was officially announced in the afternoon. Suddenly, the audience was shocked. The major media immediately reported on this and pushed the news to all parts of the world. This super contract big order has made the Côte d'Azur and Aerospace Technology Group the biggest winners at the current defense exhibition, and the largest single military trade contract produced at this defense exhibition. Other defense trading companies are basically accompanied. The companies that have won in these 3 days also have limited income. They are orders of tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and few of them can break through 1 billion. Even more big orders. There is only one super large order of tens of billions, which is the $40.5 billion purchase contract of the Côte d'Azur and Aerospace Technology Group. It is really envious of my peers. The news spread to the country, and for a time it also aroused great concern from netizens who eat melons, especially in the military fan circle. It was a joyous scene, as if it was related to itself. This kind of thing, of course, military fan circles are happy. Through this order contract, the news related to the swarm of drones was further heated, and the military fan circle also discussed this new weapon and equipment again and analyzed its strength. However, just as everyone was praising and cheering, there was always no shortage of well-known Big V who jumped out and brushed their presence. The current media is really inexhaustible. How can the B drone be invincible? Let's understand the electromagnetic pulse. With this issue, you will have to end the collective air disaster no matter how many bee swarms you have. Don't worry about him, this man is here to rub the heat. What age are you still blowing this cyber myth weapon? Call of Duty has played more. First of all, if you want to let EMP have the destructive power, you can only release the EMP by a nuclear bomb explosion. The drone group flew to your hometown. You plan to throw a nuclear bomb on your site? Secondly, conventional EMP weapons do not exist at all, and the power problem cannot be solved. The future is the future. In the end, even if you really have EMP weapons, you can only destroy civilian electronic facilities. The current military facilities do not have the intention of taking out 3 defense measures. Take a warship as an example. This is an independent Faraday cage. I don't believe that drones have no anti-electromagnetic interference misses. For the big powers, this is not a black technology. At the current technological level under human civilization, apart from nuclear weapons, no conventional weapons are absolutely invincible. The so-called invincibility is only relative. Completely agree that the swarm of drones is a great weapon in conventional weapons. The artifact in asymmetric warfare exists, and in the Middle East world it can be called an invincible killer. I can't think of any country in the Middle East that can block it. The swarm of bees swarmed by the swarm of drones with the tens of thousands of bombs. Even the illusion of the so-called little bully must be frustrated. I really think that local tyrants are stupid and have a lot of money. This is not too easy to use in the Middle East world, enough to dominate the Middle East sky. To be reasonable, the balance of the Middle East world may be broken as a result. No wonder the local tyrants will buy. I don't know if the little bully is right now. It's estimated that the empty app has wood. Manual funny, sit and eat melon. Only magic can defeat magic, and the Archbishop is estimated to be in big business again. It was really analyzed by domestic netizens who were fans of eating melons. The Xiao Ba Wang saw the performance show of the drone bee colony, and the scene of 1,000 bombs salvo deeply shocked Xiao Ba Wang. I haven't been in my heart for a long time. And then I saw the endless fear of the local tyrant's contract order to buy 500,000 drones. At this moment, after receiving the news, the little bully immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss, and quickly made a response strategy, and then there was no stop. The next day, 3 groups of people went on non-stop, all the way to threaten to warn local tyrants. Abandon this order, otherwise you will be at your own risk. All the way to North America to find your father for help. The last way is to find a rabbit. On the last day of the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition, the Côte d'Azur successively signed many small-scale order contracts with other customers, all of which did not purchase more than 30,000 orders for a single contract. However, the Côte d'Azur received these customers very enthusiastically and gave huge discounts. For those poorer customer partners, the Bee Colony Combat System was sold for only $20 million, and the training fee was waived, because the other party really has no money. Of course, confidentiality must not reveal the specific transaction content, and the Bee Colony Combat System is sold to local tyrants for $2 billion. 20 million compared to 2 billion, the difference between the two is 100 times. In fact, the cost of is only $1 million. This is the huge profits of military products. The premium mobility of military products is unmatched by any ordinary commodity, because the purchase of military products is not the product itself, but the safety guarantee. This is a life-saving thing and cannot be measured simply by quantitative prices. Don't look at the poorer customers buying less, but the biggest value of selling them so cheaply is that they can stimulate the expansion of the entire military trade market. The Côte d'Azur counts the general ledger, not the profit of individual customers. When everyone has it, then you have to fight for the quantity. In order to suppress the other party, the rich local tyrants will buy more. In the end, in fact, they will still fight for something called money capabilities. If you understand it, everyone understands it. The local tyrants don't mind selling the products to their opponents on the Côte d'Azur. If you have money, you're self-willed, that is, you have a lot of money. In the field of ability, the confidence of local tyrants is more than ever. Tyrant, just ask the B group how to lose face. Chapter 692 Bringing Stolen Goods. Eve of Christmas Eve. More than 20 transport vehicles loaded with Azure Coast drones have entered SOTA territory from Abu Dhabi. In the case that the local prince can't wait, more than 1,000 drones have been bought by him, now has been packed and taken home. If this batch of equipment is available earlier, the shame of Yemen 2 years ago may not have happened. The local prince watched the array of equipment in front of him and couldn't help feeling emotion. When he thought of this, the local prince felt shame. At that time, the big dog led the army into the situation in Yemen, and formed a massive coalition, known as the 100,000 Army. It was the prince who commanded his command. If he returns triumphantly, his prestige value must rise within SOTA. As a result, the big dogs once again proved their attributes of fighting the 5 slags, and they slammed into Yemen, and they were armed with a blasting hammer by the local fighters. That's it. Do you want to talk to Wrench? However, after purchasing the drone equipment of the Hornet under the Azure Coast this time, The prince of the local tyrant burst into confidence, knowing that he was raising some crotch princes and 5 slags. The tyrant prince, who looked at the batch of bee swarms in front of him, said, "I will not use your dross to send equipment and warmth to the enemy in the future. With this batch of new weapons and equipment, the king is sitting in the palace pressing the button in here. All Enan's enemies will be gone, easy and pleasant. The future combat power value is directly proportional to the wealth value. As long as there are enough banknotes, Alan is always cool. And Alin has always been cool." Thinking about it, the local prince has become more and more impatient for the arrival of this day. "When I think of something going on in the future, I will directly send tens of thousands of drones to the past. Or will disappear after the other party. It is exciting to think about it." Regarding the mentality of the local prince, 1.5 million AR3s may have to be added to purchase orders within 2 to 3 years. For Yiseli people, this year's Christmas Eve is really awful. Once Shade has mastered the new conventional air combat killer of the bee colony drone, there will still be Yiseli in the Middle East. I have even thought of the next screen. In the future, I will bring 10,000 bee swarms out to greet me. If you fight, it is not because the battle loss ratio is too bad. It is not because you will fight, because he will hit you. Who can bear this? Abu Dhabi. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Liu Ping and the people of Aerospace Technology Group are holding a gala dinner in a suite at the Royal Hotel in Abu Dhabi. However, Liu Pingren is not celebrating Christmas Eve as a Chinese, but a Western festival. The celebratory dinner at this moment was naturally carried out in order to win and share the $40.5 billion super large order at this defense exhibition. "Come here, have a drink, skeletal. I can see it. The money of these oil-producing countries in the Middle East is really no different from the wind. This is just the beginning." President Liu, "The future business will be more and more prosperous, and the demand will be greater and greater. Both earn at both ends. This is the taste of the old beauty. It is indeed refreshing. Ha ha." Just as Liu Ping and the people of Aerospace Technology Group chatted by nature at the dinner, a person came in to report, "General Liu, Yiseli sent someone to visit and hope to see you." As soon as Liu Ping thought for a moment, he immediately waved his hand and said, "We returned to China the day after tomorrow. You tell them that if you are interested in our products, we will talk about defense trade negotiations tomorrow. If there are other important things, go to the exhibition group. Directors Wang at the office is enough." Okay. As the people who returned came away, the person in charge of the Aerospace Technology Group looked at Liu Ping with a smile. It seems that this Middle Eastern bully is also anxious. Once Sote is equipped with a bee colony drone, the pattern of power will be broken. The first anxious instead of yelling, "Ha ha." Liu Ping replied with a smile, "It's a good sign. They pinch their axe. We can at most persuade Huo, and the defense trade has to do the same." That's right. Come and touch one. At the same time, the Western Hemisphere is now daylight. Wood Corner Building. The people of Yiseli came here in Loke, in addition to the CIA boss. "What? Are you really planning to stand by and let Sote put hundreds of thousands of B-drone equipment into service?" In a conference room, people who had been sent by the masses of years couldn't help but get out of their seats, anxiously stand up and spread his watch to show a shocked look. This matter is to be stopped. Only North American big dogs are likely to give up this military purchase contract order under pressure. "I'm very sorry, Muckers, we can't do this." A general from Alam answered him. "Muckers, why?" "Because on Christmas Eve, Sote has already had a call with Mr. President." "Okay. We tell you an internal message that Sote has planned to purchase military purchases worth $80 billion from companies such as Loma and Boeing in the United States. Contract orders. It turned out that the people on the side of Yiseli heard such an answer, and Muckers was all bad. This is a big benefit for the big dogs, and Lam takes the benefits of others. At this time, it is eating people with a soft mouth and short hands. If you take a step back, even if Lam is a rogue again, the big dogs haven't got the money. At this time, do you want to make money? The $80 billion superlarge order is twice that of the rabbit next door. Lam is very happy at this point and has a good face, which shows that the weight of the big dog is twice that of the other party. Yi Seli did not expect that the big dogs acted so fast, and even ranged Lam, which made it troublesome. Mukaz said unashamedly, "Did you just sit back and watch the power of the Middle East world get out of balance? This is not in your interest, and it is irreparable for $80 billion. No matter how you look at it, this transaction is losing money big." At this time, the silent CIA leader said, "Listen to Mukaz, even if we try our best to prevent it, it is impossible to fundamentally prevent SOTA from owning a bee colony drone. They will spend at most more money and bigger the energy and longer time to get it. Can't get it obviously, can't get it in secret." Mukaz clapped his hands and said, "So, you don't care about the Middle East world?" "Of course, it's just that the root cause of this matter is not the buyers in the Middle East, but the sellers, that is, the Côte d'Azur," the CIA leader said, and after a moment he looked at Mukaz and added, "Solve the Azure Coast can solve this dilemma fundamentally." Mukaz, how to fix it? He is unconvinced about the CIA leader, can be very suspicious of this. Lam has always wanted to pull out the nails and thorns in the eyes of Liu Sheng and the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology, but the two sides have fought so for many years. The problem has not been fundamentally resolved, and Mukaz clearly lacked confidence in it. At this time, the CIA leader smiled and said, "We already have a solution. We plan to set up a bureau for the Côte d'Azur. Aren't they exporting bee colony drones? Very good. If we investigate the Côte d'Azur and terrorists carrying out arms, what about the transaction?" Mukaz, do you mean planting blame? It's introverted, just like the laundry that was thrown at Iraq. Once the Côte d'Azur was buckled up with the name of a trade in arms with terrorists, then it is possible to launch a full blow to the Côte d'Azur on behalf of justice, and no one can object. There is nothing to say. The local tyrant's money is available, and it can also comprehensively attack the Côte d'Azur. It is the choice that maximizes the benefits of the old and the beautiful in one fell swoop. End of this chapter. Chapter 693. It's time to harvest again. Frankly speaking, I am not optimistic about this plan. The Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology are not enterprises in small countries. Their own energy in the field of science and technology has an advantage that no other country can match. Mukaz politely poured cold water on the magnesium people present. The CIA chief said lightly, "This doesn't need you to worry." Mukaz looked at the magnesium people present with an indifferent look, and briefly said, "That's goodbye." At this time, an old and beautiful general said, "Mukaz, Yi Seli is an ally of the United States. You don't have to worry about your safety and security. We will solve it properly, but it will take some time and give Lyle Binary Company some time. Soon, the USB colony drone is coming soon. The situation is not as bad as you think. Be patient." Mukaz, who had walked a few steps, stopped when he heard this. He heard the deeper meaning in this remark. Obviously, the North American intelligence agency already knew that another wave of people on his own had contacted the Côte d'Azur. The thing is, this is a polite warning to the Israeli government not to buy the products of the Côte d'Azur at this time. If you want to buy them, you should buy the bee colony drone of North American Lyle Binary Company. I hope so. I hope we won't wait too long. Mukaz left this sentence and left the Ujia Tower. As soon as the people of Yi Seli left, the head of the CIA in the conference room and others immediately began to discuss specific matters. What can I do to blame the Côte d'Azur? What is the specific plan? Hearing the words, the head of the CIA said, according to the information available, SOTA has bought more than 1,000 drones from the Côte d'Azur, and the stolen goods come out of SOTA, and there are dozens or hundreds of them. Just stand. And the CIA chief detailed the plans they had made. In this campaign, the CIA must play an important role. At the end, the defense secretary nodded and said, "Okay, just do it." Lau Mei's action is very firm this time, because the risk is greater than the gain. If you can take this opportunity to make the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology half kid, You can only shrink in the Greater China market and it will be a huge victory. There is no luxury to directly kill the Cote d'Azur and Blue Star technology, because it is impossible to directly kill the other party by sitting on the basic market of the Greater China market. If the arrogance failed this time, it would be an oolong. After a perfunctory pass, at most it would be ironic for the thief to call the thief. Anyway, the skin is a little thick and harmless. Is it true that someone dares to attack his hometown? In 2017, with the signing of this military purchase contract order, it ended perfectly. The time came to 2018. The past year, whether it was Blue Star technology or the Cote d'Azur, was a bumper year. Now we are waiting for the annual report to be released. During the new year, the joint annual meeting of Blue Star Technology and Azure Henna was also held as scheduled. The total number of global employees of the two technology groups has exceeded the scale of 1.55 million, which is the world's largest. The largest number of employees in a technology company. The global employees of the Blue Star Technology Group are as many as 650,000. Which is about 5 times that of Google. The global employees of the Cote d'Azur are close to 900,000. The number of employees at the establishment of the company is more than that of Blue Star Technology. To a certain extent, it reflects a physical manufacturing company on the Cote d'Azur, and it is a high-end manufacturing industry. Of course, the business structure of both companies is diversified. But the Cote d'Azur is obviously asset-focused. As the asset management, Shengfeng Capital currently maintains only about 50,000 employees, and after the last round of global private equity has undergone a large-scale expansion of recruitment, there has been no external large-scale recruitment. As a financial capital management group, it manages more than $5 trillion in assets. In fact, advances in technology are exposing people engaged in financial data analysis to an unemployment crisis. The reason is that advances in technology such as artificial intelligence and big data analysis have gradually replaced traditional financial asset management analysts. Artificial intelligence and big data analysis are faster and more accurate than people, and can save labor costs. Shengfeng Capital has not laid off employees after all. And many financial groups on Wall Street are layoffs, such as the Goldman Sachs Group. Many original employees have to change jobs. The Luo Sheng Family Fund has only 26 regular employees in charge from the beginning to the end, as is the Berkshire Hathaway Company in Buffett. This year's annual meeting, Luo Sheng came to the scene. He has not appeared at the annual meeting for 3 consecutive years. The number of people attending this year's scene reached a record high, reaching 160,000. More people can only pass live broadcast came to participate. There is no doubt that the 160,000 people who came to the scene are all life winners. Behind the scenes of the big stage, the invited North American independent rock band Dream Dragon Band is ready to sing, and at this moment Luo Sheng is doing a simple speech at the end of the speech. Then he started to talk about the self-hacking mode. Well, in the new year, I make a wish that is unlikely to be realized. I hope that outsiders in the media industry will not always conduct a 360-degree analysis and interpretation of a person called Luo Sheng. This person does have a huge influence in the industry he is in. What makes him very helpless is that even if he puts a fart today, there will be a lot of people, institutions or self-media writing articles to him saying, we must analyze and deconstruct this fart, which represents whether his new industrial wind direction is northward or southward, eastward or westward. There was a burst of laughter before the audience heard the speech. There were also a lot of netizens who watched the live broadcast of the annual meeting of the Blue Coast and the Blue Star Technology Joint Conference. When they heard this, they called them professional and true. This is indeed the case now. Luo Sheng's every move will be madly deconstructed by the outside world, all kinds of analysis and interpretation, and often excessive analysis. Don't analyze and deconstruct what products he made when he reached today's success. If he wants to analyze, he should analyze how he did the first product. This kind of analysis is valuable, whether it is Luo Sheng, either President Ma or Page. These people have no analytical value after they succeed. Okay, here, get ready for a party. Luo Sheng left the stage swiftly after speaking, and at the same time the accompaniment of the single was sounded at the annual meeting, and the Menglong band debuted and sang 3 singles. The first song was sung. This was followed by Believer and the band's latest single Natural, first announced at the annual meeting, which was originally scheduled to be released this summer. On the other side, when Luo Sheng arrived behind the scenes, the cell phone he carried with him suddenly responded, opening it to see that Xiao Na had important things to report to him. Luo Sheng did not accept it, but first arrived in his own car and asked the driver to drive back to the Science and Technology Complex. There's nothing left for him here at the annual meeting. Back home, Luo Sheng went to the living room sofa and said, "Xiao Na, what's the matter?" Xiao Na's voice responded in the living room, "Master, I traced through an interface of the Five Eyes Alliance that the CIA is secretly planning a conspiracy against you." Lam had never dreamed that Luo Sheng almost opened God's perspective to play intelligence games with them. Xiao Na always monitored the entire network, especially Lao Mei's several important intelligence agencies. However, all the information transmitted through the network channel escaped. However, Xiao Na's surveillance will have a lot of intelligence data to analyze every day. If something that is not good for Luo Sheng is retrieved, Xiao Na will immediately report to him. As for Lam's other and ruin, he ignores it. Luo Sheng does not have the leisure to do justice to the world and expose the evil of the US Emperor. The world knows Lam's evil, but the fist of others is indeed the biggest one. At the most, I just cursed a few words. The world is grey, and it is not about myself that hangs high is the correct operation, so as not to cause anger. This group of people in North America is very well connected. Every new year, you have to find some trouble to prevent you from having a good year. Just like your aunt, it is regular and on time. Luo Sheng groaned and picked up a tablet. Light up the screen and add, "What conspiracy are they doing?" Xiao Na, the data is being uploaded normally. Soon, the information retrieved by Xiao Na from was transmitted to the flat display panel in Luo Sheng's hand. He glanced through them one by one, and said with a smile, "Oh, deduction of feces for labor and capital. He. Xiao Na, does the master release the evidence to expose the CIA's conspiracy?" Luo Sheng, "No, let the bullets fly for a while, and now the disclosure will not hit Lam too much, at most hit their faces. Let them feel the real pain. This is a rare cut of leaks opportunities." How high is the market value of Blue Star Technology? Xiao Na, the total market value after the market yesterday was $1.93 trillion. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing, and said, "The uptrend is already so strong. I'm sorry if you don't cut it. It's good that Lam sent it personally." Tossing the tablet aside, Luo Sheng immediately called Qin Weimu over. Chinese website. Chapter 694 Games by all parties. Half an hour later, Qin Weimu, who received the call, came to the Science and Technology Complex building. Blue Star Technology was teased by netizens as the strongest leak harvester is not covered. Looking back at the trend of Blue Star Technology in the past decade, although the market value has more than 40 times from IPO to today, the trend on the way is even more. The electrocardiogram is ups and downs, which is called a stimulus. It can be said that most of the asset scale of the Luo Sheng family fund today is made by repeatedly harvesting Blue Star Technology, which has been harvesting consistently. Short Blue Star Technology again? Qin Weimu looked at Luo Sheng and said in surprise, that the word "you" was very spiritual, and immediately added, "Is there any major bad news?" "It's both bad and good." Luo Sheng smiled, and then explained to Qin Weimu a simple and clear explanation about what the CIA wanted to do. After listening to what he said, Qin Weimu thoughtfully analyzed, in this way, whether it is your personal reputation, or the company's brand image and reputation will fall into an unprecedented negative crisis. North America will hit the trend again, no one can speak, and a large number of supply chain partners will not be able to draw a line with you even if they don't want to. the market value of Blue Star Technology may be cut off by the waist. Speaking of which, Qin Weimu was slightly surprised and looked at Luo Sheng. I am afraid that it is far more than that. On the day when this bad news came to light, I am afraid that several major global stock indexes will be pulled into the water. It is conservatively estimated that the total market value of evaporation that day will be 27,000, over $100 million. Luo Sheng got up and came to the wine cabinet, took 2 wine glasses and started to bartender and said with a smile, frankly speaking, it's not that I want to stare at my company to cut short leaks myself. Sometimes this money is just going to you drilling in your pocket, it won't stop. When Yan said, Qin Weimu flicked his big eyes angrily, still thinking about a series of problems in this short sale. Luo Sheng came back with 2 glasses of wine and handed Qin Weimu a sip. The latter took a sip and seemed to think of something. He ended his thoughts temporarily and said, in the course of this series of upcoming events, Wall Street and what role does the International Hot Money Association play? Luo Sheng, who was originally quite comfortable, heard Qin Weimu say this, and suddenly there was a hindsight reaction, stunned. You mean that this may be a nest-in-thermidal game? Qin Weimu nodded his head and analyzed. Before they didn't know, but since the family fund was exposed, Wall Street knew that we used the driving force of emergencies to count out short arbitrage, and the CIA stolen and blamed it again. Sudden event driven. If I were a short-selling institution on Wall Street, I would surely speculate that you would use this event-driven short-selling to yourself again. If you can count it, why can't I regenerate it? The actions of the CIA must be known to the very few people at the top of North America, at least with a high probability. Wall Street will certainly have a corresponding institution staring at Luo Sheng and his company in 360 degrees without dead angle to analyze every move. These things combined can certainly speculate that Luo Sheng will use this opportunity to short his own probability, because there are really big profits to be made, and knowing these, then why not go short? Qin Weimu also said, I'm thinking, is it possible for Wall Street itself to participate in this conspiracy planned by the CIA? Luo Sheng, this possibility is not ruled out. Things are too complicated. It is not an easy task to sort out the truth. It involves Luo Sheng's Côte d'Azur, Blue Star Technology, Wang, Wall Street, Silicon Valley technology circles and other interest groups. He will also constantly figure out how the opponent will play cards, and thus formulate his own playing strategy. The key point here is whether the event planned by the CIA understands Wang's order, or is it planned to hack into Wang after elaborate lobbying on Wall Street and make a profit by the way. After thinking about it for a long time, Rosso put aside these misunderstandings and said, this matter cannot be deduced to the complex side, otherwise it will only become more and more complicated. The more you speculate, the more you may deviate from the truth. You should simplify the event. I don't care who promoted the CIA plan behind the scenes. It's enough to grab an important point, that is, I have mastered the evidence that the CIA has stolen and blamed me. Qin Weimu nodded silently in agreement. It's very simple to think about it. No matter how humorous the opponent's fancy moves are, they will eventually be knocked out with a punch, seemingly a huge crisis, and they will eventually be turned into danger. With the greatest guarantee to win the ticket, there is no fear of appearing on the way. Any accidents? Qin Weimu said, in this short operation, we default Wall Street and some top international hot money clubs to participate in this short plan. They can eat shorts, but I can eat shorts and eat longs. It must be the biggest one among them. Profiteers. Long and short, obviously. Qin Weimu has clearly understood the future trend of the stock price of Blue Star Technology, smashed from a high position, hit a golden pit, and then quickly pulled up again, out of a superlarge deep V trend. As long as the stock price of Blue Star Technology collapsed to the trough support level, the plot to announce the CIA's conspiracy to blame, the situation will immediately reverse. The market and investors know that the fraud was miserable. Blue Star Technology can turn the crisis into security, and the stock price plunged. A gold pit was smashed. Market investors saw this pit and they were absolutely crazy. At this time, the strength of the bulls will crush the shorts, and they will directly pull up in a violent way to get out of a deep V trend. You go to layout as soon as possible. If Wall Street does know this in advance, it is likely that it has already begun to prepare for short sales in the past week. After hearing Luo Sheng say this, Qin Weimer put down his glass. Okay, I will go to the layout. Looking at the back of her departure, Luo Sheng knows that in the new year of 2018, the investors on the US stock market are going to be dead. The market value of Blue Star Technology has fallen from $1.93 trillion US. It's almost a comet hitting the Earth. How many leaks are dead? Think about it. They feel distressed for them, but it is only limited to the spirit. There are risks in entering the market. Investment needs to be cautious, and if you do not harvest, someone will harvest. Anyway, it's mainly harvesting foreigners' money. Ordinary domestic small capital investors who want to speculate in US stocks can't get out of it. They can only take southbound funds or buy Blue Star Technology Concept DI funds, but the number is also limited because of strict financial controls. If you exchange money to a certain amount, it will be gone. We will weld the door directly to you and don't want to outflow more funds. As for those private equity institutions, Luo Sheng will not distress them at all. There must still be a small number of small capital investors in China who will be reaped badly. Fortunately, there are not many, and the proportion is very small. If you can't hold it, you can't hold. A panic sell-off is the object of proper leak harvest. But as long as you hold on to being a value investor, it will definitely rise back soon, and will definitely not be the object of harvest. The main harvest target is foreigners. Then Luo Sheng can be unambiguous. Not only will he not issue a bearish warning, but he will have to personally plan a lure to deceive more people into the venue. As soon as Qin Weimer left, Luo Sheng immediately said, Xiaona, send an email to Lao Jiang to formulate a new round of repurchase plan for Blue Star Technology. Takes out $70 billion for repurchase stocks. This news will be announced with the annual report. Xiaona, the content of the email has been drafted. Luo Sheng looked at it and confirmed that it was correct, and let Xiaona pass by. The next day, Zhang Bowen, the second person of Blue Star Technology, arrived at the office in the morning and received a boss email. It was surprising when he opened it. Why is it necessary to carry out a stock repurchase plan at this time? Luo Sheng did not explain the reason in the email. Lao Jiang reconfirmed that this was indeed boss's email instruction. After a while, he picked up the landline phone. Xiaolin, has the company's annual report been audited? It was audited yesterday. Oh, I see. End of this chapter. Chapter 695. Fighting in the Fairy above. Wednesday, January 17, 2018. The major listed companies in the world have successively announced their financial reports. Blue Star Technology Group officially released the audited financial reports of the group company shortly after the Hong Kong stock market was closed at 1700 hours today. It specifically chose to disclose the news after the stock market closed. The company's total revenue in fiscal year 2017 was $298.25 billion, a record high. The annual net profit was $50.3 billion, with a net profit rate of 16.89%, exceeding Wall Street analysts' expectations by about 0.22%. With this dazzling performance report alone, as long as there are no moths in the first quarter of the new year, the Blue Star Technology Group will have a market value of over $2 trillion. At that time, history will be created again, and the world's first listed company with a market value of over $2 trillion will be born. On the same day, less than half an hour after the disclosure of the fiscal year 2017 performance report, Blue Star Technology once again announced that due to the company's good performance, the cash reserve was close to $300 billion. and a new round of $70 billion of stock returns was approved by the board of directors' proposal purchase plan. The news is simply that the company has too much cash, and put it in a small treasury. It is moldy and devalued. The more it is saved, the more it is idle. Anyway, it takes a part of it to buy back shares. Foreign news agency quoted the report as soon as possible. At that time, the other side of the ocean and the entire Western Hemisphere were in the dark. Investors at home and abroad are all excited, especially foreign investors who have read this news, properly and lately released a major good, and a double major good as its benefits. On the night of the Eastern Hemisphere, Liu Sheng stayed alone in his private office, and the big screen on the wall in front of him showed the US stock market. At 21:30, it opened on time, affected by two major positive news that exceeded expectations: the annual report of outstanding performance and stock repurchases. The stock price of Blue Star directly jumped higher, and there is only one idea in the minds of investors in North America: hurry up and buy, hurry up and buy, hurry up and buy. I don't know if this is a tempting trap. Liu Sheng smiled at the rising price of Blue Star Technology's stock price. Luring success. After watching for a while, I went to bed. At the same time, a group of people on Wall Street were quite surprised when they saw the stock price of Blue Star Technology soaring all the way and hit a record high every 10 minutes. It's surprising, but this group of people didn't even realize that BTC stocks are tumbling down. Carson Bullock, the founder of Muddy Water, murmured at the Blue Star Technology stock chart. After a moment, he said to his assistant, "Wait for the empty song for 2 days." The assistant said, "Boss, will the other air parties cooperate?" Carson Bullock, "Now that the bulls are so powerful, are you going to find death?" "Other empty parties are not stupid," the assistant said. "Okay, understand." Obviously, the top elites on Wall Street knew about the CIA's ongoing plans. Even if they didn't know the details, they also knew that Blue Star Technology would soon face a major crisis. Short institutions such as Bullock's Muddy Water Company, Goldman Sachs Capital, Soros Quantum Hedge Fund, etc. once again unanimously launched a short plan for Blue Star Technology. Liu Sheng is also shorting himself. History has always been strikingly similar, as if it reappeared yesterday. Poor small and medium investors and stockholders have no idea what will be waiting for them later, and they are still chasing up and buying. On the same day, Blue Star Technology closed at $1,033.30 per share, up 7.56%, and the total market value reached $20,759.08 billion. In one day, it surged by $145.9 billion. The total market value officially broke the integer mark of $2 trillion, becoming the world's first A-listed company with a market value of over $2 trillion has created a new history. Not only Blue Star Technology has created its own new history. As the first weighted stock of Nasdaq, the surge in the technology stocks of Blue Star Technology and its affiliates also directly led the broader Nasdaq index to create history. The Nasdaq stood at the 8,000-point mark for the first time. Blue Star Technology made headlines on the world's major news websites that day, and various media outlets were competing to report. Blue Star Technology bought it after going public in Hong Kong, and the current return rate of holding has reached 122%. Continue to be a firm value investor. I am really convinced. From more than $40 billion listed in 2006 to $2 trillion now, it has increased more than 40 times in 12 years. The Archbishop still holds 24% of Blue Star Technology's stock, which is close to a quarter. Blue Star Technology alone makes his nominal worth close to $500 billion, which is very outrageous for NEMA. What is even more outrageous is that the total market value of Bigu is 6.5 billion yuan, and the market value of Archbishop's Azure electric vehicle company plus Blue Star Technology has reached 24 trillion soft sister currency. which is equivalent to about 37% of the total market value of Big A. In other words, the Archbishop can reach the point of controlling the entire stock market. If Blue Star Technology is also listed on the Big A, it will be too scary. Don't forget that there are also unlisted Azure Coast, Shengfeng Capital, Star Arrow International, Life Science Fund. The rich and the enemy can no longer be described. So say, the Archbishop puts a P, and sometimes it is necessary to analyze where he is going on behalf of the new industry. Manual funny. It's just like NEMA Gas, you can't buy Blue Star Technology stocks, not even CDI funds. No way, the foreign exchange quota has been used up. The door was welded to death half a year ago. Now it can only be sold but not bought. Be calm, old iron, don't see Blue Star Technology's rising fierceness, but also think about whether you can bear it when he plunges. Look at the general trend of the electrocardiogram, jumping repeatedly between surprise and fright. Not many people can bear it. Mexico. In an ordinary private house, Wang Xin just got up and sat at a computer desk for a while, and found an unchecked encrypted email message. When he opened it, he suddenly stared. He quickly regained his peace, and quickly tapped a few times on the keyboard to enter an encrypted chat channel, whose IDs were all his traders and members of his team. Wang Xin opened the voice and said, "Everyone is paying attention, and the empty time is over, and they are starting to attract chips. Crazy chips, as much chips as possible, and as much as possible in the futures contracts of February and March. After eating, the price will skyrocket. In addition, all contracts in April and May will be closed." The traders in the chat channel were so stunned that they turned long in a flash, and a little did not react, immediately speaking one after another. "Boss, what happened? How did you start to be empty?" "Yeah, why should the April-May contract be closed?" Wang Xin said, "I received the latest news from the headquarters. The situation will soon be reversed and then reversed. By January 25th, the Azure 5 futures contract will skyrocket, and if you don't hurry, you won't be in a hurry." "Trader, boss, what news came from the headquarters?" Wang Xin said, "You will know by the day of the 25th. In short, there is a fight in the ferry, and one of the knives will fall on us. We will guide this knife to kill our opponents." The news from the headquarters is that the Côte d'Azur is facing a major crisis on the 25th, and will face the severest blow in North America. It will be difficult to supply the international market. At that time, the existing Azure 5 mobile phones in Mexico will become rare. Rare is expensive, and prices must skyrocket. However, the crisis on the Côte d'Azur will soon turn into a crisis, and the corresponding April and May futures contracts will immediately plunge. Wang Xin now has money, just pick up the goods and pick up the goods on the delivery date, and then sell it to Li at a reasonable price. Although different from the enterprise organization to which he belongs, they are all self-families who work for the same boss, and then Li then transferred the goods to those local gangs for reselling, which was equivalent to selling a cell phone back and forth 3 times. At this moment, a trader said in surprise, "Boss, there is a change in the futures market, and there is another bullish force that is also absorbing large-scale funds." But they did not throw instead, the contract is still open. This market says it will change. Lying down. Wang Xin shook his heart slightly and muttered to himself, "The controller behind this bull power should be Wall Street." "Boss, did you fight?" Wang Xin said, "I don't know very well either. I may or may not, but I will definitely fight. This is a war without smoke, a game that combines technology warfare, financial warfare, and public opinion warfare. The winners will make a lot of money, and the losers will lose money." Time passed day by day, and finally came to January 25, 2018. On this day, the Wujiao Tower suddenly held a temporary reception and announced a shocking news to the world. The spear of the news was directed at the Côte d'Azur. Chapter 696. This is not a surprise, this is a shock. Run. Luo Sheng, do you still have a conscience? Don't you know that making such money is the original sin with blood? CNN front page headline. Amazing insider. The Côte d'Azur finally began to do evil, and it was full of evil. The front page headline of Daily Mail. Every money he earns is blooded, and he must be judged and liquidated the harshest. BBC front page headline. Suddenly, the CIA exposed the inside story of the arms trade between the Côte d'Azur and terrorists. Is this the truth or is there a secret? Global Network front page headlines. The so-called evidence materials published by the CIA appeared on the front page of the major media news websites that day, and the European and American media even collectively reprimanded them most severely. The technology industry and industry insiders were also shocked to see this sudden news event. In fact, except for a very small number of people in that wave, everyone else was caught off guard. Just as there was a huge storm of negative public opinion in the outside world, Liu Sheng also had a video conference with Yao Jianhong and Zhang Bowen in the afternoon. The report submitted by the Public Opinion Analysis Department has made a major warning to the current negative public opinion. The news that is not conducive to our company is currently spreading on a large scale. Our influence in the traditional media sector cannot be extended, but in the field of new media on the internet we are dominant. And we can't let these messages spread on social platforms such as Bluespace and Microblog," said Zhang Bowen on the video's screen. The communication capabilities of the major social network media platforms under Blue Star technology are also quite amazing. In today's digital age, it is even stronger than traditional media. A hot event often spreads across the entire network within a few hours. Every corner has become universally known. In addition, some netizens have further increased the speed of spreading by making use of hotspot incidents. Liu Sheng understood Lao Zhang's meaning and could not explicitly block it. This would be caught by Lam, and the other party wouldn't ask you to do this. It was like picking you up. And it has always been unable to find a legal reason. If you can't block it clearly, you can limit the flow of related topics and give you a voice channel, but it does not give you traffic, and it can also play a very good effect. The netizens' memory only lasted for 7 days, or even about 3 days, and the focus on the incident went down. Then, some new topic hotspots were created to divert attention and attract everyone's attention to other places. In general, the unsuccessful trial and error is that the sudden news such as the Star gossip scandal attracts the attention of netizens. No, just let it ferment. You only need to observe and monitor the direction of public opinion throughout the process without any intervention. Liu Sheng said calmly. Such a decision surprised Lao Zhang quite unexpectedly, and was surprised that he was almost burning his ass. No matter, Mr. Liu, this. At this moment, Liu Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "Well, Zhang, I won't hide you. This matter is under my control. The CIA is a self-directed swindle and blame. Lam wants to treat such a big one." The basin buckled on my head, but what they did not expect was that I already had the evidence to turn over at any time. On the screen, Lao Zhang didn't say a word. Liu Sheng continued, "So the process is not important. The final result is absolutely certain to turn the tide. I now want to see to what extent the upper limit of the two companies' pressure resistance can be reached." Liu Sheng has tremendous confidence in his heart. His company has grown to the point where he is today. Users and customers are inseparable from him, and it is difficult for European and American countries to decouple him. But I also want to see how powerful the pressure resistance is. So exciting. Zhang Bowen, who had been holding back for a long time, finally issued such a marvel. What else can he say besides marvel? "That's how I played boss and changed," to other company executives. At this time, it was estimated that there was already a mess. I jumped out to publish the news overnight to clarify, and I was in line with the European and American media and the CIA. However, the actual situation is that the Côte d'Azur has not responded positively so far when the outside world is already frying. It feels like the reaction is too slow. After Liu Sheng told the truth, The hindsight Zhang Bowen finally understood while Luo Sheng had asked him to draw up a $70 billion stock repurchase plan for Blue Star Technology and announced it on the day of the annual report. Big boss, this is to lure investors in many markets, is to use this major negative crisis and double tapping to short their own companies. Looking at the current market value of Blue Star Technology, which has reached a record high of $2.103 trillion, smashed from this position, Lao Zhang can already imagine a picture of the corpses in the future market, and howling. At the moment, Lao Zhang's evaluation of the big boss is one word: ruthless. Two words: ruthless, ruthless and ruthless, decisive. Yao Jianhong, who didn't speak much, said, "Mr. Luo, what should the company do next?" Luo Sheng decisively said, "Without my further notice, nothing will be done. Everything will proceed as usual, just a little. The Blue Coast overseas physical stores need to send some security personnel, especially in the North American market." Yao Jianhong nodded, "Understood." At the same time, the Western Hemisphere was upright in the early morning, and at this time point, Muddy Water, Hayes Research and many other Wall Street short institutions issued heavy news late at night, accusing Blue Star Technology of participating in related technology transactions and announcing the short sale of Blue Star Technology. After a lapse of many years, Wall Street's short-selling institutions once again invariably shorted Blue Star Technology, but this time is different from the last time in that Luo Sheng has no protection, but has also joined the shorting itself. Small and medium-sized investors and retail investors in North America took a look at it, and then combined with the current negative news about Luo Sheng, about the Azure Coast and Blue Star Technology. In the middle of the night, investors who bought Blue Star Technology stocks sat up, holy SHT, run. As the Western Hemisphere dawned, US stocks opened early in the morning, and the Nasdaq opened lower with no suspense. The market sentiment was one, hurry and run. The stock of Blue Star Technology was blown up by 12 points by investors with a sell order of nearly $100 billion in the early morning, and the market value of more than $250 billion directly evaporated. At this moment, Hong Kong stockholders holding high-level Blue Star Technology stocks in the middle of the night saw the intraday trend of the US stocks and were scared to sleep. This is just the beginning. The stock of Blue Star Technology continued to plummet in the intraday market. At the end of early trading, the stock price had plummeted by nearly 20 points. At this time, Blue Star Technology Group suddenly released a news late at night and will start today. Formally execute stock repurchase. In the last few minutes of closing, Blue Star Technology's stock ushered in a wave of rebounds. After the market opened in the afternoon, Blue Star Technology really began to buy back shares. At this time, the stock price ushered in a wave of rebounds. The closing price of the day closed at $852.19 per share, a decrease of 18.59%. The total market value after the market fell from $2.103 trillion to $1.712 trillion. On the day, it evaporated $390.9 billion. And an Asbuilder just disappeared. When the market opened the next day, Blue Star's stock price began to fluctuate sideways, and investors were obviously caught in a tangled mood. Yesterday my brain was frightened. After a day of thinking, stockholders began to think about Luo Sheng's great influence. Blue Star Technologies so powerful, and so good performance. It shouldn't be correct. Absolutely not. This is definitely tempting to wash the dishes, want to wash out the small scattered. Therefore, the vast majority of investors choose to wait and see, but still can't sleep. They are constantly staring at the news surface, and their silent prayers don't leave moths. In the next 2 days of the weekend, investors were frightened and waited. Especially when Blue Star Technology came out to respond. The result was not a surprise after waiting for 2 days. You were reading www UUkanzu.com. But scared. North America has announced the launch of an investigation order on whether Blue Star Technology has also participated in transactions with terrorists, and has also filed a lawsuit against the Côte d'Azur. Before the investigation of the case is clear, North American companies that cooperate with Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur coast quickly terminate their business transactions, including other international suppliers. Otherwise they will be subject to corresponding disciplinary sanctions. This is a replica of the old in the United States prohibiting global companies from having business cooperation with Yuan. As always, the rogue domineering Blue Star Technology still did not respond, nor did the Blue Coast respond, as if it was really caught. At this time, stockholders finally realized the seriousness of the problem, and the market suddenly spread panic. Investor, run. Run quickly. Holy shit. Chapter 697 Flash Collapse. Lomai directly confirmed the implementation of the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology solutions at the same time. The impact is not only on these two giant companies. It is not known how many upstream and downstream industrial chains have been affected. As a result, on Monday, January 29th, the stock of Blue Star Technology Group not only plunged without suspense, but also led the world's major stock indexes to collectively dive. The Côte d'Azur is not listed, but suppliers dependent on its upstream and downstream industrial chains, especially those in North America, cannot run. As a result, U.S. stocks recorded their biggest decline in 8 years. On that day, the three major North American stock indexes plunged by more than 4%, of which the Dow fell 4.42%, the S&P 500 index fell 4.37%, and the Nasdaq fell 4.81%. The Nasdaq also fell 8,000 points. It went on without standing for a few days. The overall evaporation of $3.37 trillion. The entire market ushered in a stomping decline in the panic index report, and the market turned sharply and no one could stop it. At this time, more investors did not hesitate to participate in the short selling of Blue Star Technology and staged more eaters. More rapid market changes have further led to a stock market collapse. In just one day, in the US stocks without a limit stop mechanism, such a big plate of the Blue Star Technology Group actually fell by 47.18%, and there was no intraday adjustment or rebound, which almost fell in a straight line. The closing price of the day closed at $450.13 per share, and the total market value fell to $904.223 billion, directly losing the integer mark of $1 trillion in market value. In addition, the Philadelphia Semiconductor ETF fell by 4.78%. All larger technology stocks were dragged down and frustrated, diving together. Mexico. In an ordinary office, Wang Xin and his team members are all there. At this moment, the US stocks have closed and they are making a simple resumption. One of the traders looked at the information on the panel and said, "My God, is this the scene of a fairy fight?" Another trader looked at Blue Star Technology's Klein chart and said to himself, "It took almost 5 years to rise from 900 billion to 2.1 trillion, but it only took me from 2.1 trillion to 900 billion in a week." Wang Xin also lamented, "It can be seen that behind this financial war, how terrible it is to fight. And this war without smoke is not much more difficult than the hot war Lam fought in the Middle East world. It's been so many years that it has wiped out more than $6 trillion. In fact, this fight almost used all the methods other than the hot war. Economic warfare, financial warfare, technological warfare, cyber warfare, intelligence warfare, and public opinion warfare were carried out simultaneously, and the firepower was fully open. But it is finally reflected in the stock market, which is reflected in the numbers that are positive and negative. The numbers can kill people and commit suicide without deceiving people. After a while, a trader present sighed, "I'm afraid I don't know how many people will line up on the roof this time." Another trader suddenly said to Wang Xin, "Boss, judging from the disk, this time the headquarters lost extremely badly, Will we? Wang Xin shook his head and said very firmly, in the general situation, we can't lose. Headquarters already gave me news before the thunder. Now the futures contract in my hand has skyrocketed to 4 times. The book The Floating Profit exceeds $33 billion US. What does it mean? It shows that the headquarters has known the news for a long time. I even suspect that this is a big game carefully planned by the headquarters. The real reversal of the big joy is not yet staged. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, and a trader said dumbfounded. It means that this is Mr. Luo hitting his own plate. Is he shorting himself? Another trader immediately said, hack. This is unknown. President Luo is not doing this kind of thing for the first time, but he hasn't done it in the legal sense, but it is in the planning. Don't forget, in addition to the title of technology giant, our super boss has another title, a big short. The trader just nodded abruptly. The same is true of Kazakhstan. The subprime crisis, the debt crisis, the shale oil and gas revolution triggered a series of black swan incidents. Which one did not have a big boss? Or why is it worth a decade to accumulate to the point where it is today? To be an industry, it may not be possible to do it for another 20 to 30 years. Wang Xin was afraid to clap his hands and said, okay, don't discuss this behind your back. Just go check the market, and start to close out the shipments from tomorrow, and the next 4 or 5 contracts will be closely watched. In Times Square, New York, a single flagship store under the Azure coastline is overcrowded at the moment. The entrance of the retail store has been occupied by all kinds of people, but they are not here to buy products, but to protest. Many people held up a sign in their hands that read "Get out of magnesium, boycott the Côte d'Azur, boycott Blue Star Technology, or split it, try him," and many other protest signs. There are followers, incited, coaxed, but the crowd who are really angry and bought Blue Star Technology stocks. Some unsustained liquidation with leveraged funds have been ruined, and the anger is vented here. Others want to take advantage of the fire to rob electronic products in physical stores, catch up with the boycott, and actually want to them all. It's just that these people are too naive to think that they can use it after they have snatched it away. They don't know that the Côte d'Azur can lock all products at any time. Hey, man, if I were you would immediately resign and join us to join the Righteous Party. Don't you know how evil your boss is? Are you still working for him? Willing to be his minion? At the door of the retail store, a protester questioned the security personnel guarding the door one after another, trying to use words to urge the opponent. But the response from the other party was a ruthless warning. Please step back. In the face of these security personnel holding electric batons and explosion-proof shields, the protesters did not do more excessive things. Most people know that before the federal court has not explicitly issued a freeze on the Côte d'Azur, or defined as before illegal assets, these private properties are sacred and inviolable, and security personnel can carry out violent countermeasures. The result is that there is a protest here, and the security guards there are at the door. The protester still kept preaching, but the security guards at the door were indifferent no matter how the other party used the moral high point to teach and encourage. They always did their job without saying a word. As long as the other party did not cross the red line, ignore it. Join you to protest together? Just kidding, those who pay for work will work for them. These security guards are not stupid. Joining them means being unemployed. Most of the people who are protesting now are idle, cynical groups who are either unhappy or unemployed. Not only this flagship store, and a third of the offline monolithic flagship stores in the United States are surrounded by protesters and cannot operate normally. They must be sent to guard, otherwise the facades must be demolished. These security personnel basically, they are magnesium people, and they are also very realistic. They have to pay overtime, otherwise they will not do it. There is nothing wrong with overtime pay. The Côte d'Azur is not short of this amount of money. In addition to the flagship store, the headquarters of the Blue Star Technology North America Company in Menlo Park, California, and the headquarters of the North America company on the Côte d'Azur were also surrounded by protesters and media reporters. Not only are protests offline, but also online. North American netizens have called for boycotts of Blue Star Technology and Côte d'Azur products on social media platforms such as Blue Space, Microblog, and Reddit forums, as well as publishing boycott video content on the BV Video website. Because Luo Sheng has given clear instructions, only the monitoring and analysis of the recent outbreak of public opinion and do research on the subject, without any intervention and manipulation. Let it ferment freely, so all major social media platforms of Blue Star Technology resist Blue Star Technology content. In this situation, boycotting Blue Star Technology and scolding Luo Sheng in foreign countries has become a popular element nowadays. If you don't participate, you are out. Most people have no purpose. Just watching everyone doing this, they follow suit. I did this. The situation abroad has also been successively transmitted to the mainland, and some videos have also been moved to the country, which also caused a discussion. Okay, boycott Blue Star's products on the internet service products provided by Blue Star. I didn't expect this kind of magic in the opening year of 2018. Crooked netizens are also helpless. The internet's most influential social media platforms are almost all products of Blue Star Technology. In other words, it's almost 2 weeks now. Won't the Archbishop come out to control it? Just keep them black. Is it not possible to control it or not? This time it's really dangerous. Many foreigners have started to uninstall the applications of Blue Star Technology. No wonder the stock market will plunge in advance. I don't know if the Archbishop can survive this. I can't understand why I didn't respond. I think it's really not optimistic this time. I just checked a set of data. Last week, the APP download data showed that the international version of TikTok downloads of Douyin's short video suddenly rushed to top 5 in recent years. The headlines have risen rapidly and went to sea. It is also quite smooth. In the current internet era, it gradually enters the stock era. It has already snatched a lot of traffic from Blue Star Technology. It is impossible for TikTok to become the biggest winner this time. This is indeed a variable. I also saw that several popular app hosts on BV Video Network announced their move to TikTok. Actually, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Someone can make the Archbishop sleep well, and it is also good for consumers. Monopoly will inevitably make them familiar. Not to mention TikTok is also a product of my countries overseas. Most domestic netizens who eat melons are eating melons. You reading books does not exist to resist this kind of thing. In the eyes of foreigners, Luo Sheng is evil, but in the eyes of domestic netizens, the right thing is the hero idol, which is the problem of the is greater than the problem of attitude. Of course, it's another thing to eat inside and out. There's no shortage of gloating over such a big thing. It is worth mentioning that, due to the impact of this incident, a large number of foreign netizens did switch to TikTok short video platforms, and many foreign big verses called on netizens to switch to TikTok. They simply did not realize that it is also one of Luo Sheng's industries. Even Zhang Yiming, the founder of the headline department, has not realized that behind his respected angel investor Anaheim Capital is Luo Sheng. Not only has its internet dominance not been shaken, but it is constantly expanding its borders, making it even more unbreakable. Even Zhang Bowen, the number 2 character of Blue Star Technology, did not know that Luo Sheng did not respond in any way to indirectly support TikTok. End of this chapter. Chapter 698 Tibet. History is always surprisingly similar. Chapter 700 For gambling. History is always surprisingly similar. The time came in February. This time can be described as a hustle and bustle, and Luo Sheng, who is a party, has been watching the drama. Instead, he is feeling pressured by Zhang Bowen, who is at the front. The campaign's headquarters has been blocked by the media for half a month. Although Lao Zhang is also blindly confident in Luo Sheng, and he is convinced of his ability to effectively turn the tide, but the situation has developed to this point, it is impossible to say that Liao Jiang is right to change to the helm of another enterprise. This time he has already jumped into a hurry. His head boss is good, not only to quell the negative news as soon as possible, but also want to use this to test the campaigner's ability to withstand pressure. This is ridiculous. However, Liao Jiang still stabilized his mind. He also knew that the situation would be reversed only when the ruling was formally prosecuted in North America. Now he can act according to plan. Anyway, even if the sky falls, there will be a big boss like Liu Sheng. It's enough to do well. Technology complex building. This afternoon, Qin Weimer came over to report his results to Liu Sheng. This is a net profit of $300 billion, of which the short-selling Blue Star Technology has made a profit of $120 billion. The CIA can now confirm that Wall Street knows the inside information, otherwise the short-selling Blue Star Technology's income can increase by another 140%. Qin Weimer said simply. This time, the first half is over. Obviously, Qin Weimer shorted not only a stock of Blue Star Technology, because knowing that the Black Swan event would trigger a global stock index plunge, and the facts far exceeded her expectations, and the result was also an excessive gain. The profit of $300 billion, of which $160 billion is attributed to the Liu Sheng family fund, and the rest is Shengfeng Capital. In fact, it is entirely possible to swallow this profit, but Liu Sheng did not let her do it. A large number of rich people in the world gave him the money to take care of them, so that they could see tangible benefits, so that they would be more firm and unwavering. Stand by. Of course, the current Shengfeng Capital has not disclosed this information. The rich people do not know that the funds they handed over to Liu Sheng have generated a considerable profit. It is not yet the right time to tell them. Liu Sheng is not a dead brain, and a group of talents must be attracted to offend a group of people. The money cannot be earned for him. Even if he earns more money now, it is only a change in the number. He cares more about actual influence. The gang on Wall Street should have made a lot of money this time, and they should be washed out in the second half. Liu Sheng said comfortably. Wall Street had never thought that a big reversal would be ushered in later. What they thought was the same as before the dream I never miss. He'd forced the Côte d'Azur to go public. Only by going public can we share the outrageous profits of the Côte d'Azur. Qin Weimer said lightly. Just wash it out. No, they earn too much, which is unreasonable. The implication is to a piece of meat from the group of people on Wall Street. Liu Sheng sitting next to her silently gave her a thumbs up. The industry insider gave it the nickname of Financial Empress, which is also a ruthless role. It stands to reason that women are all sentient creatures and are not suitable for this business, but there are very few exceptions to routine. And Qin Weimer is obviously an exception. After earning so much this time, I have to earn a bigger wave later. Liu Sheng felt that she had to treat her well, and served her so comfortably that she would play better in the second half. Time passed day by day. The outside world still carried out a large-scale condemnation of Liu Sheng and his company, and the heat remained high. Many people who were originally unhappy with him but did not dare to come out to shout at this time also began to fall into the rocks and gloat. There is a big wall that everyone pushes, breaking the trend of tens of thousands of people. However, the vast majority of people who jumped out of the rock were anonymous. Obviously, there was still a bit sham about Liu Sheng's energy. As the saying goes, the thin and dead camel is bigger than the horse. The current situation is that it seems that everyone feels that Liu Sheng's magical aura is about to break, and he is heading towards a trend of prosperity and decline. At this time, the global rich who gave huge amounts of money to Liu Sheng in previous years were also drumming up in their hearts. Some people were afraid that Liu Sheng could not pass this level and began to contact Shengfeng Capital with a mentality of trying. Redeem your own funds. They did not know that Liu Sheng had already shared a profit with them. There is no doubt that the reply was, refuse. The door has long been welded to death. To redeem your own funds, after the lockup period has passed, this means that it has to wait for more than 10 years. In the noise of the outside world, Qin Weimer has already begun the second half of the game. Wall Street. A group of people began to enter and exit major investment banks on Wall Street. They were all dressed in suits and leather dresses. They were standard successful people and representatives of elite groups in the eyes of ordinary people. Deutsche Bank. At a table in the corner of the reception hall near the floor-to-ceiling windows, a bank clerk was receiving a customer who had just come over. This customer was a man about 40 years old. When he next asked for the person who received him, the salesman at Deutsche Bank is a little unbelievable. "Wait, Mr. Carl, what did you just say?" "You said you want to bet on Blue Star Technologies call options?" The man named Carl took a sip of coffee and nodded affirmatively. "Yes." After receiving the response from the other party again, the salesperson froze for a moment and couldn't help saying, "Mr. Carl, do you think that the stock price of Blue Star Technology can still go up to this position?" "Imho, Blue Star Technology is really finished this time. The market value of $900 billion is even overestimated, and it will further oscillate down to the $700 billion range in the future. The reason why he can maintain this position is because his basic volume is supported by the huge volume of the Greater China market." Carl said with a smile, "According to the current situation, it is true, but I like to do the opposite. I am only concerned about whether you can make this contract. If not, then I have to go to other investment banks. My time is precious. Please give me your reply." The clerk said quickly, "Do, of course. Why not do it? Then we will use Piezo-Ugo to compensate for breach of contract. If Blue Star Technologies stock continues to fall, you have to pay our premiums on a monthly basis." Carl nodded. "No problem. This is my manual for Blue Star Technologies FIV-level call options." After I finished speaking, I took out a thick document from the briefcase and it took several hours to read it. Then the salesperson took the document to browse and muttered, "The nominal principal of the contract is $220 million. The exercise price is $284.85. The opening price is $427.25. And the settlement price at maturity is the average price on the day of contract termination." Time passes by 1 minute and 1 second. At the end, the salesperson sitting opposite Carl closed the information, looked at him and said, "Okay, let's sign the contract." Carl said at this time, "I also want to determine the solvency of your bank when it defaults." The salesman couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and said, "Mr. Carl, do you think Deutsche Bank will pay the bills?" Speaking of this, it reminds me about a decade ago, a private equity manager named Michael came to our bank. Gambling in the housing market cost our bank a lot of losses. He won. Our bank did not default. Credit is fundamental, so please rest assured, Mr. Carl. "Then I can rest assured. Let's sign a contract." Soon, the two parties signed the contract. After Carl put the contract in his briefcase, he casually chatted and asked, "I heard that the salesman who signed the contract with Mr. Michael was finally fired by your bank." "Huh? Mr. Carl, do you mean you won the bet this time? And I will be fired because of this list? Please, this is not 10 years ago. The era has changed. The same thing cannot happen again for the second time." The salesman sitting opposite Carl said with a smile. Carl put his briefcase on his lap and raised his eyebrows with a smile. "We will wait and see." Then he left. Carl still has $780 million in his hands, so he has to continue to negotiate contracts with other banks, and at the same time, there are a group of people who are running the same as Carl on Wall Street's major investment banking institutions to bet on Blue Star Technologies call options. These people are employees from some private equity institutions. They are only performing their work according to the requirements of their bosses, and behind the scenes of those private equity institutions, Qin Weimu is commanding them. For this kind of send money situation, most investment banks on Wall Street didn't think about it and laughed, but there are always exceptions. One investment bank is wary of this kind of pie in the sky.